I opened my eyes as soon as we landed. Although I never had motion sickness problems in my previous life, the reality of this body is different. At least meditating with my eyes closed prevents me from vomiting in the middle of the aircraft. As soon as I breathe the fresh air outside, I start to feel better, but I can't enjoy the moment of tranquility because an explosion catches my attention. This is my cue. I ran towards the gothic girl with red streaks lying on the ground, relieved to see that I hadn't missed my introduction to the canon. "Welcome to Beacon," muttered the girl lying on the ground. There she was, the protagonist of RWBY, Ruby Rose, and she is beautiful, with a unique gothic style in red and black. Her short black hair with red tips contrasts with her pale skin, highlighting her silver eyes. But despite being beautiful, I'm not interested in getting involved with her. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked, extending my hand to the girl. "My name is Jaune. Ruby Rose." "Ruby," I replied, accepting the hand of the blonde boy with blue eyes. Jaune looked like a typical 17-year-old teenager, and despite carrying a red and blue shield on his back, he didn't seem to have the muscular mass of a trainee hunter. "Wait!" I exclaimed, examining him more closely. "You're the boy who was sleeping sitting on the transport, right?" With a serious expression, he nodded his head. "I was circulating my aura while meditating. I need to do that whenever I travel. Otherwise, I get nauseous." "Wow, that sounds like advanced aura training. Maybe his fighting style is focused on his semblance rather than his body. It's something I learned from some aura theory books." "Wow, my Uncle Crow said I was still too young for advanced aura training like that, so I didn't even try." "You were trained by your uncle?" "Yes, he and my father were teachers at Signal, the preparatory school I attended." He replied, murmuring. "Why is he grumbling? Is he already bored?" "But how? We've been talking for less than 5 minutes. Think, Ruby, try to talk about something interesting." "So, I have this." "Ha! Nothing is more anti-boredom than my baby crescent rose." "Wow, is that a scythe and a high-precision rifle?" Jaune said, examining my creation. "A combination for close combat and long-range fighting, an excellent mecha-shift weapon from what I can tell." "Yes. It worked. And what do you have there?" I asked, looking at the circular shield on his back. In response, he opens his coat, revealing a simple 9mm pistol and a knife. "These two are common weapons, a hunting knife and a pistol, but I see you're interested in my shield." Pulling it from his back, I get a better look at the shield. It's round, a perfect circle, painted with 2 red stripes, 1 white stripe, and in the center, it has a blue sphere with a white 5-pointed star in the middle, and nothing else. You'll also like. No complex mechanisms, no folds, just a shield with a buckle to attach it to the arm? Simple, right? Embarrassed, I took a step back. Was my disappointment that obvious? The first person who talks to me at Beacon, and I've already been rude to him? No, it's just that I need an excuse. I just find this combination of shield, pistol, and knife unique. Ha! I did well. He smiles at me, but I turn my face to the side, feeling embarrassed. This shield may not look like much, but it's practically indestructible. I froze for a second. Did I hear that right? You said indestructible? Yes, replied the blonde boy with a proud smile on his face. Impossible! I exclaimed, disbelieving. 100% true. But what if someone shoots it with anti-tank ammunition? Nothing will happen. A shot from an anti-aircraft battery? Maybe it'll scratch the paint. And dust effects like fire, ice, and electricity. At most, it'll get dirty. I lean over the shield, tapping it with my fist, trying to guess its material. Please, tell me what it's made of. Okay, girl, I'll tell you later, just stop drooling over it, please. Drooling? Oh my, he's right, I've been drooling over it. Jumping back, I try to apologize again, but John says it's no big deal. It's alright, Ruby, I know you didn't mean any harm. Despite me acting weird, he didn't seem bothered. But I want to know where we are. Ha! Looking around, I notice that we've been wandering aimlessly and ended up near a garden with an artificial lake. I was following you. John stares at me, raising an eyebrow. Don't judge me. I don't judge anyone. Phew. Out loud. Darn it. He laughs, shaking his head. Follow me, everything's fine, crater face. Okay. Wait. Did you just call me what? Professor Ashbin. It's truly intriguing how the start of the Beacon school year still manages to fill me with hope, I thought aloud. After my speech, Professor Goodwitch and I met in the elevator that provides access to my office. In what sense, Professor? My vice asked. After 80 years of training Remnant's protectors, any normal person would assume a certain degree of apathy would be present. I replied, sighing, to Professor Goodwitch. But no, every passing year I still have hope in the new generation, especially this year with the silver-eyed warrior among the freshmen, perhaps the last one on the planet. With an arched eyebrow, the professor questioned me. You have great faith in this young woman because she's Summer's daughter? Silver Eyes are notorious in the fight against the Grimm. With a few years of training, Miss Rose could be capable of reclaiming Mount Glen. Reclaiming Glen would erase the kingdom's biggest defeat against her. We would have an outpost connected to the capital by an underground transportation system. And the increased morale of Vale's population would keep the Grimm at bay for months, if not years. My optimistic thoughts were interrupted by a shocking scene when the elevator door opened, revealing my office with a young man sitting in my chair, with his feet propped up on something metallic on my desk. You have 5 seconds to explain yourself, young man, Glinda threatened, pointing her weapon, the disciplinarian, at the boy. The young man with blonde hair and blue eyes stared at Goodwitch without flinching and replied. I apologize for putting my feet on your desk, I was just bored and used my shield to keep it clean. Does he think we're concerned about him dirtying the desk? That should be the least of your concerns. I don't recognize you, so you must be one of the initiates, right? He answered, nodding his head. Consider yourself eliminated and consider yourself lucky not to leave here in handcuffs, boy. He smiled and looked in my direction. Brave and loyal? Was he talking to me? That's why you have her as your second in command, huh, Ozma? The boy responded in a cynical tone, looking me in the eyes. Glinda continued with her lectures and threats, but I didn't pay attention to them because in front of me was someone who knew the name of my first incarnation. The mysterious young man kept smiling at me as if he hadn't just blurted out one of my best-kept secrets. Professor Goodwitch! I exclaimed aloud. Glinda paused in the middle of her lecture and looked at me in surprise. This was the kind of thing she dealt with when it came to a student misbehaving, but this was no ordinary student. I just remembered that I have an appointment with this young man. If he were an agent of Salem, he would have already attacked us. Apologies for my lateness. Once Professor Goodwitch leaves, we can begin. Despite my suspicion, Glinda was loyal enough to follow orders without questioning. Don't even think about it, you Dumbledore with a scarf. Dumble who? I tried to question the comparison, but the young man simply kept talking. She stays. The mysterious young man pointed his finger at Glinda. May I know why you're arguing about my presence, without even considering my opinion? The boy got up from my chair and placed a knife and a pistol on the table. I came here to help you, Ozma. He walked towards us. But Glinda needs to know. What do I need to know? Glinda asked, sounding unsure. Everything that Ozma didn't tell you about the secret war, why Salem wants the relics, his relationship with the Grim Queen, the gods, and my favorite part. He cleared his throat before continuing. Salem cannot be killed. Glinda Good Witch. It can't be true. The secret war we fight for humanity is just a lover's quarrel? If the relics are brought together, they will summon the gods who will judge us, and given the current state of remnant, we will all be destroyed. And worst of all, even if we manage to invade Salem's castle, it will be futile because the Grim Queen is immortal. Not a limited immortality like Ozma's reincarnation, but a true immortality that rebuilds flesh and bone regardless of the injury suffered. I know it's a lot to absorb all at once, Professor Goodwitch, but it's important that you know. The young man's voice carried compassion, while Ozma stared at him with icy fury. I always thought that Ozma could have more secrets, but nothing this impactful. Forgive me for not sharing this information with you, Glinda, but Salem's immortality has caused. The professor took a deep breath, his gaze filled with sorrow. I've been betrayed countless times because of it. It made sense. His enemy was an immortal witch with an army of monsters at her disposal. It's evident that many would despair upon receiving this news, and betraying her greatest enemy could earn them favor with the Grim Queen. But Glinda is different. I looked in the direction of Jaune Arc, now identified. I know Crow is your best field agent and one of the best fighters in all Remnant. He pointed in my direction. But when it comes to integrity, loyalty, commitment, intelligence, and above all competence, there is no one better on this damn planet than Glinda Goodwitch. I blushed and felt a little embarrassed by the compliments the boy gave me. I appreciate the kind words, Mr. Arc, but still, what gives you the right to reveal Professor Ozma's secrets? Look at this, Ozma. I just revealed your dirty laundry to her, and her first reaction is to defend you? The boy laughed out loud as if he had heard the most absurd thing in the world. You really don't deserve her. The redness in my face became more apparent, and I decided to stay silent to try to center myself again. While I agree with you, sir, regarding Miss Goodwitch's qualities, she is right. The professor of Beacon approached the young man, taking firm steps, looking down at John. Ozma asked with a heavy voice, for what reason did you reveal my greatest secrets? How did you come to possess that knowledge? And how can we trust someone who appears out of nowhere, sowing intrigue and discord within my inner circle? It's rare to see the professor get straight to the point. He usually prefers to tell a story and draw a parallel between the situation and a tale or one of his experiences, but this boy stripped him of his deepest secrets and put him on the defensive. Smiling, the young Arc replied, I'll make you a proposition. John walked over to the table and picked up his weapons and shield. I have nothing with me, no money, scroll, clothes, not even food. Strange, how can someone with so much information be so unprepared? All I have with me are my weapons and the clothes I'm wearing. In fact, I'm not even a candidate for Beacon Academy. You didn't attend a preparatory school? The professor asked. No, I had an accident a few months ago, and my aura was awakened by my mother as a way to save my life. That caught my attention. Months? You've only had your aura for a few months? That means you have no training as an apprentice hunter. He nodded affirmatively. I have some aura training thanks to some books I read in libraries and bookstores before getting kicked out for reading without paying. And how does that relate to your proposition, Mr. Arc? Oh, right. I almost forgot. How can someone just forget something in a conversation about the fate of humans and faunus? You're going to let me participate in the initiation, give me a monthly allowance to cover my expenses, and Glinda will give me private lessons on aura control. Private lessons with me? Why would we do that, Mr. Arc? Because I'm on your side, because I have a semblance that can turn the tide of the war against your ex, and because if you accept this, I'll tell you who the 3 people were that attacked Amber, the Fall Maiden. A deathly silence filled the room, tension hung in the air and could be cut with a knife. You know who attacked her? The professor asked incredulously. John smiled and raised 3 fingers. There were 3 people, I know their names, appearance, and their semblances. Pausing dramatically, John clenched his fist and looked deep into Ozpin's eyes. And most importantly, I know when and how they will come to Beacon to take the rest of the Fall Maiden's power. You're a deserter of Salem? I blurted out without thinking. Is that why you know so much? He shook his head. I've never been one of her servants. He swallowed hard, thinking deeply before continuing. As for how I know this information, I'll tell you on another occasion. Verify if my information about your enemies is correct, then I'll tell you my story. Without thinking, Ozpin reached out his hand, and John shook it. Get a pen, Glinda, Beacon has just gained another candidate. The professor was apprehensive, but at least he was still hopeful. Original point of view. Finally, a decent bed, I muttered quietly to no one in particular. Being alone in an isolated room, I could finally get some good rest for the initiation tomorrow. This room, scroll, and 10,000 lean were a small gesture of gratitude from Ozpin for helping deal with so many nuisances. We spent 2 hours ironing out the details to handle Cinder's team, Leonardo Lionheart's betrayal, and the hacking of the CCT. Glinda wanted to tackle the problems head-on as quickly as possible with 3 teams of experienced hunters, but with Ozpin's help, we managed to convince her that it's better to proceed with caution. I start tossing and turning in bed, trying to find a comfortable position. The mattress was good, but the pillow was thin, like a folded sheet. I won't be able to sleep like this. I shouldn't abuse my semblance, but I need a good night's sleep, and it's already late. MCS on. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to make? Magic, 14 points. Aura, 100%. I look at the floating screen in front of me, and it finally dawns on me. My semblance is similar to the gamer's. How did I never realize this before? Of course, it's not as powerful as his. It only allows me to create items using aura or magic. Even though I may have reincarnated in Jaune Arc's body, I'm still the absent-minded, scatterbrained person with ADHD. MCS, make a memory foam pillow. Multiverse-Crafting system. Which resource would you like to use? Magic, 14 points. Aura, 100%. If I use aura, it won't last forever. It will probably disappear as soon as I fall asleep. Now, if I use magic, it will last forever, but I don't replenish those points in the same way I replenish aura. I need to consume dust to gain magic points. I look at my shield leaning against the wall. To make Captain America's shield, I had to spend the money John had set aside to buy fake documents and everything else the boy had. Comics, computer, scroll, video games, books, and even furniture. MCS, use aura. In a golden mist of energy, a pillow materializes. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to make? Magic, 14 points. Aura, 99, 7%. Did it only cost that much? If I had used magic, it would have cost 3 or even 4 points. As soon as I rest my head on the pillow, my body relaxes. MCS off. The window closes, and I fall asleep hopeful that breakfast will be good. The sound of knocks on the door wakes me up the next morning. I was so tired yesterday that I slept in the same clothes. Not that I had any other clothes to change into, but as a result, I was really stinking on this sunny morning. Should I use my magic points to make clothes? If I use aura, will I have to keep spending aura all day to maintain them? My concentration is broken when I hear knocks on the door again. As soon as I open the door, I come face to face with Glinda Goodwitch. Good morning, Glinda. In response, she frowned and stared at me sternly. Damn, what did I do? I just said, good morning. Mr. Arc, she said in a serious tone. Although I consider you a member of Professor Ojban's inner circle, thus an addition to the secret group that protects Remnant, I would like you to treat me with the respect that every Beacon student should show to any member of the Academy's faculty. Sorry, GLY-. A dry cough from the teacher interrupts me in time to correct my mistake. Sorry, Professor Goodwitch. She closes her eyes and smiles serenely, pleased with my new attitude. Apologies accepted, Mr. Arc. She hands me a bag full of clothes. I need to maintain my posture as an educator in your presence. Otherwise, I might develop some behavioral addiction that could provide fuel for gossip among nosy students. Thank you for the clothes. That calms me down. I thought I had already made a bad impression. And don't worry about being tough on me when disciplining me. I'm glad to know that you are more mature than I thought. She expresses satisfaction with my response. It's fine. I even like it when you yell and humiliate me in front of others. No! I meant that, Fuck. 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 It's not that I'm into you, but it doesn't mean you're not beautiful, it's just that, Oh my god, why don't I shut up? It's just that. Damn it, I have to stop talking before I say something weird. I'm a bit masochistic, you know. Why don't I shut up? Professor Goodwitch closes her eyes, then opens them, having regained her posture as an educator. I have the impression that you have trouble controlling your tongue, Mr. Arc. Ouch! Yes, actually, I have attention deficit disorder. One of the characteristics is that I'm impulsive in my superficial thoughts. She stares at me for a few seconds. I see. And here I was thinking I would be the hero of the story who would save everyone and maybe have a harem. I'm sorry. I mumble, looking down. She looks at me with an arched eyebrow, suspicious of my behavior. Take a shower and change your clothes before you go to initiation, Mr. Arc. You stink. The door slams shut in my face. You'll also like. In the bag of clothes, I found 2 white shirts, 1 pair of jeans, underwear, and socks. Phew, I'll save some magic points. I take a shower, change clothes, and have my breakfast in record time. After all, I would rather not be late for my introduction to the 2 most influential girls of the first year. So, Pyrrha, have you thought about which team you'd like to be on? An enthusiastic female voice said. There they are. In the unisex locker room, I find 2 teenage girls, one small and completely white, and the other tall in red and gold. I'm sure everyone would like to team up with such a strong and well-known individual like you. The girl's voice was pleasant but somewhat fake, as if she were a salesperson trying to trick someone. Weiss has pale skin, long white hair, and striking blue eyes. She is wearing the iconic white dress with a high collar, accompanied by a bolero-style jacket, a skirt, and knee-high boots. Resting on her side is the rapier Multiverse-Crafter, a weapon capable of using dust to unleash various elemental attacks. I don't know, Pyrrha replied. Actually, I was planning to leave it up to luck. Pyrrha has fair skin, long red hair, and expressive green eyes. She is wearing her combat attire, which consists of a golden and red armor with a tiara. In addition, she carries a spear and a shield named Milo and Akuo, her weapons of choice. I would rather not do this, I would rather not act like an asshole, but I need to get closer to Pyrrha. I was thinking, if we could be on the same team. That sounds great, the redhead replied in a polite yet fake eager tone. I approached the two as Weiss was scheming her plan to dominate the school, the ambitious little girl. Positioning myself between them, I turn to Weiss and start my routine. Do you know what else is great? Can't believe I'm going to say this. Me. I'm Jaune Arc, nice to meet you. Weiss stares at me with disgust, as if I were a piece of shit she had stepped on the sidewalk. But since I didn't sleep in the same area as the other students, she doesn't recognize me, and her reaction is astonishment at my horrible introduction. Pleasure to meet you, Jaune, the Amazon says sincerely. Wow, Pyrrha, I know you feel lonely, but you can't just listen to a sentence like that and be overjoyed. Value yourself, girl. I can't believe this, the girl in white muttered. Focus, you need to keep acting like a confident jerk, swallowing hard as I maintain my act, looking at Weiss. I heard we're going to form teams, and I thought a beautiful girl like you would like to team up with me. Weiss couldn't even look me in the eye. I understand, I wanted to turn my head too. Actually, I think the teams have first students, Pyrrha commented. I turn to her and get close, almost touching her, close enough to smell her perfume. And my God, she smells so good, it's spicy with hints of cinnamon, leather, and something citrus. Focus. I need to focus. Lucky you, princess. If you behave, you can still hop on the ARC train. Is it just my imagination, or did she just turn her head, smiling, biting her lip? It must have been my imagination. Your name is Jaune, right? Weiss interjects, coming between me and Pyrrha. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? No, Snow Princess. I prefer using princess than angel. This is Pyrrha Nikos. Hello again, said the redhead, waving happily at me. She graduated first in the Sanctum Academy. Never heard of her. Of course, I knew, but it was important to stay in character. Indignant, Weiss continues. She won the annual Mistral regional tournament 4 years in a row, a record. Seriously? Wow, congratulations. This time I was being authentic, winning 4 times in a row since the age of 13 is no small feat. She's on the cover of Pumpkin Pete cereals. Wow, they only do that with celebrities and famous athletes. You're amazing, Pyrrha. Thank you, she said dejectedly. For some reason she seemed sadder. It was nice, despite the cereal being bad for your health. So, Jaune, the girl in white says accusingly as she looks at me from head to toe. After hearing all this, do you think you're in a position to ask her to join your team? Of course. My statement caught both of them by surprise. You must be very confident in your abilities or have a lot of influence in the world to say something like that, Weiss comments, curious about who I am. In fact, I admit that I'm weak, and my connections can be counted on one hand. So you're just an idiot. Ouch. I just think Pyrrha seems like a nice person. She didn't know me and treated me with respect, despite her being so famous and influential. I decided to improvise the ending to avoid being skewered. Looking into the Mistral champion's eyes, I continue. Pyrrha, you seem like someone humble, kind, respectable, and very pleasant to talk to. I try to smile as genuinely as possible. And I would love to be on the same team as you. This sparks joy in the girl, who gives me the biggest smile I've seen since I arrived in this world. Good luck to both of you, see you at the initiation. I walk towards the cliff, confident that I made a good impression on Pyrrha and afraid that I may have had a worse one with Weiss. Pyrrha Nikos. Who are you, Jaune Arc? When you approached me in the locker room, I thought you were another person trying to take advantage of me and my fame. But no, besides not knowing who I was, you approached Weiss first. At that moment, I thought you were interested in the Schnee family's money, but you weren't after money either. If money and fame weren't the reasons you approached, then what was? In the end, the answer was the simplest of all. You thought that Weiss and I were beautiful, and that's why you came to talk to us. That was a first for me. I've had people in the past who tried to flirt with me, but their interest in my appearance was at most secondary. When men and women talk to me, they want to know what I can do for them, for their careers. But John, he thought I was beautiful. He said I was kind and pleasant to talk to as well. I begin to smile awkwardly on the launch platform for the Emerald Forest. I allowed myself to ignore the professor because I had already memorized the applicant's guide to Beacon. Does he like animals? What kind of food does he like? Does he like muscular girls? Due to my training, I am well-toned, especially in my legs. I hope he doesn't find it repulsive. What was that scream? I looked around, searching for the source of the voice that interrupted my thoughts. It was John. In the distance, I saw a blonde figure in a white shirt flying towards the forest. But why did he scream? Wait! Did he forget to plan his landing strategy? As I am launched, I activate polarity, my semblance, and make a course correction, being pulled towards John by my ferromagnetic items. Spotting a thick and stable branch, I force my landing on it and pull out Milo in the form of a rifle. Through the scope, I locate my target, and using the mecha shift function, I transform my rifle into a spear and throw it with the force of my arm and a dust shot. Guided by my semblance, I hit the target precisely without hurting my crush. I mean, friend. That's what I meant. Thank you, echoed through the forest, proving that he was alive. Sorry. I replied, running towards him. Although I knew where John was, I was also guided by my semblance. Polarity, besides allowing me to control metals through magnetism, also gave me the ability to detect metals. With that shield, finding John would be simple. A few meters from the tree where I impaled John, I began to feel a peculiar magnetic field. Weird. I stopped, concentrating more on my semblance. It was definitely metal, but I couldn't distinguish what kind of alloy it was. It seemed complex, difficult to manipulate. If you're going to stare at me, can you at least help me get down? John? Someone found him before me? I urgently run towards my future partner, who luckily is still stuck in the tree, while Weiss is being pulled by a girl in red. Is there still room on your train? I sarcastically ask. You're quite the comedian, huh? Despite being hanging from a tree, he seemed happy to see me. How do I get him down? I could use my semblance in front of him. After all, he's my partner now, there's no point in hiding it from him. Lift your head, PYR. PYR? Before I could react, John pulled up Milo and fell from the tree. By reflex, I extended my arms and caught the blonde before he hit the ground. So, that's what every man wants, a beautiful girl treating him like a princess. Jaune fell, lying in my arms. Despite the mocking tone, he seemed happy. I was worried that he would consider me to be a stalker for impaling him on a tree and going after him. But he was happy, smiling in my lap, with his messy blonde hair and those big blue eyes. Pyr? Yes, Jaune. I would rather not seem ungrateful, but would you mind putting me down? Sorry. Startled, I let him fall. Ow. Sorry. Darn it. I'm truly sorry, Jaune. I'm not usually this clumsy. It's okay, Pyr. It's normal to get nervous when meeting new people. Pyr? He called me that again. Why are you calling me that, Jaune? That what? Pyr. The blonde boy thinks for a few seconds before responding. A cute nickname. If you'd like, I can stop calling you that. No! I unintentionally shouted. Jaune froze, staring at me. I mean, I liked the nickname. You can call me that. Let's keep moving. We walk for a few minutes, and despite hearing gunshots and explosions relatively close by, no Grimm attacks us. Are you okay, Pyr? Why are they avoiding us? Pyr? Maybe the other candidates are ahead of us and have already cleared a significant portion of the Grimm in this forest. Piran Nikos. Yes. Darn it, I was ignoring Jaune. Sorry. It's okay. I shouldn't have shouted, the blonde says sadly. It's not a big deal. It's all my fault, Jaune. I wasn't paying attention. He looked at me curiously, as if trying to analyze me. I shouldn't have shouted because I ended up attracting Grimm. Growls started coming from the bushes near the trees, then a wolf-like creature emerged from the undergrowth, with a black body covered in bones and some parts of its body. A Beowulf? Jaune asked. Yes, at least it's not an alpha, I inform as I equip a kuo and transform Milo from a spear into its sword form. I quickly engage in an attack against the creature, hitting its body with my shield and pressing its monstrous body against a tree. Roarg! The Grimm roared, trying to escape and scratching my shield. I swiftly pierce the creature's chest with my sword and then press the blade upward, cutting the creature from its chest to the neck. The monster lets out a dry roar of pain, but its body starts becoming inert and begins to dissolve. Happy with the outcome, I turn towards my partner, who is being attacked by 3 Beowulfs. Jaune! He had his shield raised and a knife that seemed to be buzzing. I need a hand here, Pyr. I leaped over him, hitting one of the Beowulfs with my shield and the other with a kick to the snout. Hold on tight, Jaune. Engaging with 2 of them at the same time, I left Jaune to defend himself against the third. Please wait a moment while I take care of these 2. I threw my shield at the creature on the left, stunning it for a few seconds. Meanwhile, I ran towards the one on the right and cut off the hand it extended to strike me. Roar! The monster arched its back, throwing its body backward while roaring in pain. Seizing the opportunity, I jumped to be at the same level as the creature's head, allowing me to decapitate it. Rarg! I leaped to avoid the bite of the other Beowulf, quickly retrieving my shield. I threw it again, and the aware creature crossed its arms to defend against the impact of a kuo. However, due to its crossed arms, it didn't see me leaping over it. In my descent, I drove my sword into the creature's skull, rendering it silent and lifeless as its bright red eyes dimmed. Shortly after, its body began to dissolve. Worried, I turned to Jaune, who was alone. No R. He is panting. I need to do some cardio. Despite being tired and winded, John still maintains his good humor. Are you okay? I ask, approaching him. He falls to the ground and lies down. I need 5 minutes. He informs, panting like a tired dog. At most, 10. Don't worry, I'll keep watch while you recover. I store my shield on my back and transform Milo into its rifle form. Shield. John doesn't have a mecha shift weapon with him. Did he not train before coming to Beacon? He admitted to being weak, but he doesn't even seem to have endurance or stamina. Does he at least have aura? Can I ask you a personal question? Yes, I'm single. What? That's not what I wanted to ask. On the ground, the boy laughs as if he were a mischievous child. Darn it, now I'm blushing all over. Better turn away. Sorry, PYR, what do you want to know? You don't have a mecha shift weapon, it doesn't seem like you have any combat training, do you at least have your aura awakened? I glance back at him and see that he sits up, looking at me with a serious expression. Sorry, I know it's none of my business, I'm just curious. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. He sighs tiredly but gets up from the ground and walks towards me. It's okay, you are entitled to know. He extends his hand forward, calling me to walk with him. I have 0 training as a huntsman, and my aura was awakened less than 2 months ago. What? No training and such a short time with aura. That's crazy, John. Even with years of training and experience, people die in these initiations. How can you be so reckless? John's face darkens, and he looks down, frustrated. Far be it from me to prevent someone from living their life as they please, but this is insane. Why would he subject himself to this? I have a power, Pyrrha. A power? My semblance is powerful, and Beacon is the best place in the world for me to learn how to use it and develop my skills as a huntsman. But what if you die? Then I'll have died. What? What do you mean by that? Don't you value your life? He smiles at me, but turns his face forward before responding. I believe that if you have something to offer to the world, something you can do better than anyone else, something that can help others. He stops walking and looks up. I believe it's not just a good idea to help those in need with that ability, I believe it's your responsibility. Responsibility? I guess a simple way to put it is. He forces a cough, clearing his throat before continuing. With great power comes great responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Something simple, but so powerful, a philosophy of life perhaps? That's very noble of you. He looks at me with those expressive blue eyes, as if he's staring into my soul. If it pleases you, he says in a melancholic tone, I can ask the professor to change partners. What? No, John, why would you do that? I thought you were worried about it, that I would hinder you or put you in danger with my inexperience. No! My concern is for your well-being. He looks at me, raising an eyebrow, trying to analyze me. After a few seconds of silence, he starts laughing, but not at me. He seems relieved. How about you help me with my physical training, then? That way, I can get the training I need, and you'll be more at ease, right? He wasn't offended, and he even asked for help? Is he just a kind-hearted fool? I would love to train with you, John. He may be a fool, but he's kind, determined, kind-hearted, and kind of cute. I'm glad I got him as my partner. Unable to contain myself, I smile, hopeful for the next 4 years I'll spend with him as my partner. Are we going in the right direction? We could use an aerial view. Before I could suggest climbing a tree, Jaune said something. MCS on. What did he say? MCS, make Stiltman armor. MCS? Who is he talking to? MCS, use aura. A golden energy mist suddenly appears out of nowhere, completely enveloping Jaune's body. Jaune! Are you okay? Is this his semblance? The mist dissipates, revealing a metallic armor covering him from head to toe. Jaune? He suddenly grabs my arm, making me yelp in surprise. Sorry for being rude, but this drains a lot of aura. From his voice, I'm sure it's Jaune inside that armor. I'm embraced by the armored figure, which starts to ascend. Is he flying? Looking down, I realize that it's the metallic legs of the armor that have extended to the height of the treetops. In other words, we're at least 80 meters high. I see ruins in that direction. That must be our objective. I think you're right. Out of nowhere, Jaune starts moving, causing me to scream. At this height, I feel a little scared and dizzy. These long legs move quite fast. Holding on to him, I close my eyes. Although it's not as scary with my eyes closed, the rhythm of the movements and the speed of the wind indicate that we're moving at a fast pace. PYR, Jaune says from inside the armor. It's fine if you hold on to me, but don't squeeze me too hard. Sorry, I say, opening my arms slightly and relaxing while staring at the armor. No problem. I need to be fast. I used over 30% of my aura to create this armor, and maintaining it is costing me 3% of aura per minute. Does he have a creation semblance? I've heard of them. They're not powerful, but at least they're versatile. Glancing back at him, I realized I've never heard of a creation semblance with the capacity to create anything so complex and different. Could this be the something he is capable of doing that no one else in the world can? It seems someone is already at the location. A blonde girl and a black-haired one. Maybe they'll join our team. For some reason, that leaves me in a sour mood. I'm not against women in our group, but diversity is a good thing, you know, at least one man and one woman. Or better yet, 2 men. That would be perfect for our group. This way, I don't have to worry about gold-digging girls distracting Jaune. In this way, I don't have to worry about ill-intended girls distracting Jaune. Heavy footsteps echoed with a metallic tone through the emerald forest. My gray armored form stood tall, passing through the trees while holding a red-haired girl in my arms. Saying that I was having a good day would be a lie. After all, I was having the best day of my life. Not that it's a big deal when you consider that I reincarnated less than a year ago. Anyway, in the early morning, I managed to take a decent shower, got new clothes, ate like a king, and to top it all off, I have a hot redhead clinging to me. Of course, I'd prefer if she did that when I wasn't wearing a full suit of armor that covers 100% of my body. Despite this inconvenience, I was still in a good mood because I killed my first Grim. Sure, killing a monster made of shadows and entropy is cool, but what made me even happier was what the death of the Grim triggered. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to do? Magic, 14.3 points. Aura, 64%. The death of the Grim gave me magic points. To be more specific, each Beowulf I killed gave me 0.1 magic points. This changes everything. If killing Grims gives me magic points, I don't need to spend a fortune on dust to create everlasting items. I can create weapons that can turn the tide of the war against the Grimms on a global scale. Wait. I'm thinking too small. I could create sustainable technologies that would help the people of this world be less dependent on dust, thus reducing its price and assisting the armies and hunters who rely on these magical stones to fight. And the best part is, if I patent my inventions, I'll receive royalties. Thank goodness my face is covered, otherwise, Pyrrha would see my greedy smirk. It seems there's someone at the location. The redhead's voice drew my attention forward, where Yang and Blake were. A chess piece, a white horse, was in the hands of the voluptuous schmexy Sweet Tang. Okay, Yang is ridiculously attractive, she's like a combination of a volleyball player and a porn star in a shampoo commercial. Maybe they'll join our team, I said, trying to get Yang's body out of my mind. Why am I so horny? Is it because I'm a teenager again? I was so preoccupied with my libido that I didn't even notice Pyrrha's annoyed expression at my suggestion. Reflecting on my hormonal situation, I realized another crucial detail about my new existence. Am I a virgin again? Oh, man, this is a mess. I need to fix this. As soon as I have enough money, I'm going to a brothel. I should take Lyron along to bond with him, maybe I'll even take the whole CRDL team, losing their cherry might stop them from acting like a bunch of assholes. Blake was the first to notice my approach, even before I emerged from the trees, she turned towards me startled. She must have heard my footsteps with those ears behind her bow. You'll also like. Speaking of which, how does Blake's hearing work? She has 2 pairs of ears, one on the sides of her head and another on top. That must cause some sensory confusion, just thinking about it gives me a headache, maybe faunus brains have evolved to process information this way without causing dash. What the hell is that? A high-pitched female voice shouted. I didn't even realize we had left the forest, but Jan did, and she made sure the whole forest knew it. The sound of hydraulic limbs resonated through the temple as I began to shrink my legs, and Pyrrha jumped and landed silently. Despite Yang's exclamation, both girls stared at me in silence. Hey there, guys, I said. Silence was my response. I'm Jaune Arc, and this is my partner, Pyrrha Nikos. Hello, Pyrrha said with less enthusiasm than usual. Still, silence. The situation felt weird, and before I could try to break the ice, Young pointed her finger at me and asked. It's not fair. She has a robot partner? RWBY will be so jealous, the blonde pouted, crossing her arms. Blake stared at Young, not believing her genuine indignation. He's clearly a human or faunus wearing armor, Young, the voice of reason among them. And robots don't have aura, they can't be hunters. I hope Penny never hears this. With the tension broken between the pairs, I could relax a bit. Look up! Or not. I had forgotten that RWBY falls from the sky in this part of the story, and without the original John to intercept her in the air. I need to do something to prevent her from getting hurt. Stretching my legs to their fullest, I still couldn't reach RWBY, I needed to use my arms. As I reached my maximum height of 90 meters, I pointed my arms at the red-caped girl and managed to catch her in my hands about 20 meters from my body. Ugh. RWBY grumbled in my hands. Hey there, RWBY, I said, looking at the small scythe wielder in my hands. John? Is that you? Roarg. Before I could respond, a black, bear-like form emerged from the forest, followed by an explosion on the creature's back. Nora? Ah, it's broken. Nora! A guy with oriental features dressed in green appeared, out of breath. Please, never do that again. But the hammer-wielding girl ignored him and went straight to one of the artifacts, the White Tower, without a second thought. She placed the tower on her head and started to sing and dance. I'm the queen of the castle. I'm the queen of the castle. Nora, the green ninja, shouted. I'm going, Ren, the happy girl said. Lyren and Nora Valkyrie were simple but endearing characters. I remember being quite frustrated with their development as a couple in the series. I hope it's better here. Liar, accused the scythe-wielding girl in my arms. Ha! RWBY pouted, pointing her finger at me. You said you had nothing but a shield and a gun. I have a vibro knife too. A vibro what? She looked at me curiously about the weapon I hadn't explained the full capabilities of. Where did you get this armor that stretches so much? RWBY. I never thought I'd be happy to see a Grimm. A gigantic blackbird hovered above us. How can you leave me behind? Weiss complained, clinging to the Nevermore. I told you to jump, RWBY replied as if it were the most sensible thing in the world. Hold on to me, RWBY. Ha! Without further warning, I let go of the black and red-clad girl, but she managed to grab onto my neck. I positioned myself where Weiss had been before her fall and extended my hands to catch her like a baby. My plan was perfect, except that Weiss fell from much higher than RWBY, and I hadn't prepared for the impact. Ah! Weiss and RWBY shouted. Shit! I grumbled as I fell backward. I gathered my limbs as much as possible, but the impact of the fall was significant, and it kicked up a lot of dust. If it weren't for my armor, I would have lost a lot of aura or even something worse. I landed on my back on the ground. Weiss fared better in the fall, she was suspended by my hands. And as for RWBY, she ended up on my face. Yep! It's official now. I'm in an anime. Hey! Weiss complained as I released her to free my hands. I quickly retracted my arms and removed the petabator from my face. Not that I minded the view, but her older sister, protective and violent as she was just 10 meters away. MCS release. As I spoke the command, the armor dissipated into a mist of golden energy. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to do? Magic, 14.3 points. Aura, 28.7%. Damn, that fall drained a lot of aura, at least around 18%. RWBY! Yang exclaimed, going to hug her younger sister. I'm fine, John softened my fall. With metallic armor? Aura doesn't make sense. That's true, Yang turned toward me. I saw everything. Her tone at the end of the sentence was icy, filled with anger and veiled threats. She's going to kill me, I hope not by sitting on my face. Now is not the time to be thinking about pervy things. RWBY. Thanks again, Grimm. He's coming around again. I pointed at the creature. Our mission is to get the relics, we don't need to fight the Nevermore. Agreeing with RWBY, I headed toward the White Tower, and she went for the White Knight. We ran towards the cliff, but the creature was too fast and circled around to attack us. Nora and Ren jumped to the left, dodging a barrage of sharp feathers. Distract him, Nora. Smiling, the petite redhead began firing her grenade launcher in the direction of the monstrous bird. Taking the explosions to the face, the creature changed the direction of its flight, moving away from the grenades. Coward! The little Valkyrie shouted. With the giant scorpion Grimm, which I forgot the name of, gone, we could all fight the Nevermore. I equipped my shield in my left hand and looked Pyrrha in the eyes. If I create an opening, can you take the creature down? With a serious face and a determined look, she nodded. Follow the lead. I ran openly with my shield raised toward the creature, providing cover for Pyrrha, who was right behind me. RWBY. The creature roared again, hurling another barrage of sharp feathers in my direction. Although sharp, the feathers were light, so they hit the shield without me feeling or scratching the paint. I love this shield. As soon as the feathers stopped hitting my shield, I shouted, "Now!" I raised my shield high, and the redhead jumped on it, using it as a launching platform to leap towards the Grim. Empowered by her aura and possibly Semblance, Pyrrha flew like a missile towards the Grim, hitting the monster's left eye with her spear. RWBY. The creature's scream echoed throughout the area, chilling to the bone. Was it so intense because it was an alpha? Without hesitation, Pyrrha planted her feet on the creature's skull and pulled her spear down, forcing the creature to descend. "You're awesome, Pyr." I looked at the rest of the group and began shouting orders. "When Pyrrha lands, I'll pin the creature to the ground. Attack with everything you've got." Everyone nodded, except Pyrrha, and when the collision of the monster against the ground approached, I activated my Semblance. MCS. On. Multiverse-Crafting System. What would you like to do? Magic, 14.3 points. Aura, 29.2%. I need something cheap, simple, easy to use that can pin that beast to the ground. MCS make paste gun. Pyrrha jumped, rolled on the ground to disperse kinetic energy from the fall. She's amazing. MCS use aura. Meanwhile, the Nevermore crashed into the ground, raising dust, and a tank backpack with a pipe connected to a toy gun appeared on my back. The weapon was quite large and clunky, with a barrel and hole big enough to fit a ping-pong ball, but it was perfect for the job. Running awkwardly and almost stumbling, I approached the creature on the ground. It was already moving and struggling to get up. I have to be quick. I aimed the paste gun at the creature and started firing its contents. "Is that glue?" Blake asked. Yes, the paste gun originally belonged to a classic but minor Marvel villain, Pastebot Pete. I know he changed his name, but I prefer the original name because it's ridiculous. The liquid adhesive dried quickly, and since the gun discharged in large volume, it took only a few seconds to pin the Nevermore, with its left wing and skull stuck to the ground. "Now!" I yelled to the young hunters. Everyone, except Pyrrha, attacked the creature, and I have to say it wasn't pretty. It was a group of armed teenagers beating up a trapped animal. Granted, the animal was a monster made of darkness capable of killing thousands of people. Weiss, Nora, and Ren attacked the creature's back to keep it lying on the ground, while Young hammered the creature's skull with punches, and RWBY tried to cut the creature's neck at an awkward angle. "You're right," I turned my head to her. "You do have a great power." The Mistral champion commented beside me. Looking at her, I noticed shock and surprise on her face. "Your semblance is not powerful in the traditional sense, but it's extremely versatile." "Thanks," I replied, smiling at her. "I think you didn't quite get it, Jaune." Her tone was serious. "Perhaps there are people with the ability to create something as complex as your inventions, but..." "Ooh!" RWBY shouted, celebrating the creature's death as it began to dissolve. "I don't know anyone with the power to emulate dust or even the aura reserves powerful enough to create such potent things and still have enough aura to keep fighting." When I paraphrased Spider-Man, I was referring to my power combined with the knowledge of the future. Is my semblance alone really that powerful? You suggest I should be careful? I suggest you hide it. Her tone was serious and a little threatening. Wow! I didn't expect to hear that from the biggest simp of all Remnant, especially considering she's my simp. Your pistol is easy to justify, a weapon that uses water and earth dust that reacts with your aura and semblance to create adhesive properties. An interesting idea. But that armor was too powerful for a regular creation semblance. It just stretches legs to over 50 meters in height, and your arms stretched even more, carrying Ruby and Weiss at the same time, not to mention it was made of steel or some other alloy, giving you extra protection. Who would have thought Stiltman's armor would be so good? I think you're right. The Amazon beside me relaxed her body and breathed a sigh of relief, considering her advice. After all, you are the authority on hiding your semblance. The tranquility evaporated from Pyrrha's body, and she tensed up, staring at me wide-eyed. Sometimes you change direction mid-jump, and I think I saw you speed up while airborne. Her green eyes stared at me with all the attention in the world. I imagine your semblance is something like telekinesis to pull yourself in mid-air. Of course, I already knew exactly what her semblance was, but I prefer to play this little game here to show that I'm not as dumb as I seem, even if I am a bit. Thinking about it, maybe it's a semblance that controls metals. I said, faking uncertainty. I have the impression that you're drawn from your weapons and certain items, like your armor, bracelets, and, is that why you wear a tiara? She closed her mouth and glared at me irritably. It's a headband for protection, not a tiara, the redhead said, pointing her finger at my face. Why is it gold? I replied in a teasing tone. She blinked her eyes with a red face, feeling embarrassed. It's an easier metal to control. Confirmed. Your semblance controls metals, something like magnetism? Pyrrha lowered her head, both irritated and tired. Please keep it a secret. In exchange, I won't talk about yours. Her face looked irritated, but her voice sounded concerned and sad. She is Pyrrha Nikos, the invincible girl, the Mistral champion. Despite her suffering from the loneliness of a great star, she also suffers from the weight of her fame. Fame achieved by secretly using her semblance, a secret now at risk because her idiotic partner bragged about having discovered it, and to make matters worse, I didn't even discover it for real, I just watched the damn show. Relax, PYR. I extended my hand, touching her shoulder, to comfort her. Your secret is safe with me. This seemed to alleviate the redhead's worries. But that doesn't mean you have to keep mine because of that. She turned her head to the side, giving me a curious look. I'll keep your secret because you're my partner. I emphasized, raising my arm and giving a thumbs up like a shonen anime protagonist. The invincible girl relaxed her body, a smile appearing on her face, with a few tears rolling down her cheeks. She began to laugh and cry? I must have been too ridiculous to make her laugh and cry at the same time. Slightly irritated by my shonen moment being ridiculed, I walked over to the group of young hunters still celebrating the death of the giant Nevermore. Come on, Kaksuda, we have to go back and pass the initiation for real. Okay, did you just call me a what? Glinda Goodwitch. It seems that Mr. Ark's predictions were correct. The headmaster's tone was dry and tired. Him being paired with Miss Nikos wasn't enough to prove that he had information about the future. There could be a simple explanation for it, like John already having a desire to have a strong partner and Pyrrha Nikos being the perfect candidate. Now, the Mistral champion going after him was something peculiar, but if he had befriended her before the fact, maybe even before coming to Beacon, it would justify her going after him. Him guessing who his partner would be isn't something so bizarre as to prove everything he said yesterday, but he predicted all the pairs and the teams they would be in. He knew about the formation of teams RWBY, JNPR, and even CRDL, the last one being a team he hadn't interacted with any of the members, at least while he was in the forest. His information about the past was correct, and apparently, his information about the future is as well. I muttered aloud next to the professor. Does that frustrate you? The headmaster turned to face me. I took a deep breath and looked at the monitors showing the 8 apprentice hunters walking toward us. A little. It makes it seem like the future is written in stone, and we can't change it. A pessimistic perception, but true considering the results in front of us. But perhaps. The headmaster paused, taking a sip of coffee from his favorite mug. Perhaps your way of seeing it is incorrect. Incorrect? It's not that we can't change the future, maybe we shouldn't change it. But what about all the lives we can save? The fall of Beacon? Lionheart's betrayal and General Ironwood? Ashbin closed his eyes and sighed deeply before giving me an answer. For now, we know what awaits us, and we can prepare. If we act hastily and do something like imprisoning Director Lionheart on suspicion of betrayal without even conducting an investigation. He stopped, looking up thoughtfully. Salem will react, and at best, she'll retreat to alter her plans. And at worst? The Queen of the Grim launches an offensive with the full weight of her army of monsters. A cold sweat formed on my forehead just thinking about the number of casualties that could bring. The headmaster let a comment slip, looking at the monitor showing the pair John and Pyrrha. At least I won't need to name most of the pairs this year, and who knows, Miss Nikos might be a good influence on Mr. Arc. I agree, he needs a lot of training to measure up to the other first-year students. I was talking more about common sense concerning his semblance. That's true, he was summoning high-tech armor and unknown chemicals as if it were nothing. If James sees something like that, he'll do everything to recruit the boy. Let's go, Miss Goodwitch, we can't be late for initiation. Walking in silence, I contemplate that with all this knowledge about the future and extraordinary technologies he has access to, maybe John can bring us the definitive victory against the Queen of the Grim. ISEKAI Gurazada? I'm having trouble adapting some slang, so I'm looking for a native English-speaking beta reader. They don't need to be excellent in writing, I just need someone to point out things like jail key. In Brazil, it's widely used, but it makes no sense in English. I'll respond to some comments from the places where I posted this FIC. San Manuel commented, vibrating knife? Make a lightsaber. Response, I wanted to give the protagonist a lightsaber, but that would be too expensive, and I thought Captain America's shield would be better for someone with zero combat experience. A vibrating knife was the cheapest thing I could think of. I had an exchange of messages with Danielrin and Lord Disaster, and they want to know if the character will have a harem and if members of Team RWBY will be part of it. Response, there are a few girls the protagonist has a crush on, but I'm not completely sure if he'll end up having a harem. Currently, there's a 71% chance of the protagonist having a harem with at least 3 girls. The protagonist has a crush on some members of Team RWBY, unfortunately not all of them. I won't reveal this information for 2 reasons. 1, it's more enjoyable for you to find out by reading the story. 2, I have ADHD, so my plans may change. You are listening to Story. We lost our Patreon temporarily and because of Stripe, MasterCard and Visa refusing to support NSFW content, forcing a lot of creator platforms to either cancel sales altogether or severely restricted what they allow on their platforms. So if you want to support Story and or join our community, we have a subreddit. For now, we aren't allowing anyone except us to post, due to no mods, to help us regulate the subreddit properly. We will look for other places to upload audios in the meantime. But this is the only place to support us for right now. Yan Xiaolong. Knock knock. Out of nowhere, someone started pounding on the door at 6:30 in the morning. Knock knock. There's no way in hell I'm getting out of bed to deal with this psycho who wakes up so early just to annoy others. Knock knock. Fuck off. Can someone please answer the door? Ruby was fast asleep. I swear this girl damaged her hearing from all the training at the shooting range. Blake was all covered up, probably reading some porn novel, and Weiss' bed was empty. Maybe she was in the bathroom? Knock knock. I'm coming, damn it! My shout made the person outside stop pounding on our door. I look at myself in the mirror, all disheveled, wearing a Dust Storm t-shirt, the best rock band in all Remnant. The shirt was long enough to cover my parts and then some, but I probably should put on some shorts. Screw it. I'm not going to make an effort to look presentable for a lunatic who disturbs others before 7. Good morning, a cheerful voice said as soon as I opened the door. It's too early for a normal person to be this happy, and I'm not at all surprised to see that the abnormal one is none other than Jaune Arc, the man Ruby stamped with her twat. The guy carries some brown bags with him, and next to him is Pyrrha, the cereal girl, looking like she had sand in her panties. I didn't respond to his greeting and decided to stare at him in silence. Sorry for waking you up so early. Well, at least he knows he messed up. But I went to buy breakfast for my team, you know, to celebrate the first day of school. So, you bought food for your team, and now you're here to show off in front of us? Jaune Arc, you're a dead man. And I got something for you guys too. He handed me one of the bags, which caught me a little off guard. You're not a dead man anymore, John, but you'll still pay for waking me up so early. I got bagels, cookies, sandwiches, and 4 coffees. You said coffee? I asked, now 100% awake. He blinked in surprise, but gave me a smile as he pulled something from the bag he'd given me. It was a 700 milliliters travel cup. Yes, it's mean black coffee. That watery stuff they serve for free in the cafeteria doesn't help at all to stay awake. Your punishment is cancelled, John. In fact, you've just become my favorite person at Beacon. This is almost too good to be true. I took a sip of the miraculous liquid from the gods. As the hot coffee goes down my throat, I finally realize something weird. This is too good to be true. Why did he do this? Thanks for the coffee, cherry boy. You're welcome, John replied, unfazed. Someone here is more confident than they appear. But where does all this confidence come from? Is he not a virgin? Does he have a big dick? Unlike John, Pyrrha was blushing and covering her mouth with her left hand. You'll also like. But I'd appreciate it if you'd be honest with me. I said flat to him. Honest? Are you trying to get something from me? The first day of school hasn't even started yet, and I already have a stalker? What's his plan? To come at me before any other student gets a chance? I admire his courage, but the blonde could have waited for me to comb my hair or at least take a shower. The guy in front of me sighs and relaxes his body, preparing to tell the truth. Okay, you got me. I want something. Clever boy. Back at Signal, it was the same. Everyone wanted a piece of Yang, but no one had the guts to tell me the truth. By the end of the day, all the guys were cowards, afraid of my strength, afraid of my dad, who is a professor, or afraid of my strong and confident personality. You might be cute despite the scrawny frame, but eventually you'll get burned for flying too close to the sun. That is Yang Xiaolong. You could keep my semblance a secret? Maybe a movie if you ... Wait! Movie? Arc said, confused. He wasn't hitting on me? What are you talking about? John asked. Behind John, the Mistral champion chuckled, trying to hold back her laughter. She thought you were asking her out. Pyrrha said in a cheerful and relieved tone. John looked at me incredulously, raising an eyebrow. Seriously? Jaune asked, incredulous. What? Am I not good enough? Is the idea of him asking me out really that crazy? I think you're beautiful, young. That shut Nikos up instantly. Ha! Take that, you scarlet whore. But we hardly know each other, Jaune comforted me. If you'd like, we can be friends and see where it goes. Friends. The invincible girl didn't bother to hold back and burst out laughing so hard that she lost her balance and leaned against the wall. Okay. Jaune commented, not understanding what was happening. I have to go now. I'm counting on you to talk to the rest of your team. He pointed his fingers at me like guns and backed away. Me, Yan Xiaolong, friend zoned by Jaune Arc? How is that even possible? I'm the hottest girl in school, the other girls envy my body, mothers fear having me as a daughter-in-law, and fathers would be proud to know their son's face is my chair. Excuse me. A serious voice caught my attention. It was Pyrrha. Did she stay behind to talk to me? Go ahead, cereal girl. She scowled at the mention of cereal. Do famous people not like to be reminded of their fame? I just wanted to reinforce the request to keep his secret safe. He's a good person, but he doesn't have a very sharp common sense. I see, she's acting like an older sister. I guess it's normal to offer that kind of support to your teammate, especially if he's your partner. And I assure you, Jaune has zero interest in you. That zero hit hard on my ego. What the fuck? I know I rushed things a bit, but dash. I know, I'd even say it was a bit embarrassing. My jaw dropped to the floor. Is this bitch saying what I think she's saying? Wait a second there, invincible girl. In response, Pyrrha scowled even more, staring at me with greater intensity. Don't like that little nickname, huh? Good to know. It was all just a mistake, okay? I'm not interested in that anorexic giraffe named Jaune Arc. Pyrrha paused for a moment, but then gave me a serene smile. I'm glad we've cleared that up, right? You're not interested in Jaune. That smug smile of hers is giving me chills. That's right, it was all a misunderstanding. You were just desperate and jumped on the first male who gave you attention. Ouch, commented Blake, who had her head peeking out from under the covers. I can't believe this. Listen here, you son of a b-dot. PYR. Jaune shouted from the JNPR team's doorway. Come eat before it gets cold. I'm coming, Jaune. Nikos looked me up and down as if judging with a mocking gaze. You see, young? That's the sound of a man who desires my presence. He's calling me by a sweet nickname. The audacity of this red cow. I know you probably haven't heard much of that, but if you take better care of yourself, maybe someone might want you in the future. Nikos concluded, heading towards her room. Pyrrha returned to her room without a response from me because I was paralyzed with anger and shock from the bizarre situation that unfolded. That was painful, Blake commented, sitting on her bed. What's wrong with that bitch? She's probably into Jaune, and when you defended yourself by insulting Arc, it triggered her protective response for her husbando. For the love of the gods, Blake. Thinking about it, she did get aggressive when I insulted him. At least it makes sense. Take my word for it. My partner smiled calmly at me. I'm cultured in these matters. I raised an eyebrow at her. Reading smutty romance doesn't make you cultured. Blake widened her eyes and looked at me indignantly. I don't read porn. When you were in the bathroom, I noticed a book on your bed with someone's abs being fondled by some horny old lady. Hortense is not a horny old lady, she's a refined lady with an open mind for love. Hortense? Even the name sounds old. Blake was furious, her face turning red with anger, but for some reason she calmed down and smiled at me. You know what, I'm not going to argue about literature with someone who got turned down by Jaune Arc. Go to hell, I replied, flipping her off. The day has barely started, and I'm already pissed off. At least it can't get any worse. I pick up my scroll and open the class schedule to distract myself from this morning's disaster. We have grim studies today that should improve my mood. Original point of view. You know what's funny about Beacon's class schedule? They only have one class per day. This class takes up the entire morning, and in the afternoon, the students can do whatever they want, study, train, work on their weapons, etc. Beacon Academy's facilities were at their disposal, but they were only required to attend morning classes and earn good grades. This explains why the characters in the series have so much free time. But first, the story of a young and handsome lad. Me! Shouted an elderly but powerful male voice. The first day of school was unfolding almost exactly like in the series. Professor Port was rambling on with stories that didn't contribute anything to the lesson. RWBY was drawing, Weiss was mad and glaring at RWBY, and for some reason, Young was crying on her desk. Did she take my rejection personally? I don't remember her showing any interest in Jaune Arc from the original series. In the fanfic universe, there were many stories with the Dragon Slayer ship, Yang x Jaune. Perhaps my interventions have already affected the original canon? All I did was bring them breakfast, so they wouldn't be late and maybe earn some points with the main cast. By my side, Pyrrha was in excellent spirits, smiling as if she'd won the lottery, and every time she looked at Yang, she chuckled quietly. Since when are these two friends to the point of having inside jokes? When I woke up early in the morning, she was all smiles, wanting to accompany me to get breakfast, but when I said I was going to buy breakfast for Team RWBY too, she frowned. For a moment, I thought it might be jealousy or something, but after a short conversation with Yang, she was all smiles again. Women are truly complex creatures that men strive so hard to understand. I doubt that I have the abilities to achieve such a feat. I lack the willpower, intellect, and, most importantly, the necessary attend-. I do, sir. Weiss exclaimed, raising her hand. Oh. Are we at the part where she fights the Borbotusk? Now, what was I thinking? Look, Nora has a 4-color pen. I wonder where she got that. Oh, Nora, where can I get a cool pen like that? Nora turned to me and gave me an angelic smile, while Ren looked at me with pity and shook his head. Why the pity? I just want to know where she got the pen. What could go wrong? Man. If regret could kill. Nora monopolized my ear for the rest of the class. I missed Weiss' fight, her argument with RWBY, and worst of all, I still don't know where she got the pen. She kept babbling about how I was a good leader. After all, a pen could be the difference between life and death. She had so much energy, and her disjointed speech sounded like someone hopped up on sugar, caffeine, and cocaine. I only managed to shut her up when I pulled out an identical pen from my pocket, a replica created by my Semblance. It looked just like hers, with the same amount of ink missing in all the colors. Ren understood what I did and pulled Nora out of the room. This girl has too much energy. You think? Pyrrha replied, laughing at my misfortune. I didn't even notice. I scowled at the invincible girl, but I didn't respond. Just because she's a hot redhead doesn't mean she can make fun of me all the time, just most of the time. We're the last ones in the room? Yes, do you want to go to the library to study? Pyrrha asked. You don't have a formal education, so I imagine you need extra study. She's right, spending some extra hours studying could help me, but I have other plans. Sorry, but I can't. Ah, she exclaimed, surprised. I'll see you later. She turned towards the door, looking quite disappointed. Wait. Pyrrha is disappointed that I can't study with her? Why does she care so much? I actually don't care about the regular classes. Once again, her posture deflates, but I don't want her to think I'm brushing her off because I find her annoying. I had a prior engagement with the hottest MILF teacher in the school. But then there's the question, Amazon redhead versus blonde MILF teacher, which one is better? If this were a fanfic, I'd like to know my readers' opinions in the comments. Sorry, if I had known, I wouldn't have made such an inconvenient request. Why does she apologize so much? Maybe I can do something to cheer her up. Actually, I'm not that worried about my grades in the knowledge subjects. Once again, the girl's posture changes, and she looks hopeful. It would be really helpful if I had a champion partner to train me on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. I'd love to. Pyrrha shouted unintentionally. This girl is thirsty, and I'd love to quench her thirst, but her being underage still bothers me a bit, but it's still an issue. Deal. I smiled as I walked past her. Now I need to run, which doesn't strike me as someone who tolerates tardiness. This made her laugh with a melodic voice, giving me a sense of peace. I don't know if I'm thirsty or if I'm actually falling for her. True, see you later, John. See you, redhead. She froze at the nickname, but didn't have time to ask before I dashed off. Just dropping by to let you know that today's chapter will have many dialogues about how the protagonist's semblance works. Glinda Goodwitch. You're late, I shouted, standing in the middle of the combat arena. Hello, teacher. Today I got lost on the road of life, replied the young Arc, scratching his head. That just soured my mood even more. Not only is he late, but he's making jokes too? If it weren't for your value to Headmaster Ojban, you would be severely punished for wasting my time and disregarding the opportunity to have a private lesson with a member of Beacon's faculty. John tensed up and looked at me with a serious expression. My sincere apologies. His tone was heavy, making him seem genuinely sorry. The truth is, I was dealing with some internal matters with my partner. Miss Nikos? Yes, that's right. Interesting. With all this attitude, it must be something related to the future. She's important for the future, then? Yes, as a candidate to be the Fall Maiden. I couldn't contain myself and broke my serious demeanor with the news. I brought my left hand to my forehead and began massaging the newly formed headache. But she's only a first year. And Ojban already considered her a candidate even before initiation. More secrets, of course, this doesn't compare to what John had already revealed, but he still knows more about Beacon's headmaster than his own second-in-command. He needs to share more with you, John commented. John looked at me with pity, not for my ignorance, but as if he pitied the disregard with which the headmaster treated me. Let's get to the point. I grumbled, drawing the disciplinarian and pointing it at the young man in front of me. We're here to discuss your semblance. You won't leave here without explaining everything about how it works. My tone was stern and sharp, but the boy just smiled. Yes, ma'am. Very well, start by giving me a general explanation of it. Then I'll begin asking questions to help identify weaknesses and how I can assist in enhancing its combat performance. My semblance allows me to create anything I have a basic knowledge of. It can fill in the gaps in knowledge as long as they're not extreme. The young man commented with some uncertainty. I see. You didn't have all the knowledge about that armor used in initiation? I have a lot of knowledge about the performance of that armor, both for civilian and combat use. My knowledge of hydraulics is much smaller, and it was this gap in knowledge that my semblance filled. That's absurd. Could you produce a weapon just by seeing it being used? I'm not 100% sure, but anything I've seen being used repeatedly. John paused to think for a moment, as if searching his memory for the answer, or making one up. Okay, you know what? I give up, the boy said in a bored tone. You'll also give up? I asked, surprised. I'm not going to explain how I gained all this knowledge, but I won't lie to you either. Ha! I just know that anything I've seen before, I can reproduce. And if you try using a highly technological weapon in front of me several times, I'm not sure if I'll be able to create something similar with my semblance. I see. This is new. He's withholding information, but he didn't outright lie to my face. Thank you for your honesty, John. Maybe he's not so bad after all. You're welcome, the boy replied, pointing finger guns at me. I take back the compliment, he's still an annoying brat. Let's move on to the next aspect of your semblance. What does it cost you to use it? I have two options for creating items. The first is aura. Although I regenerate aura normally after using my semblance, aura-based objects are not everlasting. If they have an energy cost or something like ammunition, they consume aura quickly. Powerful and versatile, but with limitations. If it were only that, it would be a relatively normal creation semblance. But the boy didn't stop talking as he took his shield off his back. I made this shield using the second option, which makes it eternal. John paused dramatically, smiling at me. Magic! I freeze when he mentions the M word. John breaks me out of my stupor with a laugh. I figured that would be a reaction, but I'm not lying. I'm a magic user. I hope you understand the weight of your statement, Mr. Arc. There are only 6 magic users in the world, and what you're proposing changes the balance of power in all of Remnant. I am a magic user, I just don't generate my own magic. You don't generate your own magic? The boy nodded affirmatively. And how do you use magic? By using dust, to be more precise. That's a relief, a semblance influenced by dust isn't new, making his power less aberrant. If you use dust for perpetual creations, just say so. No need for absurd declarations involving magic. John smiled, shaking his head negatively. Dust is crystallized magic. You can ask Ojban about that, he'll confirm. I'm getting tired of this boy spewing one bombshell after another as if it's nothing. If dust is magic, that makes every hunter a magic user, so you're not special, are you? This should wipe that smile off his face. And his response was a smile. That isn't everything? Are there more details involving dust? I asked incredulously. I can store dust as magic points. For example, I can use a fire dust crystal to create water. And that is impossible for other semblances, even creation ones. Fire dust generates fire effects. John confirmed what I said, nodding his head once again. I still don't know if there's a limit to how many magic points I can store. This shield is the most expensive item I've made using dust. It cost me 5,000 magic points. Considering you used dust to create it, how much does that cost in lean? The boy gave a sheepish smile, but answered, despite his embarrassment. 1 million lean. What? He laughed awkwardly and embarrassedly, but I didn't correct the information. How did you come into so much money? I think my parents wanted me to go to college, maybe become a doctor or a lawyer. I need to research the Arc family. Was it worth spending so much money on this shield? The boy's expression turned serious as he looked at me. Yes, without a doubt. What's so special about this shield? I'll delve into that another day. For now, let's focus on his semblance. Could you create something simple for me? Once using aura, and then with dust. Magic! I facepalm, but I indulge his childishness. Then with magic. Sometimes he's so mature, other times he's so childish. MCS on. Jaune muttered, staring into the void. He seemed focused on something in front of him. MCS, create a 4-color pen. A pen? MCS, use aura. As he finished the third sentence, a golden mist manifested in his hand but quickly dissipated, leaving behind a 4-color pen. Interesting. I approached him, looking at the pen in question. May I test it? I test the pen by using all 4 colors on the back of my hand, and it works normally. How much aura did you use? 0.3%. I'm surprised, even simple things usually cost 10 or even 20 times more aura than that. This is why there are so few hunters with a creation semblance on the field. People say I have a lot of aura, Jaune replied, understanding my surprise. Understood, now with dust. Magic. Correct me again, and you and your team will have detention this Saturday. Yes, ma'am, the boy replied, alarmed. I need to tighten discipline on this boy, he's getting too cheeky for my liking. MCS on. The boy muttered once again, staring into space. MCS, create a 4-color pen. What is he staring at? MCS, use magic. The same process repeated, with a pen materializing in his hand. I repeated the testing process, and it worked just like the other pen. Does the pen created by aura continue to drain your reserves? A little, after its creation, only when you use the ink. I can recover the aura, I used to create it this way. Jaune looked at the pen created by aura and pointed his open hand at it. MCS, release. The pen and what was written with it dissolved into a golden mist automatically. Can you do the same with the pen created by dust? Magi .. A simple raise of my eyebrows silenced the boy before he condemned his entire team to a Saturday of studying. MCS, release. Jaune said, pointing his hand at the other pen. And nothing happened. Too bad, in emergencies, it would be interesting for you to be able to reallocate your resources for something urgent. I commented, looking at the perpetual pen. What do you mean? Turning your shield into a drill to rescue civilians from debris, for example. The boy grumbled, thinking further about the matter. Do you need to keep speaking the commands aloud to create items? I'm not sure, Jaune replied, embarrassed. I also noticed that you stare into space while creating something. Is that necessary, or could you do it while fighting? I'm not sure about that either. His voice sounded ashamed and defeated. With each question, it became clear that Jaune Arc didn't have great mastery over his semblance, and that was his biggest weakness as a hunter in training. Despite his knowledge of the future, Jaune lacked combat experience, his physical preparation was poor, his knowledge of Grimm's was slightly better than the rest of his academic repertoire, but history, politics, geography he knew almost nothing. I walked up to the boy and placed my hand on his shoulder. Don't feel bad, you've only recently awakened your aura, and you already have a level of control over your semblance that few achieve even after years of training. Thank you, Jaune replied, relieved. Despite all his powerful knowledge, Jaune was insecure, which wasn't entirely bad. It would be worse if he were arrogant, given his current weaknesses. But we'll change that, Mr. Arc. I brandished the disciplinarian against the wind as 2 out of the 3 boxes in the corner of the room opened, manipulated by my telekinesis, revealing their contents. Balls? Jaune asked. Steel balls, to be more precise. The metal spheres were the size of tennis balls. I'm going to use my semblance to throw these balls at you, and your job is to dodge them while keeping your aura up to cushion the impact if any of them hit you. This way, we'll work on the basics of aura control while training your reflexes. The young Arc's face brightened, and he started to equip his shield. No shield, Jaune. We're focusing on your aura, not your combat skills. Bring it on, Jaune replied with an arrogant smile. Is that so? Since you're so confident, let's make your training more interesting. Jaune looked at me curiously, scratching his neck again. How much aura do you spend to create a small gravel stone? Not understanding my random question, Jaune responded with uncertainty. I think about 0.1%, maybe even less. Perfect, then you'll dodge the balls with your aura up while creating stones every time I count aloud. The young Arc's eyes widened in shock. And you'll create these stones without giving your commands aloud and without staring into space. If I notice that you're not paying attention, you'll get a ball to the face. Ha! Ball to the face, laughed the student. You could at least buy me dinner, furs.t. A vein of anger pulsed on my forehead in response to Jaune's juvenile comment. Perhaps you'd prefer getting hit somewhere softer? Jaune crossed his legs and covered his crotch with both hands. That's abuse, Jaune complained, his voice reflecting more fear than indignation. Dozens of steel spheres began to float around the arena, encircling the trembling student. This, Mr. Arc, is a private lesson. I don't like stooping down to the student's level, but sometimes it's necessary for them to understand the gravity of the situation. Original point of view. Everything hurts. My current existence is reduced to groaning in pain while gasping for breath on the arena floor. How are you feeling? Professor Goodwitch asked, far too cheerfully for my liking. Like I've spent the last 4 hours dodging and defending against homing steel balls. Actually, I was referring to your aura, Glinda said in a sympathetic tone. And don't be so dramatic, we take breaks. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to make? Magic, 9.3 points. Aura, 15.2%. Did that pen cost me 5 points of magic? Damn. Your aura, Mr. Arc. Oh right, I almost forgot. 15.2%. Very well. The professor replied, jotting down notes in a notebook. I'm not sure if I improved my aura control, but after taking so many hits to the face, I did learn how to use my semblance without speaking and discovered that I didn't need to keep staring into space. There might have been a way to learn this without breaking my nose, but Professor Goodwitch didn't seem interested in that. As I was lost in thought, my blonde aggressor was muttering something under her breath while making calculations and notes. After a few minutes, she told me to stand up, which I did while grumbling. Based on what I've observed over the past 4 hours and the data collected by your scroll from your initiation until now, I've come to the following conclusions. The scrolls collect data on the students? The professor chose to ignore my question and continued. I estimate that you have, on average, 4 times more aura than a conventional hunter. Wow. that sounds like a lot. Do I have 4 times more aura than a regular person? No, Mr. Arc, you have 4 times more aura than an average hunter. Compared to a civilian with aura, you have around 20 times more aura. I couldn't help myself. Hell yeah. Suck it, world. I'm the king of everything. Calm down, John. Watch out, Raven, Daddy's coming for your sour pussy. Mr. Arc. My entire body froze as if trapped in a force field. And of course, Glinda was pointing the disciplinarian at me. I understand your excitement, but you will not use that kind of language during official academy activities, let alone in my presence. My bones creak as Professor Goodwitch straightens my spine, putting me in a neutral and attentive position. Agreed? Yes. I replied, breaking into a cold sweat. I wasn't afraid of her, but I almost let out another piece of masochistic nonsense. What kind of person holds back when a bespectacled MILF professor points a riding crop at them? In addition to your extensive aura reserves, you seem to recover quickly, perhaps in proportion to the increase in your aura. 4 times? Something like that. She flipped through her spreadsheet before continuing. However, your aura seems to drain more than usual. Impacts seem to remove almost double the aura compared to a student in your class. Of course, it's not all good news. Your aura also appears to be more fragile, absorbing between 57% and 62% of what it should. I lowered my head, looking at the ground. So, besides being terrible at physical combat skills, I'm also awful at handling aura? Does that mean I'm weak in the soul department? Mr. Arc? I should make up for it somehow. Are you listening? Maybe. I should stop worrying so much about sticking to canon. Perhaps I should have some fun with my semblance. John! The professor nearly shouted, trying to get my attention. Sorry, Professor. I understand, you must be tired and sick of looking at my face. That's the best part. Damn it, I did it again. The professor stared at me sternly, raising an eyebrow. Sorry, I mumbled, feeling foolish. I appreciate the compliment, John. When I looked up, I noticed the professor's cheeks were red as she avoided my gaze. But it's not appropriate to behave that way toward a member of the faculty. Watch out so you don't repeat such behavior. Was she embarrassed? Did she like my silly comment? What are my chances with Glinda Goodwitch? She's closer to my age in my previous life, so I feel more drawn to her, but I thought I had a 0% chance considering I'm inhabiting the body of a scrawny teenager. But what if she's a cradle robber cougar? Before I dismiss you, I have a gift from Professor Ojbin. The third box in the corner of the arena was lifted by Glinda's invisible semblance and dragged in front of me. Inside this box, you'll find Grade 2 electricity and fire dust. Grade 2 dust is used to power vehicles and buildings. In this 1-meter-high box, there must be at least. This is the average amount of crystals we use to power beacon for 1 month. How much is that in lean? The same amount as your shield. Whoa, is there 1,000,000 lean in this box? Wait! The Academy spends an average of 1,000,000 lean per month? Do you spend all of this due to the machinery hidden underground where Amber is, and also to conceal the relic of choice? Goodwitch didn't bother hiding her irritation and let out a tired sigh. But of course, you know about the school's underground facilities, why wouldn't you? Sorry. It's not your fault, John. But I must admit, I'm curious about where you spent so much dust money on your shield without raising suspicion. After all, it's not normal for someone so young to spend so much money. Black market. Another tired sigh escaped the professor's lips. Just a moment. Is your supplier connected to Roman Torchwick? Yes, but indirectly. She looked at me suspiciously, skeptical of my simple answer. All right. I know why Torchwick is stealing dust, but I'll hold on to that information for now. You're holding on to a lot of important information, Mr. Arc. I've already told you more than Ashbin would in your entire lifetime. The professor's face tightened, and she gripped the hilt of her weapon, glaring at me with icy fury. Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. Let's wrap this up. Ashbin instructed me to let you use this dust however you want during your training. I want to see you absorb all of this dust and then create 2 items for me. What exactly? One combat item, like your shield, and another can be anything you want, but it should be highly technological. Consider it done. The interface of my semblance appeared as I held one of the fire dust crystals. Multiverse-Crafting system. Dust detected. Would you like to absorb it? Magic, 9.3 points. Aura, 15.2%. Yes. As soon as I mentally commanded, a golden mist enveloped the crystal, and soon it began to fade away, while bright red veins appeared on my hand. Are you all right, John? Yes, it looks worse than it feels. Does the process injure you? The professor asked, concerned. No, there's no damage to my aura or my body, but it still hurts a bit. Did it hurt the other times? No, the dust I absorbed was grade 1, and I think that's why I only felt a tingling sensation. Grade 2 now it hurts as if someone stepped on my hand. The pain must be proportional to the grade of the dust. Probably, but I didn't answer her and decided to focus on absorbing the crystals, which took about 15 minutes, and in the end, my hands were numb. I can take you to the infirmary if it's hurting too much. It's okay. I grumbled, regaining movement in my fingers. Since I didn't lose any aura, I'm already recovering. How can I go to the infirmary when I have so much to do? But now let's focus on having some fun. Be careful, Mr. Arc. Nah. I replied, ignoring the teacher's concern. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to make? Magic, 5,009.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. Ashbin wants something highly technological, maybe transportation? How about the X-Men's Blackbird? Multiverse-Crafting system. Which resource would you like to use? Magic, 5,009.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. Magic. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 5,000 magic points. Magic, 5,009.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. Damn, that's expensive. Does it cost the same as Captain's shield? This doesn't make sense. Don't get me wrong, the Blackbird is awesome and iconic, but it's just a jet with capabilities comparable to those of my previous life. Why is it so expensive? Could the size influence the cost? MCS, create Batmobile, use magic. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 3,500 magic points. Magic, 5,009.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. Interesting, size really does affect creation, but the cost is quite close, maybe because the Batmobile, despite being smaller and not flying, has more features than the Blackbird. A flying vehicle that's also small. MCS, create Spacehog, use magic. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 50,000 magic points. Magic, 5009.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. Holy SHT! I shouted, unable to contain my indignation. So damn expensive. Why is the iconic Space Hog so pricey? Just because it's capable of spaceflight? And maybe crossing galaxies in a matter of minutes, something that's technically impossible according to the laws of physics, actually makes sense for something that insane to be so costly. I need a small, flying vehicle with limited features. MCS, create BRC speeder, use magic. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 2,000 magic points. Magic, 5009.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. I'm starting to understand this thing. The Biker Advanced Recon Commando, BRC, speeder is a classic speeder bike from the Star Wars universe, with a top speed of 520 km/h, which I imagine is faster than the Batmobile. It has fewer features, too. In fact, this thing flies, has weapons, and that's it. The Batmobile was at least armored like a tank, in addition to all the extra gadgets. I'll need to create a helmet as well later. Do I need one of those special jet pilot helmets? Due to air resistance and the pressure of traveling at over 500 km/h, breathing must be difficult. It's not like I can make my Semblance give the speeder protective aura against air resistance. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 2,500 magic points. Magic, 5009.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. Convenient, isn't it? As soon as I mentally confirm, the golden mist appears in front of me, this time in a larger volume. In the name of Aum, what is this? Despite the shock from the teacher, I was grinning like an idiot. The speeder was beautiful, silver with red details. A true masterpiece from the era of the Clone Wars. This is a BRC speeder, a fast low-altitude planetary transport vehicle. Does this contraption fly? Yes, almost as fast as a jet. The still shocked teacher approaches to get a better look at my creation. John, this is basically 3 jet engines strapped to a metal frame. I know, isn't it awesome? I'm not the best at reading facial expressions, but I think the look Glinda gave me didn't seem to find it awesome. I'm confiscating this monstrosity. What? No, please. I'm not ashamed to admit that I nearly cried, almost begging. The teacher looked at me with pity and maybe a little disgust, but she sighed tiredly. I'll talk to the headmaster. We'll schedule a day for your test. Test? Yes, you'll need to prove to me and the headmaster that you're capable of piloting this vehicle. Mr. Jaune Arc. Glinda exclaimed indignantly. Do you even know how to pilot this death rocket? Well, I know where the accelerator and the brake are. I think I know where the altitude control is too. How high can this thing go? 10 meters. The sound of Glinda's facepalm was so loud it echoed through the arena. You have 1 month to learn how to use this monstrosity. If you don't prove your proficiency, the vehicle will be confiscated. But what about all the dust I spent on it? Are you talking about the dust that belongs to the school, which the headmaster provided to you just to test your semblance? Okay, I won't complain anymore. At least not in front of her. Can I move on to the next item? The teacher confirmed with a nod. How about a sword? That seems more sober than your previous creations, and Miss Nikos will be of great help in teaching you how to use it. MCS, create adamantium longsword, use magic. I take back what I said, that didn't seem sober to me. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 1,000 magic points. Magic, 2,509.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. Only 1,000? The shield was 5,000, but it's virtually indestructible. I made the speeder with a magical aura. Could I make the sword magical too? Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 1,000 magic points. Magic, 2,509.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. Same cost? I think if I'm going to change something, I need to assign the qualities as well. In Pathfinder 1e, the best RPG in the world, magical weapons with +1 gained an increase in durability, resistance to corrosion, and a 20% improvement in their edge quality, in my games at least. MCS create +1 adamantium longsword, use magic. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 2,000 magic points. Magic, 2,509.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. Now we're talking. MCS create +2 adamantium longsword, use magic. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 3,000 magic points. Magic, 2,509.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. I passed the point. And what if I try the opposite effect of that? How about an adamantium longsword +1 flaming burst? Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 3,000 magic points. Magic, 2,509.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. Still 3,000. What if it's something a bit weaker than Flaming Burst? MCS, create adamantium longsword +1 flaming, use magic. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 2,500 magic points. Magic, 2,509.3 points. Aura, 21.2%. I couldn't help but burst into loud laughter as the golden mist began to materialize the sword in my hands. But my joy was cut short when I dropped the sword to the ground. Why did you do that? It's heavier than it looks. Glinda sighed, unable to hide her disappointment, picked up the sword from the ground, and swung it a few times in the air. I thought you were going to create something insane, but it looks like any one-handed long sword. Glinda commented, examining the sword closely. A sword of this size made of steel weighs around 1.5 kilograms. Yours, on the other hand, seems to weigh 3 times more than that, a difference bigger than between steel and gold, just so you have an idea. My arms ache just thinking about it. In addition to training with my partner, I need to hit the gym. A wise decision. If you're interested, I can arrange for a personal trainer specialized in individuals with aura. That sounds expensive. It won't cost you or Beacon anything. Then I'm in. The beast will be unleashed. What makes this sword so special? Asked Professor Goodwitch, handing me back the sword. I assume the weight is an indicator of a special material. I replied with a smile and lifted the sword in a quick motion above my head, pointing the sword dramatically towards the sky, or at least, that's what I would have liked to do. But I ended up lifting it slowly and awkwardly due to the weight I wasn't used to. It seems that way, doesn't it? But if I say the activation word, flame on. Glinda stepped back from the sword, whose blade was now covered in flames. Impressive. How are you applying dust to create this effect? Or are you using another substance to fuel the flames? Magic. I commented as if it were no big deal. What did you say? Glinda asked incredulously. The sword is magical, baby. The professor's eyes widened. Magic was extremely rare in Remnant, and it was already extraordinary for me to be a male magic user, but it was insane for me to be a creator of magical items. Jaune. I don't think you understand what you just did. I created a cool sword? This sword must be the first magical item created in all of Remnant in the last 1,000 years. Actually, this is the second magical item created in all of Remnant in the last 1,000 years. What was the first? Glinda asked, indignantly. The motorcycle is also magical. And once again, a facepalm echoed through the arena. I want a raise. You deserve it. Shut up. Nora Valkyrie. I like my team. Of course, having Rin as my partner makes me really like my team. We're not truly together, but it's important for me that we're together on the same team. So, Pyrrha is really cool. She's kind of a famous fighter, but she's not as arrogant as that sourpuss who dresses like a lemon ice cream. Hee hee. It's funny because lemon ice cream is also sour. It's almost bedtime, and for some reason, the invincible girl was sitting on her bed, staring at her scroll screen. She looked sad and downcast. Maybe I should do something to cheer her up. Hey Rin. I whispered to the world's best partner, who was taking one of his famous naps while sitting straight. Let's go to the cafeteria and get some pancakes to cheer up Pyrrha. Rin slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the invincible girl. After a few seconds, he turned to me, staring at me with those beautiful pink eyes. I don't think pancakes will cheer her up. His long black hair framed his handsome face, making him even cuter. The cafeteria is probably closed by now too. His cute pink hair strand matching his eyes. And there's also the curfew that will start in a few minutes. His snug kimono-style pajamas fitting so well on him. So, it wouldn't be prudent to go get pancakes. What was he talking about? Darn it. I guess I'd better use my ultimate phrase weapon to get out of trouble. Sure thing, Rin. In response, he gave me an angelic smile and went back to sleeping while sitting. Ha! It always works. Once Jaune comes back, her mood will improve, believe me. Rin said with his eyes closed. Jaune Arc, our leader. I didn't know what to think about him at first. His behavior is of a nice person, but he seemed a bit bossy when he was giving orders to everyone while fighting the giant bird Grimm. In fact, I was even afraid he might be a controlling and mean guy who'd make ridiculous demands like going to bed early, eating all your vegetables, or even worse, telling me to hug Rin fewer than 15 times a day. Just thinking about that made me want to have a chat with him, chat being the second name of Maghild, my grenade-launching hammer. But on our first day of school, he proved to be the best leader ever. He brought breakfast for everyone. He brought pancakes for me, healthy sandwiches and freshly squeezed juice for Pyrrha, and vegetable soup, dumplings, and green tea for Rin. Silly Pyrrha was worried Jaune might have been racist for bringing the Australian breakfast option for Rin. You'd have to be a special kind of stupid to call the person who brought you food a racist. How much longer will this training last? Pyrrha grumbled. This girl is really into our leader. Jaune was single and a nice guy, and Pyrrha was so smitten with him, she should just talk to him about it. You'll also like. It's sad seeing a girl trying to deceive herself like this. It would be so much better if she were honest with her feelings and talked to him about how she's felt over the past few years. Ever since they were survivors of a Grimm attack in a small village in Mistral, she loved him. Good night. A tired male voice greeted from the doorway. Jaune! Exclaimed a thirsty redhead, looking worried with the blonde. The leader looked exhausted, his clothes were all wrinkled, and he had a black eye and some purple marks on his body. I'm fine, Pyr. Ha! He already has nicknames. My aura training is really behind compared to the other students, so Teacher Goodwitch took drastic and painful measures. I'm going to talk to her right now. She can't treat you like that. Before the redhead could leave the room, Jaune grabbed her hand, stopping her instantly. I doubt even arrested Jaune could stop the Mistral champion, but using the power of horniness, nothing is impossible. I'm fine, Pyr. Jaune said, handing his scroll to his partner. My aura is already above 40%. I just need some sleep, and I'll be as good as new. Pyra didn't seem pleased with Jaune's condition, but I doubt she'd go against her crush's wishes. Don't make that face, the training was tough, but I got a sword. Sword? That's wonderful, Jaune, Pyra said, looking at the sword. Why doesn't it have a sheath? Hee, our leader chuckled awkwardly. Because I'm an idiot. Ha! I burst out laughing, only to cover my mouth in embarrassment right after. Accidentally, the mocking laughter escaped from my mouth. I don't want to make fun of our leader, but it's so rare for someone to be sillier than I. Of course, Pyra was giving me a stern look, and Jaune was smiling wearily. He limped over to his bed and placed his sword and shield on it. The mattress sank significantly under the weight of the sword. I wonder if it's made of a different material. You can laugh as much as you want, Nora, but by the end of the year, I'm going to be the top first-year student. No, the top student in all Beacon. Jaune exclaimed, raising his fist to the sky. That's the spirit, fearless leader. I replied enthusiastically. I'm so happy to see that he's such a laid-back guy. But right now, I just want to take a shower and sleep. Jaune hobbled toward the bathroom with a towel and clean clothes. As soon as the door closed behind him, Pyra turned to face me. Dear Nora. The way she said dear was really weird. Could we have a girl-to-girl talk? Ren immediately opened his eyes and pointed his index and middle fingers at me. It was our secret code. He was asking me if I was in danger or needed help. Pyra had her back to him, so she didn't notice the odd gesture. Sure, no problem. I replied, looking at Ren rather than at her. Ren went back to his nap, still concerned about me. He's such a sweetheart, and I'm so lucky to have a partner as caring as him. What do you think of Jaune? The invincible girl asked, staring at me with wide eyes. What do I think of Jaune? The Amazon responded by nodding her head positively. He seems like a nice guy. He brought pancakes for me and tea for Ren, so he can't be a bad person. My answer seemed to ease Pyra's tension. Yeah, I like him a lot too. Like him a lot, huh? Her body tensed up again, but this time, she avoided looking me in the eyes. You didn't say like. Seriously? Where did I get that idea? Pyra shivered. I know where you got that from. She turned to face me, looking afraid, as if I were pointing a gun at her. You got that from a certain skinny blonde guy with a heart of gold, didn't you? Once again, she turned away. She couldn't muster the courage to meet my eyes. Oh, Pyr, I said, holding back a laugh. I think the fearless leader is a nice guy, but I don't have feelings for him. My last statement seemed to wash away all her stress. She relaxed, smiled serenely, and honestly. I think we're going to get along quite nicely. She concluded, extending her hand toward me. I calmly took her hand, expecting a firm handshake, but what I received was a pull, and the Mistral champion whispered threateningly in my ear. Just be careful not to belittle Jaune. He might be a bit weak right now, but we should support him. She pulled away from my face and stared at me with a colder fury than the ocean's depths. Do you agree with me, right? Crazy alert. Of course, I do. I need to hide everything sharp in this room. In fact, if anyone insults our fearless leader, send them my way, and I'll personally break their legs. My response seemed to satisfy her, judging by the smile on the redhead's face. Behind her, Rin appeared, concerned about me. I needed that. Thanks to the gods, a voice came from the bathroom door. Jaune emerged from the bathroom, distracting Pyrrha, who was currently ogling the scrawny blonde, shirtless. Why are you only wearing shorts? Good question, Rin. I shouldn't have to see his scrawny chest. I have a habit of sleeping shirtless, Jaune replied sheepishly. Is that a problem? That's a lack of common sense, but I can't bring myself to say it. Luckily, the best partner in the world came to my rescue. I think it is, Jaune. After all, we have 2 girls in the room. I can always count on you to be the voice of reason. I don't care. Pyrrha shouted. Geez, girl, calm down, it's getting embarrassing. Nora doesn't care either. Wait, what? Right? Insane and needy eyes stared intensely at me. Yep, tomorrow I'm hiding anything pointy or sharp in this room. You could at least take your shirt off only when you're going to sleep, I told the leader. Agreed. He said, putting his shirt on. Phew. Are you hungry? I have some food for you. She's already playing the wife role for him? It would be sweet if she weren't a psycho. Thanks, Pyr. Jaune took a spoonful of the stew but made a disgusted face. It's cold. Pyrrha gave a weak smile but replied. You took too long, and the cafeteria is already closed. Unfortunately, we don't have a microwave to heat it up. Jaune stared at the stew, deep in thought, until he snapped his fingers, an idea forming in his mind. He walked over to the bed, picked up his new sword, and placed its tip in the stew? Why? With a goofy smile, Jaune spoke up. Flame on! And his sword immediately burst into flames. Cool! I commented, pointing at the weapon. A flaming sword. Jaune grinned proudly, like a child who had just scored a winning goal. I can't help but like the guy. After all, using a flaming sword to heat food seems like something I would do. Pyrrha Nikos. Despite being injured and hungry, he devoured the stew in 3 gulps. Jaune seemed delighted. And from what he told me about the training, it wasn't just because he had a new weapon, it was because he was finally making progress. And then, she said that if I didn't pay attention, I'd get a ball to the face. Ha! Ball to the face. Nora teased. I have nothing against my teammate, but she could be a little more mature. After all, Jaune could have gotten hurt. That's what I told her, Jaune said, smiling at Nora. Yeah, it's very funny, Jaune. I love his humor, it's so simple and genuine. As soon as Jaune finished eating, he recounted everything he had done during the training. The exercise with the steel balls might seem brutal to an outsider, but it would accelerate Jaune's aura control. It will even help resolve the issues with his aura's resilience and fragility. Are you going to bring us food tomorrow too, fearless leader? This girl only thinks about food. Jaune looked disheartened and then shook his head. From Monday to Friday, early in the morning, I have a scheduled appointment with a personal trainer specialized in people with aura. That sounds odd. In my combat circuits, there were many doctors, messers, and personal trainers, but none of them claimed to be specialized in people with aura. The number of people with aura was much smaller compared to the general population. So no one in the healthcare field would dare make such a claim. That sounds expensive, Rin commented in a neutral tone. I thought the same thing, but the teachers said it would be free. Free? A personal trainer specialized in aura would be costly in the tournaments I've participated in. At first, I even suspected that this person might be a scam artist, but he was recommended by Glinda Goodwitch herself. It's impossible for him to be a fraud, especially while operating within Beacon. Well, I think it's wonderful that you're putting in so much effort, I responded. In return, John smiled at me. It was an enchanting smile that illuminated the young blonde's face, revealing perfectly aligned teeth that gleamed with a radiant touch of white. His eyes closed slightly, transmitting genuine joy, while his cheeks lifted gently, creating dimples that added a captivating charm to his expression. I heard a funny story from Team RWBY. Nora's voice pulled my attention back to the real world. Is it true that you turned down Young? Yes, John replied as if it were no big deal. Yang Xiaolong? Ren asked. That's her. The blonde with breasts as big as mine? Nora! Ren protested. It's true, hers just seem bigger because of the big cleavage. Getting back on track, I did turn her down. That doesn't make sense. Nora, stop! Ren complained again, attempting to quiet down his partner. Don't take it the wrong way, you're a nice guy, but you're not that nice. John chuckled awkwardly at Nora's comment, but it didn't seem to dent his ego. I understand what you're saying, but I barely know her, and now I want to focus on my training. That's very mature of you, Rin said in a monotonous tone. That's very virgin of you, too, Nora added. This time, Rin didn't say anything, he just stared at her. It's okay, Rin. Any man would be considered crazy to reject her, but a relationship with her seems like it would be too beguiling. Beguiling is a real word? Yes, it is, Nora. Despite their back and forth, Rin didn't seem tired. He must have a lot of experience dealing with his partner. Now, if you'll excuse us, I'm going to sleep. John wished us good night, smiling at each of us, but I could swear that his smile was bigger and more genuine when it was directed at me. Good night, Pyr. Good night, John. I have to protect that smile. John is too pure for this world. You are listening to Story. We lost our Patreon temporarily and because of Stripe, MasterCard and Visa. Refusing to support NSFW content, forcing a lot of creator platforms to either cancel sales altogether or severely restricted what they allow on their platforms. So if you want to support Story and/or join our community, we have a subreddit. For now, we aren't allowing anyone except us to post, due to no mods, to help us regulate the subreddit properly. We will look for other places to upload audios in the meantime. But this is the only place to support us for right now. Would train with a personal trainer specialized in aura users. I thought it would be a hunter with a background in physical education or even medicine. Haha. Fresh air, open space, trees, and occasional grims popping up to make the training more interesting. The voice belonged to my personal trainer. I'll never understand these youngsters who prefer training in safe and boring gyms. Port, my personal trainer, was the annoying, chubby, short, old, and possibly senile Professor Peter Port. Perplexed, I reread the message Glinda sent me at 6 a.m. Golden MILF. Mr. Jaune Arc. I trust this text finds you well. I am writing to formally inform you about the upcoming personal training session arranged for you. As you are aware, the initiation site at the cliff holds significance in your training journey. I would like to inform you that your designated personal trainer is already prepared and waiting for you at the aforementioned location. The purpose of this training session is to further enhance your skills and abilities, ensuring your progress as a student of Beacon Academy. Your commitment to this training is commendable, and I believe it will contribute significantly to your growth and development. Should you have any inquiries or require further clarification regarding this training session, please do not hesitate to reach out to me directly. Your dedication to your studies and training is greatly appreciated. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I look forward to witnessing your continued growth and success as a student of Beacon Academy. Sincerely, Glinda Goodwitch. Why so formal? And there was no mistake, Port is indeed my trainer. He was waiting for me alone with no equipment except for 2 coolers, and why is he shirtless? No words, my young man? Haha. It's to be expected, not everyone gets the chance to train with a living legend like me, commented the shirtless professor. Despite being old and having a prominent belly, the professor had large, thick, muscular arms, matching his well-defined chest. He looked like Izumi Curtis's husband, but old. How does he hide all that muscle under his uniform? How long are we going to train? No need to worry about time, we have the whole day just to focus on sculpting our bodies, the professor replied, flexing his biceps. Who is this old man showing off to? But what about my grades? I have a class with Dr. Oblek in 2 hours. Calm down, my young man, I've thought of everything. I wrote a note for Professor Ashbin to excuse you from Bart's class. Oh, crap. You'll just have to write a 50-page essay on a historical event or something of the sort. Oh, crap. Glinda informed me that you have 0 training, is that true? In response, I lowered my face and avoided the professor's gaze. Don't worry, young man. After 1 day of training, you'll feel like a new man, a better man. I've never been motivated and insulted at the same time. This guy must be a motivational coach. You'll also like. As it's your first day of training, we'll start light. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and to finish, a 10 km run, said the professor, who was stretching. What? This must be a joke. This is Saitama's training routine. I'm nearly a couch potato, and this crazy old man wants me to do the One Punch Man workout? This training seems impossible for someone without physical preparation, Port stopped stretching and looked confused in my direction. Someone like me. Haha. It's true that you're weak and unprepared, easily blown away by a gentle breeze. Oh, my ego. But you have aura, young man. Your endurance will already be higher than normal. Really? I didn't expect that. But of course, I'm always right. He crouched down and got into a push-up position on the ground but didn't start right away, waiting for me to join. I positioned myself next to the professor and asked one last question. I'd like to ask something before we start. And what would that be? I'll do whatever you ask and put in my best effort, but I want the right to complain and whine as much as I want. A bit unconventional for my taste, but I accept your proposal. Thank you, Professor. The pleasure is mine, John. I've always wanted a student who would obey me for a whole day. A whole day? Enough talk, start sweating, you useless worm. Yes, sir. I shouted in response to the professor's commands by instinct. Pira Nikos. As soon as I finished putting on my uniform, I notice a message from John on my scroll. Jaune Arc. Hey Pyr. Today you guys go to class without me. I'll be stuck with Professor Port all day. See you tonight if I survive. Another private lesson? I know John has potential due to his semblance and the amount of aura he has, but making him skip regular classes for one-on-one training, that's not normal. I get the feeling that John is hiding something. I shake my head, trying to rid myself of the negative thoughts and uncertainty. I hope he doesn't get hurt. After all, Professor Port's reputation as a trainer has reached Mistral. The Mad Forger, that's what he's known as. John will suffer a lot today. His muscles will be torn, bones broken, and tendons twisted. A true hellish training. Everyone who trains with him comes out with incredible results, as if their bodies were forged on a battlefield. But the psychological damage he inflicts is always devastating. That's why no one trains with Port more than once. It takes months for students to recover mentally, and by then, any physical gains are lost. Ren, wake up Nora. John's busy with Professor Port, but we have to go to Professor RWBY's class. No problem, said the Mistral boy as he went to wake up his partner. And I think he's a doctor, actually. Seriously, Ren? I asked, annoyed. Just making an observation, Ren replied with a sheepish smile. I sighed tiredly. Ren and Nora aren't bad people, but I didn't click with them as well as I did with John. It's going to be impossible for us to train together tonight. Original point of view. You fat old fucker. Despite being weak and out of breath, I still made sure to insult whenever I could. After the workout, every muscle in my body felt like it had been turned into a symphony of pain and protest. Every step was like walking on coals, as my muscles tried to rebel against the idea of continued movement. Every time I tried to sit down, it was as if my body was playing a prank on me, turning a simple action into an Olympic challenge. Even breathing was causing pain in the muscles of my lower back. I must say, I'm not a fan of your slurs. He commented on the monster in the shape of an obese elderly man who didn't drop even a drop of sweat after 3 hours of training. But I did my part. I spat out my answer with what little breath I had recovered. And because of that, I am not sending you to detention. He threw me 2 transparent bottles, one of which had water and the other had a white, viscous liquid inside. Now drink, you need energy. I'll say that I'm not really in the mood to drink this stuff, because it looks like hentai jizz, but I gave my word I'd do whatever he asked. What did you think of the taste? Asked Port as soon as I took the first sip. Shit. I complained loudly. Sour on top of that, what is that? Yes, it tastes horrible, but this shake has everything your body needs: protein, carbs, healthy fats, antioxidants, and electrolytes. Damn! It has everything, it just lacks hydration. Nothing replaces water, young man, now drink it all in 2 bottles. Said Port, clapping his hands. In the meantime, I'm going to work on your body. The professor's hands began to glow as his fingers curled weirdly, as if he was Kazuma from Konosuba. Fuck off, old man. I tried to get away, but the muscle pain in my thigh caused me to stumble and fall flat on my face. The teacher took advantage of my fall and sat on my thighs, pinning me to the ground. Wait the fuck. Hands off, you old pervert. I'm straight. Unbelievable, I'm going to be raped in the world of RWBY? If I had to have sex with a man, it could at least be Crow or even Ironwood with a beard. With my eyes closed, I waited for my ass to be violated, but nothing approached my buttocks. In fact, Port had grabbed me by the thighs and a strange heat began to take over my body as he massaged me. Ha! Stop squirming and let me work, boy. Muscle pain and fatigue started to disappear from my thighs. What is it? Is it his semblance? After the massage, I got up quickly, without even remembering that I was all bruised up from training. How are your legs? Are they okay? In fact, I feel like they are lighter. Ha ha, laughed the proud professor. My semblance works in conjunction with the aura of the target I touch. This way I speed up the healing process, but you still need to provide the necessary nutrients for muscle enhancement, so drink the entire bottle. Is he a healer? That's why I have such a sculptural body. I can do the hardest and most harmful training possible, because my semblance will heal all injuries and make me stronger. As I sipped the white shake, Port went to every muscle group in my body, massaging as well as healing fatigue and soreness. When he finished, I felt so much better and so much stronger. This is amazing. I don't even feel the post-workout pain. I see you're not as stupid as the other teachers think. Ouch! Thank you, I responded sarcastically. Wait a second. Do the teachers think I'm stupid? Only professors of theoretical classes, weapons training and maintenance, survival, first aid, and all those who teach elective subjects. That is, all of the faculty except Glinda, Ajban, and you? Yes, that seems correct to me. It seems I have yet to prove myself to most of the Beacon teachers, the only one I know from the series being Bartholomew Ublek, the teacher I'm missing from class right now. I admit it was good practice. I bet if I run maybe I'll catch the end of Ublek's class. As soon as I tried to take a step forward, a heavy hand was present on my shoulder. The pressure of the grip made the bones in the region creak and prevented me from moving forward. Where do you think you are going? If it wasn't for Aura, he would have broken my shoulder on the spot. That was just our first series. Series? What are you talking about? We're going to do another set of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and to top it off a 10K run. My blood froze instantly. Again? Yes. Only faster this time. Are you crazy? Port frowned at the time. You may have the right to complain as much as you like, but I am not obliged to put up with your rudeness, he said as he combed his mustache with his fingers. Because of that, we are going to do 150 of each exercise, and the race will be 15 kilometers. Speechless and open-mouthed, I began to think of a reason to stop. This is crazy. Will he spend all day breaking and reassembling me? Is that why he brought those coolers of water and sour cum? No. I have to get away from this madman. But then, how will I face my team afterwards? Of course I can't force you to do anything. You can quit at any time. You can even spend the rest of the day in your room if you want. His voice was tender and didn't have an ounce of judgment. Even with the teacher's support, I still felt a feeling of guilt beginning to take over my mind. Ren and Nora were orphans with nothing and no one in the world, and yet they entered Beacon honestly. Pyrrha would move the world to help me be a better huntsman, Glinda worked overtime to help me with Aura, and as insane as Port's training was, it was already paying off. I stared at the old teacher who was also examining me. He looked like a dwarf from RPG with those big, defined arms, beer belly and mustache. To stay 100% faithful, he just needed a beard. Fuck man. I need to concentrate. I can't give up now. This is my best chance to catch up with the protagonists. It's okay. What did you say, young man? Come on, old man, let's work out. I'll do all the shit you say, but I better become the strongest first-year student, or I'm going to stick your musket axe up your ass. In response, the professor laughed out loud. Ha ha. That's the spirit, young man, said the excited teacher. It doesn't matter if you have a foul mouth. I don't care if you didn't have any training before entering Beacon. What matters is that you have the courage and willingness to face your problems head-on and work to get rid of your weaknesses. Too much talk for too little exercise, you old fart. Ha ha. What followed were the most intense and painful hours of my 2 lives. I sweated, bled, cried, vomited, and broke my bones more times than I'd like to admit, but I didn't give up. I wouldn't have made it without Professor Port. His semblance and words of motivation dragged me to the end of the training. By the end of the day, we had spent a total of 11 hours of training. We were attacked by Grimm 7 times, and each time, Port engaged the creatures in combat without any weapons. He defeated them quickly and then returned to the exercises, moving faster than I did to catch up. It's infuriating how awesome this guy is. About the time I was ambushed in the forest while taking a dump. I'd rather not comment on that. How are you, young man? Physically, I'm fine, but I have a weird headache. It's from exhaustion. I recommend eating something and going straight to bed. I can't. I have plans. What could an exhausted young man want to do after so much training that isn't eating and sleeping? Port thought aloud as he stroked his mustache. I appreciate the training, but my personal life is none of your business. So, are you meeting a lady? Damn nosy mustache son of bitch. Take my advice, John, train from Monday to Saturday and rest on Sundays. That sounds a bit monotonous. Haha. You'll understand when you're older. I know. It's ironic to hear that when I have 2 lives under my belt. Same time tomorrow? My question caught the professor off guard. What do you mean by tomorrow? Aren't we going to train anymore? Do you want to train more? The professor seemed incredulous at my decision. Don't take this the wrong way, I've already noticed the difference with your crazy destructive training. But I'm still probably one of the weakest in the class. Muscles were starting to show on my body, but I still had some fat on my belly and arms. I stared the professor in the eyes, and he still seemed shocked. I need to train more. It was a bit hard to interpret Port's expression, but his next action was quite straightforward. The sweaty, hairy old man hugged me. Ha ha. Splendid, incredible, you, my young man, are a man among men. I wanted to complain and shout at him to let me go, but if I did that, I'd end up with his chest hair in my mouth. You can't keep missing classes every day, so we'll meet here before sunrise, where I'll train your muscles until you break, then I'll heal you and send you to the classroom. Fine, but let go of me, you fat Sam Elliott. But go on, you only have a few hours until curfew. Go to your date. I don't even bother correcting him. I don't want to keep Pyrrha waiting. My training with Pyrrha wasn't as productive as with Port. After all, I accumulated almost 11 hours of continuous mental stress and had a headache due to exhaustion. In the end, she only managed to teach me how to hold the shield correctly and not as if it were an umbrella without a handle. This had to be the first time Pyrrha made a joke with me. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday were less extreme days. In the morning, before classes, I would meet with Port using my speeder bike, so I could already practice a bit with it. We did 2 hours of intense training, which was brutal and, according to the professor, harmful to the body if you weren't an aura user, as aura could heal muscle strains and bone fractures instantly with his semblance's help. After the physical training, it was time for classes. On Wednesday, I was publicly beaten for the first time by Carden Winchester because, of course, it had to be him. In the afternoon, I studied with my team, followed by more aura training with Glinda or combat training with Pyrrha if it was Tuesday or Thursday. Nora applauded my effort to stop being a featherweight weakling chicken. In her case, I was already expecting the jokes and nicknames. On Saturday, my team was hoping for me to take it easy, but I scheduled a supervised combat training session with Professor Port. Pyrrha was an excellent fighter, but she didn't have a background as a teacher. Practicing the basics that Pyrrha taught me under the supervision of the veteran professor was to make sure I wasn't developing any wrong habits from the Mistral champion. Before the training, I thought Port was going to beat me up and rub my face on the ground. Make me pay for all the curses of the week, but he stayed on the defensive, waiting for my attacks and correcting my posture. As soon as it was 11 o'clock, Port interrupted the training. "I think you've done enough for today, my young man." "For today?" "Because this week you've worked out, studied, trained aura with Glinda, and had combat training with Miss Nikos." "But I'm still the weakest in the school, damn it. I'm weaker than a senior in a prep school." "Yes, absolutely. I thought you were going to motivate me to train less." "Mr. Arc." He sighed tiredly. "May I be honest with you, John?" "Ha." The first time he called me by my first name, usually, he calls me Mr. Arc, young man, or something like that. "You are undoubtedly the weakest student in our school." Ouch. "But in this first week, you have already proven to be one of the best in terms of effort." "Seriously?" I replied incredulously. "Who would have thought? I'm the Rock Lee of the RWBY universe. Do you know how many students, besides you, have trained with me for a whole week? This year or last year?" "Just one, John, since I started teaching at Beacon." "Only one? Why? Who is this guy?" "This guy was a lady, John, Raven Branwen." "Yang's mother?" The professor raised an arched eyebrow, studying me closely. "You'll also like." "And how do you know that information?" the suspicious professor said, crossing his arms. "It's just that Lee, like you know. Ruby told me about her uncle, and—" "Don't stutter, spit out the truth." "Ruby told me." Miss Rose wouldn't reveal such sensitive information about her older sister, even if you are her dear friend. Darn it, this guy is smarter than he looks. "I'm waiting, John." The professor's tone was serious and heavy, he wouldn't swallow any lies now. "I'm still not sure if he's part of Ojban's inner circle, I need to say something to distract him." "I'm dating Young." Port froze instantly. An uncomfortable silence hung in the air, but neither of us said anything or even moved for at least 1 minute until the professor began to laugh. "Haha, well done, John," he said, slapping my back. "Even though you're pathetic in combat, you managed to win over someone as beautiful as Young. You really are a great man." Phew. To deal with this guy, I just need to remember that in the end, he's just an old man. "Keep it up, and you'll have a harem as big as mine." Repeat that. "Keep it up?" The other part. "A harem as big as mine?" "Do you have a harem?" "Of course, my young man." Port laughed as if I had asked something silly. "I have 11 wives." "You have a football team of wives?" The old and robust professor beamed with pride at my surprise. "I admit that I have more wives than some people expect, but it's perfectly normal for a successful hunter to have multiple wives." "Why?" "That doesn't make sense. For every 5 huntsmen, we have 4 huntresses, but when it comes to civilian fighters without aura, the overwhelming majority are men, and those men, most of them don't live long." "What's the gender ratio in the general population, hunters and civilians?" "I'd say it's 2.5 women for every man." Damn! But what about the huntresses? Do they have harems too? I'd say the minority of them, as most women prefer a man who is as strong as they are, and although I see the appeal in a strong woman. He turned his back to finish speaking. Most men prefer gentle women who depend on them. It seems like men have the upper hand when it comes to relationships. It doesn't seem like a good trade-off when you consider that almost 60% of the male population dies before the age of 30, the professor commented. I take back the nonsense I just said. But I'm still intrigued. Why do you have so many women? Is it all about desire or a show of power? Actually, I wanted to have only one wife when I was young, but her older sister became a widow when she was pregnant. My dear Amelia asked me to marry her older sister so that she could enjoy the rights of a huntsman wife. Huntsmen and huntresses have benefits? Many, John. Pensions for mothers, full scholarships for basic and preparatory combat education. Not to mention that their families pay almost no taxes. 6 of my brides were widows I never slept with. And the other 5? A gentleman never boasts about his conquests, my boy. Port said in an indignant tone. But I also admit I'm not made of iron. This guy is a beast. But is it really necessary for the government to make life easier for huntsmen and huntresses? Is it because they are vital to the kingdom? Yes, but also to encourage hunters to have children. If you don't need to spend money on your children, you're more motivated to have a large family. That's quite interesting. It reminds me of those countries in my other life encouraging the population to have more than 2 children. Now get out of here, and I don't want to hear about your training until Monday. I think the professor is right. I'll take it easy for the rest of this weekend. Maybe treating Team JNPR to lunch will lift their spirits. Weiss Schnee. RWBY invited us to a team-building activity, and I have to admit, I was initially impressed with her proactive approach in her leadership role. For a moment, I thought we would have mentoring or at least an informal conversation with some older year teams, but no. What awaited us was just lunch with Team JNPR. Not that building relationships with our neighbors is a bad thing, networking is essential in the world of business, and as a huntress, it's no different. It's just that I expected something more than. In the middle of the night, exclaimed a female voice, trying to be dramatic. It was daytime, her partner corrected. I expected more than a picnic in the cafeteria. Nora was telling a bizarre story while Rin tried to correct her. Blake was reading 2 books at once while eating a tuna sandwich. Pyrrha and Yang exchanged threatening glances while RWBY explained to John how Valkyrie's weapon worked. In these holes, you put the grenades, RWBY explained, holding Nora Valkyrie's weapon. Neat. Groaned the buffoon with his mouth full. Is it possible to use the grenades with something other than dust? I have great respect for those seeking knowledge, especially when they go above and beyond, but instead of taking notes, that brute was eating a rib bone as if he were a dog while RWBY explained the weapon details. The weapon's design is simple, I don't see why not. However, you need a minimum amount of dust for the grenade launch. Ahem. Arc grumbled. I have never witnessed such a crude act at the table in my life. He looked like a caveman feasting on his catch. Thank you, RWBY, you're a bad motherfucker when talking about weapons. RWBY clapped her hands as if she were a 10-year-old girl who had just received a pony. When someone uses foul language in our dorm, RWBY makes the offender put 20 lean in the swear jar, but when John speaks, you clap? John continued to devour the meat, tearing it from the bone with his teeth, as if he were a savage, brutish, primitive, robust, manly, virile. What? Calm down, Weiss. He may have gained some muscles this week, but he's still the same dumb, weak, and idiotic blonde as always. That's right, he's the worst student in terms of combat and knowledge, and yet, he gets private lessons from Professor Port and Goodwitch. Who are you, Jaune Arc? At first, I thought he was an opportunist for approaching the smartest and most powerful female students in the first year, but he proved to be just a common fool. It's not a big deal not knowing who Piranikos is if you're not a sports fan, reclusive, and don't pay attention to gossip shows. But the Schnee Dust Company is a global company with an almost monopoly on Remnant's most important energy source. Not only because of the size of the SDC, but with the White Fang terrorist attacks, not a day goes by without news about the tension or an attack on a dust shipment. A person with that level of ignorance would be close to being diagnosed with some form of intellectual disability. Ouch! That hurts, cried a female voice in pain. Please, stop. It was a Faunus student with rabbit ears being harassed. Ha! I told you they were real. And Carden Winchester was her aggressor. What a freak. Lately, I've been in a sour mood because of the White Faun's actions, but that doesn't mean it's appropriate to harass innocent Faunus, especially those studying to become huntsmen and huntresses. Atrocious. Pyrrha, as always, the voice of reason. I can't stand people like him. A loud thud echoed through the table, and when we looked to Ruby's side, we saw that John had put his foot on the table while holding Maghild in its grenade launcher form, pointing it at Winchester. You know. I thought the same thing. Jaune Arc, I exclaimed, standing up. You're not foolish enough to fire a loaded weapon in the cafeteria, are you? Smiling, he replied. Unfortunately, I am. The distance was less than 5 meters, so it's no surprise that the grenade would hit the target dead on. I closed my eyes as John pulled the trigger, expecting an explosion and screams, but what followed was just a muffled and wet sound. What the hell is this? It smells so bad. As I opened my eyes, I was met with an unexpected scene. The grenade exploded directly on target, but it wasn't incendiary or any other dust effect. It drenched Carden in purple ink. Disgusting, Blake complained, covering her nose with a napkin and leaving the table, running out of the cafeteria. Disgusting? But it was just paint, wasn't it? Carden began to cough and gag, as if he wanted to vomit. John ran to the shocked Faunus student who was being harassed by Team CRDL and led her out of the cafeteria. Carden stood up, covered in paint, and ran out of the cafeteria with his team, who were also coughing. Well done, leader, Nora shouted. Of course, the troglodyte on the team would approve of her leader's childish revenge. Sniff, sniff. What's that smell? Ruby said, getting up from the table. It was sour, rotten, like a mix of garlic and sewage. Students began running out of the cafeteria as if it were on fire. Where did John get a paint bomb with such a horrible smell? Nora asked, rushing out of the cafeteria. It must be his semblance, Jan replied. Keep it down, you promised to keep it a secret, Blake reminded her. Jan grumbled quietly but nodded in agreement. John's creation semblance, the one thing that made him unique, would be useless to anyone else. But with his monstrous aura reserves and enviable creativity, John had proven to be extremely useful in combat with his unconventional tactics. We gathered under a tree with benches, and John was not around. If this smell sticks to my hair, I'll kill him, Jan growled. Indestructible shield, high-tech armor, synthetic adhesive capable of holding a giant nevermore, and now foul-smelling paint. What else do you know, Arc? Do these creations have patents? Maybe he has something that could revolutionize the market, something I can use to solidify my position as the heiress of the SDC. Why is she hugging John? Nora pointed to John, who was away from our group. The blonde was being embraced by the girl with rabbit ears. An admirer? Blake asked. Look at that, Pyrrha commented with closed eyes. How cute. That strange smile with closed eyes sent shivers down my spine. I hope you're okay, Nikos. Before John could react to the hug, the girl let him go, gave a small bow, and ran off. You're not paying attention to the most important thing, RWBY exclaimed. John created stink paint. Hee hee. I know, it's awesome. Nora laughed. Can he lend me like 20 cans of it? Nora, no, said the only rational man I've met in this school besides the headmaster. But you don't even know what I want it for, Nora complained, pouting with crossed arms. The potential for destruction is infinite, so no, he replied. Nora seemed prone to chaos, but what harm could she do with a few cans of foul-smelling paint? It's just stink paint, Jaune commented. Aside from being a cool prank, what else can you do with that? Normal students would see this as a cowardly act by John, RWBY explained. But he created, in seconds, a viscous liquid substance that can stick to a target and empty civilians from a location. Okay, this paint was more useful than I had thought. This way, the target is marked, making it difficult for them to escape, and civilians will avoid them due to the smell, RWBY added. Besides deterring civilians, the smell can be used as a tracking aid, Blake added. The smell? Jaune asked. Accompanied by trained dogs or a faunus with a keen sense of smell, John could track the person marked by the smell, and the paint would make it difficult for the target to hide among the crowd, Blake concluded. Placing my hand on my chin, I began to ponder even more about Jaune Arc's semblance abilities. Excuse me, Pyrrha. Yes, Weiss. Does John have a background in chemistry, or had he researched the solution that was used today? Nikos blinked in surprise at my question and glanced briefly at John, thinking about the answer. I don't think so. He was very busy during this first week at Beacon with physical and aura training, and he didn't use any of the Academy's labs. Any chance he studied this before coming to Beacon? I doubt it. John didn't have formal hunter education before coming to Beacon. And I didn't see anything resembling a chemistry kit among his belongings. How do you know what's in the fearless leader's things? The sound of the discussion between Valkyrie and Nikos was drowned out by my thoughts. Did he really create this on the spot? This paint could be used by huntsmen or conventional military forces in any of the kingdoms. At least in Atlas, he could earn royalties and live without worrying about money for a long time. A knot formed in the pit of my stomach just thinking about what I should do, but there's no other way. I, Weiss Schnee, of the Schnee Dust Company, need to build a closer relationship with Jaune Arc. Bad news, I lost my beef rib. Press F. But on the bright side, I tested the creation of special ammunition with my semblance using aura, got a little revenge on Carden, and even earned some points with Velvet on top of it. Overall, it's been a good day. Arc. We need to talk. I spoke too soon. Weiss approached me with a serious face, not that she had any other expression during the first season. Is she here to complain about the smell? Velvet didn't complain, and she was at the epicenter of my bomb, not to mention her faunus sense of smell was better than that of humans. Speak up, Snow White, what's going on? The girl in white glared at me with disdain over the nickname. I was never a big fan of Weiss, especially in the early chapters, and I'm not interested in having to make an effort to accelerate her character development. I'll overlook the disrespect. Disrespect? It was just a nickname. I'd like to talk about your semblance. I scratched my chin, thinking about what would happen to the series canon if Weiss had access to my semblance. No, thanks. I replied, turning away from her and heading toward my team. Arc, wait! Ashbin is already sour because I created 2 magical items without his permission. Although there's no efficient way to locate magic users, he said tracking magical items was more plausible. I promised not to make weapons too powerful to attract attention. Jaune Arc, I haven't finished speaking with you, come back here this instant. There goes my dream of making a Megazord. You're wasting your money, you fool. Money? I stop immediately and spin on my heels. How much? She opens an arrogant smile, as if she were an anime villain about to start a monologue. More money than you've ever seen in your life or will ever have a chance to see. I stop her with my raised hand. Save me the speech. This is a bad idea, and I shouldn't entertain her. I should tell her to go to hell and never ask me about it again. I won't discuss my semblance with you, in public. The heiress gives me a victorious smile. I need to keep my semblance a secret, but I also want a Megazord in the near future. And this whole thing about promising Ashbin not to make powerful weapons, a Megazord is a giant robot, not a weapon, they just come with giant swords, laser cannons, and explosives. You know what, screw what Ashbin wants, he's the last person in this world who can complain that someone lied to him. There's a cafe in the city of Vale, at Legion Spring, frequented by important people who need to conduct discreet business. Sounds like a place frequented by Jeffrey Epstein's friends. Okay, but you're paying. Me? The gentleman should pay in this kind of situation. You'll also like. First of all, Snow Angel, you're the one who wants this date, and second, the gentleman pays when he's in the company of a lady. Ouch! Blake exclaimed from a distance that a human shouldn't be able to hear. Belladonna, you're terrible at hiding your identity. Oh, okay. Weiss stammered, swallowing her anger and indignation. I'll be covering our dinner. You'll regret it, girl. I haven't had a proper lunch, and I'm dying to have some expensive cuts of red meat. Weiss schnee. Perfect. I commented, looking at myself in the mirror. I was wearing one of my white executive suits with the snowflake-shaped pins symbolizing SDC, elegant and perfect for business meetings. My hair was down, giving me a more mature look. Avip note, on my Twitter X, at AvipBR, I made a draw of her with this outfit using AI. Wow, Weiss! Young exclaimed. You look gorgeous, like you're going to the sexiest business meeting in the world or the dullest sexy date in the world. How can this girl's rudeness and lack of elegance still surprise me? Weiss is going on a sexy date? RWBY asked, taking her eyes off one of her comics. Yes, and with none other than Jaune Arc. Blake replied, suppressing a giggle. May I know what's funny, Belladonna? She shook her head, smiling as she closed the book she was reading. I just find it funny how John, even though he's the worst student in the first year, managed to have 2 girls interested in him. True, Young commented. That girl from the second year makes sense because he helped her, but now Weiss Cream here is also after the scrawny blonde? Yeah, there's also that Faunus girl. Blake added. So it's 3 because I was talking about you, Young. Wow, Blake, you're so funny that I forgot to laugh. The irony in Yang's voice was clear to everyone except, of course, RWBY. Yang likes John? No, it was just a misunderstanding, replied her older sister. Yang hit on John, but he friend-zoned her. Read your porn, girl, grumbled Yang. It's not porn. It's a drama, you uncultured swine. I can't believe my sister and my BFF hit on my friend without saying anything to me. RWBY whined. May I know why you're upset about it? Asked Yang, trying to regain her authority as the older sister. Focus, Weiss. Ignore these gossip mongers. You have to convince John that it's lucrative to be by your side, maybe make him sign an exclusivity contract for the sale of his creations. Hey Weiss! Jan shouted from the bedroom entrance. Your boy toy is here. That girl exhausts me. John, on the other hand, laughed and shook his head, looking at my teammate. You don't need to be jealous, you still have a chance to win me over. What? A shy young Xiaolong is a rare sight, stuttering nervously? That was the first time I saw it. Fuck you. Only after the first date. Ha! Blake punctuated. Ugh. Jan grumbled. You are such a pain in the ass. For that, only after getting married. A tense and uncomfortable silence settled in Team RWBY's dorm room, but it was broken in a few moments by Blake, who fell off the bed from laughing so hard. I don't get it, why get married? RWBY asked. When you're older, I'll explain it to you, her sister replied, her face redder than a tomato. Get him out of here before I beat him up. For this kind of thing, I think a third date is enough. Out now. Both of you. At an incredible speed, I'm kicked out of my own room. Wow, you look beautiful, Weiss, Arc commented. A professional look without compromising your beauty. That was appropriate? Thank you, Arc. Maybe I was wrong about John, perhaps he is a decent human being. And you are in plain jeans and a white shirt. I didn't even try to hide my disappointment. Comfort first, he said, with a silly smile. He could have at least worn a combination of dress pants and a shirt. Is everything okay, John? Pyrrha asked, at the door of Team JNPR's dorm. I heard yelling. Yang's mad because I have a date with Weiss. Eek! A metallic creak echoed through Beacon's halls. Really? Asked the invincible girl with closed eyes. It's just a business dinner, I have a proposal for Arc. In response, Pyrrha breathed a sigh of relief. Like a marriage? John asked. Creak. Ren, the window fell. Nora shouted from inside the room. Is everything okay in there? John asked. I can reschedule with Weiss and help fix this window. From the noise, it sounds like something is wrong in the metal part. Don't worry, John, you can go to your date. The drawn-out way she said it, combined with the icy stare she's giving me, is colder than any Atlas winter I've ever experienced. Okay, see you later, let's go Snow White. Creak. What is going on? Are the windows trying to run away? At the bottom of my proposal list for John was a marriage proposal, a last resort, after all political marriages were common in Atlas high society. But I think it would be prudent not to bring up that proposal for now. Original point of view. I should have foreseen this. This place of elegance and grace must be uncommon for you, Arc, and since today everything is on me, order whatever you like. At Legion Spring is one of those pretentious gourmet coffee shops with few options and high prices. Coffees. Diamond Espresso 100.00. White Gold Coffee 150.00. Lavender and Honey Latte 200.00. Exclusive Teas. Australian Lord Grey Tea 70.00. Silver Jasmine Tea 100.00. Sandwiches. Salmon Gravlax 300.00. Smoked duck breast with raspberry sauce 350.00. Gruyere cheese and caramelized onion sandwich 320.00. Avocado and hummus, vegan option 300.00. Delicate sweets. Raspberry and pistachio eclair 250.00. Vacuum lemon tartlet 250.00. Non-alcoholic drinks. Infused water 50.00. Fruit refresh 100.00. I don't know what's worse, the prices or that there are vegans in this world. On second thought, I remember that 5 lean is equal to $1, the prices are worse. For a drink, I'll have the fruit refresh, and for food, I'll take all the sandwiches and sweets on the menu. The waiter widened his eyes when I placed my order. Are you sure you'll be able to pay the bill, young man? The waiter's tone was snobbish and full of prejudice. But he's right on the assumption. I knew Weiss would bring me to an upscale place, just not this much. I need to buy some better clothes for this kind of occasion. You'd better be careful with your comments, or I'll have to inform the management that the guest of the SDC heiress was mistreated in this establishment. The waiter widened his eyes in fear and turned to Weiss, trying to apologize while stammering. This situation was bizarre. It looked like a Saudi prince had brought a beggar to eat at one of the city's most expensive restaurants. Once the waiter left our private room, I turned to Weiss. My heroine. Don't get me wrong, I did this for the SDC's reputation. Is that so? As shabby as you may look, you are still my guest, and an insult to you is an insult to my name. Weiss finished speaking, crossing her arms and puffing her chest out proudly. Wow! That was a pretty thunderous statement. You know, for someone who wants to discuss business with me, you don't hold back on offending me, do you? Weiss straightened up, staring at me with wide eyes, realizing the mistake she had made. I apologize, that was unprofessional of me. Enough of that, Weiss. I interrupted her before she could start her Shark Tank-style speech. Get straight to the point. The heiress took a deep breath to calm herself and pulled out her scroll. After entering some commands on her device, a holographic screen appeared on our side. I would like to start this meeting by thanking you for your presence. I responded with a fake yawn. Slightly irritated, Weiss continued her presentation. According to your words, you'd like me to skip my initial presentation with SDC data, sectors, and our sales reports from the past few years. Yes, please. I implored dramatically, lying down on the table. Okay, Weiss said, scrolling through 45 slides of sales reports. My ADHD and I wouldn't have survived this business borefest. What do I need to do to have you? Weiss asked, determinedly hitting the table with her hand. Wow! I exclaimed, impressed. What? The bewildered heiress asked. I was joking about you being interested in me. She arched an eyebrow, staring at me, not understanding anything. But with a statement like that, even I feel embarrassed. Weiss blushed with embarrassment as she realized the full extent of her last statement, but I have to congratulate the white-haired girl, she managed to maintain her composure and didn't even stutter. I want your semblance, your potential, your creations, and everything that comes in the future. Now I get it. Humph. Weiss huffed confidently. I can offer you $1,000,000 contracts. You could give up the life of a hunter and live comfortably until you die. Money is always good, but there's something more interesting that Weiss can provide me. Do you want details of my creations? For the SDC to study them, right? The girl in white replied by nodding her head affirmatively. Knock knock. Someone had knocked on the door. It must be our order. She was right, the sandwiches were placed on the table within our reach, even though the food was only for me. I grabbed a sandwich and took a bite. It was expensive, but at least it tasted good. What would you say if I had something that could render dust as an energy source useless? The girl in the white suit widened her eyes, shocked by my news. I would say I need evidence. With a silly smile on my face, I replied, MCS on. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to do? Magic, 9.3 points. Aura, 100%. I didn't need to speak the commands out loud. MCS, create an arc reactor model. But I liked the drama of speaking aloud in certain situations. Multiverse-Crafting system. Which resource would you like to use? Magic reverse, 9.3 points. Aura reserve, 100%. MCS, use aura. A golden mist manifested in my hand as I was drained of 3% of my aura. Weiss stared at my hand without blinking as the piece materialized in my hand. What is this? This is a blazing sphere of unattainable promises. This artifact shines with the sacred fire of innovation and fearlessness. A jewel of ingenuity, it burns with the intense brilliance of colliding stars, a miniature encapsulated sun. But do not be deceived, for its beauty is eclipsed by the grandeur of its utility. I paused for a few seconds just to increase the tension as the piece completed itself. The arc reactor. She swallowed hard as I continued my dramatic presentation. This is the quintessence of energy, a forge where the boundaries of the possible melt away, giving birth to unimaginable power. A symphony of dancing electrons, each one like contained thunder, sings a song of infinite possibilities. It is the engine of worlds, the spark that ignites the fuse of evolution, a beacon of courage in the midst of technological darkness. I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm saying that I can give you a perpetual energy source capable of generating 3 gigajoules per second. My goodness! Looks like she finally understood the magnitude of what I have in my hands. And is that a lot? Maybe not. Weiss Schnee. I couldn't follow half of what he said, but I understand the impossibility of perpetual energy. If what he said was true, Jaune Arc had in his hands the greatest invention of all time. A source of energy independent of dust, perpetual, generating 3 gigajoules per second. Which leads me to the following question. And is that a lot? John stared at me incredulously, with my ignorance. It's not my fault, as in my position as the heir of the Schnee Dust Company. I had classes on the basics of dust application and civilian use, but I am still specialized in finance and politics. Engineering was not exactly a priority for my father. Arc began to eat one of his sandwiches while murmuring with closed eyes. He seemed to be doing mental calculations. Beacon on average consumes something like 1 million lean per month, he informed me after devouring his first sandwich. How do you know that? Professor Goodwitch told me. Why would she provide you such information? I know the professor trains him in private lessons, but this doesn't seem like a topic to be addressed in aura training. If you have a perfect system where there is no waste of energy, the boy continued, ignoring my question. With this arc reactor, you could power 1,200 beacon academies. He punctuated the sentence by eating another sandwich. It can't be. That invention represents a loss of more than 1 billion lean for the SDC? No! John said it was perpetual. This loss would be 1 billion lean per month. The presence of one of these reactors in any one of the kingdoms of Remnant represents in the short term the end of the SDC's monopoly and its bankruptcy in the long term. What do you want, Arc? My voice came out harsher and more desperate than I would like to admit. The boy replied, licking his fingers after devouring his second sandwich. I am willing to provide you with everything I can as the heiress of the Schnee Dust Company, and whatever is beyond my reach, rest assured I will be your spokesperson when dealing with my father and the investors. I need Jaune Arc on my side. Apparently, he has no idea what he carries with him. Anything? He asked curiously. Yes, everything I can provide you will be yours. Could you answer me 2 questions before considering your proposal? He pointed 2 fingers at me as he ate his third sandwich. Questions? What does this brute want to know? The SDC does not have a good reputation when it comes to dealing with employees, especially if they are faunus. He went straight to the point, unafraid to stick his finger in the wound. Well, rest assured that the SDC strictly follows the laws of the realms when dealing with its employees. I guarantee that no infractions are committed in our mines and factories. That's not the issue, Weiss. John finished and took a sip of his juice before continuing. Can you tell me that the SDC is a moral and ethical company in the treatment of its employees? Especially the faunus? You'll also like. My training took over me, and I gave the protocol response. The SDC submits to the laws and authority of the kingdoms where it conducts its operations. John furrowed his brows and looked at me with disgust. Don't give me that media-trained bullshit, I want to know your opinion. His voice was louder and more intense than usual, making his presence weigh on my body. Is this the same boy who a few hours ago had detonated a stink bomb while covered in meat grease? I want to know about Weiss Schnee as a person, not the heiress girl propaganda bullshit. John finished speaking, stood up from the table, and punched it forcefully. The table shook under the weight of his fist. I've never seen John like this, so intense, so imposing, so strong, and mature. I'm waiting, Snow White. His tone was determined and dry, he had zero emotions. I took a deep breath to try to calm down, but without thinking, I replied. The SDC strives to do the minimum, not to break the law. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt my body weighed down by guilt. This was what I knew and what I was trained to deflect attention from. Time and money are spent through lobbyists to influence legislation and government policies in favor of the SDC. This was the kind of thing I kept in the back of my mind, that I tried to forget, so I could sleep at night without remorse. And now, admitting all of this out loud made my heart ache. But I need to continue. John's invention is too dangerous to fall into the hands of our competitors. I closed my eyes and continued, my body trembling. I have never witnessed it, but it is not incorrect to assume that bribes were used to pass inspections aimed at investigating mistreatment of employees. Still with my eyes closed, I swallowed hard to continue. Especially if they are faunus. Something wet and warm fell on the back of my hand. A tear? Another drop fell onto my lap, but this time I felt it running down my cheek. Am I crying? It seems like you needed to get that out. Still standing, he moved away from the table and walked toward me. I closed my eyes and turned to the side, trying to hide from his disapproving gaze. Weiss. He called me, but I tried to ignore him. Look at me now, Schnee. His commanding voice made me open my eyes in his direction. I looked at John, expecting to find contempt, disgust, and revulsion, but all I could see on his face was tenderness and compassion. Tears flowed silently down my face, marking a salty and bitter path. My heart felt clenched in an unrelenting fist of guilt and shame. It's okay. Now his voice was soft and gentle. He placed a hand on my shoulder and then knelt on one knee, looking me in the eyes, and continued to speak. It's important to me that you're honest about SDC's sins. The last statement sparked a glimmer of hope in me, relieving me a little from the pain of guilt and shame. Which brings me to the second question. I wiped away my tears using one of the napkins on the table, took a deep breath, and tried to compose myself. Do you want to change this? What? I stammered incredulously. What was he talking about? Do you, Weiss-Schnee, want to change this? The way the SDC treats its low-level employees, the discrimination and exploitation of the faunus? Do you accept the mission to change the company using your position as heiress and future CEO? They're just animals, why should we care about their rights? My father's voice begins to echo in my mind. We're doing them a favor by employing those filthy beasts. Do I have a choice? If we provide better conditions for these riffraffs, we'll bankrupt the company. Could I go against my father? The interests of the investors come first. Correct the mistakes of the SDC? This company owes everything to me. I wouldn't need to deceive myself or feel ashamed anymore. Nicholas was a pathetic fool. Should I oppose my father? Don't be useless like your mother or ungrateful like your sister. Yes! I screamed with tears running down my face once again, but this time with a determined look, a proud smile on my lips. I held John with both hands and declared aloud, I accept. Clang! The situation was intense, and we hadn't noticed that one of the waiters had opened the door on my last sentence. But we certainly noticed when he dropped the tray on the floor. Sorry, I came to SSCIF. He was a nervous wreck. Congratulations, and I'm sorry. The last part he said as quickly as possible. Before we could say anything, he hurried out of the room, slamming the door shut. Why was he so nervous? Was it because I yelled? John murmured as he got up from the floor. It seemed like he was scared and surprised by something. What could he have seen to cause such surprise? Could it be, oh no? He saw me on one knee facing you. John began. Oh no! And you were crying with happiness, saying I do and all that. Oh no! Maybe that looked like a marriage proposal? Shut up, Arc. Original point of view. After telling me to shut up and drowning her sorrows by stealing and eating my sweets, Weiss finally calmed down. I explained to her the mechanics of my semblance, how I create something temporary and permanent. I didn't use the term magic with her because I didn't feel like revealing half of Ojban's secrets. And how many points would you need to create a functional arc reactor? Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 50,000 magic points. Magic, 9.3 points. Aura, 100%. 50,000 points. That doesn't sound like much. That's around 25 million lean in dust. Oh. Yep. From inside her jacket, Weiss pulled out 2 vials of green dust. This is the type of dust I use the least, it's plant dust. Plant? I know that dust is ultimately a form of magic, but this is getting too weird. They're grade 4. She pushed the 2 vials toward me. I would like you to use them to create something for me. It can be small, but I want it to be something incredible enough to get my father's attention. Do I need to use all the points? Just give me something groundbreaking, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. Nice, I could upgrade my equipment. I took the 2 vials, and the window of my semblance appeared instantly. Multiverse-Crafting system. Dust detected. Would you like to absorb it? Magic, 9.3 points. Aura, 100%. As soon as I confirmed the absorption process, a thought popped into my mind. When I absorbed grade 2, it felt like someone stepped on my hand. What will it be like with grade 4? Especially 2 at once. Maybe I should have paid more attention to this detail before falling to my knees while my arm veins glowed neon green. I'm an idiot, I said while coughing on my knees. John? Weiss knelt beside me. I'll go get help. No! I shouted more to release the pain than to get her attention. This is normal, it will pass. My arm muscles felt like they were on fire, and my nerve endings seemed to be pierced by hot needles. The pain began to spread to the rest of my body, but it didn't decrease in intensity in my arms. In fact, it seemed to get worse. My vision started to blur, and I lost strength in my abdomen, falling forward. Arg! I fell to the ground, only saved from face-planting by supporting myself with my forearms. Now I was on all fours on the floor, sweating, trembling, and groaning in pain while one of the most influential girls on the planet was staring at me in terror. The only good thing is that it can't get any worse. Urgh! My shoe! Unless I vomit. After vomiting, the pain began to ease, and in a few seconds, my vision started to return to normal. As soon as I got up, I noticed that Weiss was looking at me horrified. Does this happen every time you absorb dust? I've never absorbed grade 4 before. I got up, feeling dirty. Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to do? Magic, 1009.3 points. Aura, 100%. Sorry. For what? Weiss stared at me as if surprised by my question. For causing you so much pain and making you vomit. Weiss was concerned about me, and she also seemed embarrassed. Grade 4 dust is not something that anyone can acquire. Even trainee hunters don't have contact with that kind of power. She's eager to take responsibility for her mistakes. That's something I hadn't noticed in the series. Is she different here, or am I just an idiot who didn't pay attention to the original show? Hee hee. Seriously, the chance of me not paying attention and her being different here is also quite high. Do you need anything? A glass of water, maybe a painkiller? Damn! You're really worried after my vomiting? Dare I be a jerk and take advantage of this moment of vulnerability to ask for something? Give me more dust. Priorities. You want more? She's offering candy, and she's surprised the kid wants more? I nodded affirmatively to her. You must be insane or a complete idiot to ask for more after what happened. Why not both? I replied, smiling like an idiot. Jaune Arc. Ha! Weiss sounds like a mother calling me by my full name. Wait! Is my middle name Romy? I can give you more. Yay! After we change rooms, and you take off that filthy clothes. Oh my gosh, Weiss! I exclaimed, pretending to be outraged. What did I say? It's bad luck to see the groom's body before the wedding. Bring up marriage or engagement again in my presence, and I'll encase you in a block of ice. Ouch! Are we clear? The icy and serious tone of her voice clarified that her threat was no joke. Despite having the shield, I would rather not turn into a capsicle. And Weiss was looking at me with the fury of a spoiled girl whose purse had been insulted. Yes, ma'am. Very well, now go clean yourself up, vomit boy. Ha! I got that reference. I hadn't intended to gain the reputation of Vomit Boy, but with these extra magic points, I can plan my road trip to Menagerie. You are listening to Story. We lost our Patreon temporarily, and because of Stripe, MasterCard, and Visa refusing to support NSFW content, forcing a lot of creator platforms to either cancel sales altogether or severely restricted what they allow on their platforms. So if you want to support Story and/or join our community, we have a subreddit. For now, we aren't allowing anyone except us to post, due to no mods, to help us regulate the subreddit properly. We will look for other places to upload audios in the meantime. But this is the only place to support us for right now. Weiss Schnee. As I went to a new VIP room, John headed to the staff restroom to freshen up and change his clothes. John tried to explain what had happened in the room, but the manager cut him off, saying he didn't need to justify himself because customer privacy was their priority. This attitude was both a relief and concerning. After all, what kind of business was conducted in this place? I'm here. I'll score a penalty. Speaking of concerning behavior. Arc's mocking voice announced his presence before he even finished opening the door. Let's talk about the extra dust that you dashed. I was cut off in the middle of my sentence by the sight that graced my eyes. John only needed to change his dirty t-shirt, so it shouldn't have surprised me to see the apprentice huntsman wearing different clothes. What surprised me was John's physique. The sight left me speechless. The tight white button-up shirt seemed tailor-made to accentuate every contour of his muscles. Every time he moved, the fabric of the shirt struggled to contain the strength beneath, and I couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to touch him, to feel the firmness of his skin against mine. I apologize for the barfing, but at least our meeting can't get any worse, right? Right. I replied automatically, not registering what he had said to me. He sat in front of me and began talking and smiling at me, and I found myself missing details of the conversation because my thoughts were entirely focused on him. The way his sleeves stretched over his defined arms was almost hypnotic, and I found myself wishing that I were responsible for making those buttons give way, releasing all that contained tension. On the day of initiation, I had talked to him, and at the time, he could barely fill out a size small tank top. Now he seemed to be bursting out of a size large formal shirt. What happened to you? Unable to control myself, I asked right away. Huh? Arc replied, not understanding me. I went to take a shower, and they gave me this shirt for an extra 5,000 lien on our bill. What a rip-off. No, you fool. I exclaimed, frustrated with the boy. How did you get so? Embarrassed to say it, I just pointed at his biceps. John looked at his arm, not understanding what I was referring to, and it took him almost a minute to grasp my question. How did I get so ripped? He replied, nodding his head in agreement. Port's been training me. Wow. I thought he was just getting extra lessons from Professor Port, but surviving the crazy forger seemed to bring quick results. If he's like this after 1 week, imagine what he'll be like after 1 month or even a year. So, can you please give me more dust? Yes, of course. I picked up 4 more grade 4 green dust vials. With a greedy smile on his face, John reached out to grab the vials. If what you're going to do for me surprises me, I said, pulling my hand away, and if you promise not to vomit. John scowled at my proposal but nodded in agreement to my terms. You'll also like. I'll absorb 1 at a time, that way I can better withstand the pain. What would you like me to do? It can be something simple, but preferably something that can be reproduced on a large scale. John leaned on the table and stared intensely. Despite looking in my direction, he seemed to be gazing at something in front of him with his eyes. How about a substitute for dust? Incredulous, I stared at the boy. Like the arc reactor? Much less powerful and much cheaper. Okay, let's suppose what you're saying is true. Stay calm, Weiss. It's impossible that this buffoon has something that could disrupt the dust industry. Could you explain to me what you mean by much cheaper? Without any warning, a golden mist appeared on the table, materializing a strange rectangular board, and I saw a series of bright rectangles made of a dark material lined up on the board, which should be the size of a small book. I made it small because the technology is what matters most. And what is it? A solar panel. All right, and what does a solar panel do exactly? It absorbs solar energy and converts it into electricity. I blinked in astonishment at how calmly and indifferently he proposed such a simple absurdity. I looked at the solar energy panel, and suddenly, everything fell into place. Furthermore, I realized that this technology had the potential to completely revolutionize the energy industry. The idea of capturing solar energy so directly and cleanly was simply incredible. I could envision a future where we wouldn't be so dependent on dust, where we could power our homes and businesses sustainably. It was as if I had found a key piece that would help me become the next CEO of the SDC. I imagine such revolutionary technology cost you at least 1,000 points. It cost me 50 points. That was very little. With 25,000 lean, you could barely buy a hunter-level weapon, and with that amount, John had created a revolution. I need to take this to my father. You're going to be a wealthy man, John. Hee. And how much will you make from this? Does he think I'll make money from his invention? I won't make anything, John. My proposition for this partnership is for you to provide me with these inventions to help me gain influence within the SDC. So, the more inventions you bring, the more influential you become? You're oversimplifying a bureaucratic political process within one of the largest companies in all 4 kingdoms, but it's clear that the more, the better. Once again, a golden mist took over the table, this time producing 2 things. The first was a white windmill attached to a metal box with a box on top. The second looked like a miniature dam. This here is a model of wind energy, Arc finished speaking, approaching the windmill, and as he blew on it, the lamp on the metal box lit up. And this here is a model of hydroelectric energy. To explain, he poured water into the back of the dam, and the model lit up inside. Wind and water-generated energy were not new, but his designs were highly advanced, as if a civilization had invested decades in renewable energy sources. Why did you make so many when I only asked for one? This is relatively cheap, and the more, the better. Yes, actually, that's great. I can tell my father and the board that I'm making connections and meeting with a young genius capable of creating technological wonders. Boo-hoo. Going with the fear tactic? Maybe someone invents something that could break the SDC. Yes, I exclaimed unintentionally. And that's why it's more prudent for us to hire him before any competitor does. I felt electrified. This was perfect. If my father didn't take me seriously, I could still instill fear in the board and bend his will. Now, pass the dust. Well, Jaune Arc is a greedy man? The kind of man who's easy to deal with. I handed him the 4 vials I had promised and an additional case with 10 grade 4 earth dust. John looked at me suspiciously but took all the vials. 10 extra? Our agreement is for you to give me only 1 item, I explained to the blonde boy, getting up and walking over to him. But you've gone above and beyond to help me, reducing your profit. So what? And so, Jaune Arc, in the business world, you're an idiot. Hey! exclaimed Jaune, standing up indignantly. But that also makes you a good person. I extended my hand to Jaune. Besides being your business partner, I'd like to be your friend. In response, Jaune stared at me in silence, with one eyebrow raised. I thought we were already friends. I smiled in relief. Jaune Arc was a fool, simple-minded and with zero aptitude for business, but what mattered most was that he was a good person. Yes, we are friends. Smiling, the blonde boy hugged me and laughed instead of shaking my hand. Normally, I would complain about the brute to put me down, but his happiness was so genuine that I didn't have the heart to scold him. And I will never admit aloud, but those massive arms pressing me against that warm chest gave me a strange sensation in my lower regions. Nora Valkyrie. It seemed like Jaune had been ignoring us all week. The only time he paid attention to our team was when he trained with Pyrrha. I understand that he's weaker than a stack of gluten-free pancakes, but he seemed to be constantly studying and training. He woke up when it was still dark and only came back in time to take a shower and go to class. And thank goodness he took a shower because he came back smelling awful. Pyrrha didn't seem to mind the smell much, and she certainly didn't mind the sight of Jaune panting with a sweaty shirt clinging to his body. Poor thing, the invincible girl needed to understand that some boys are thick-headed and don't realize when they are the object of a lady's desire. It was painful to see Pyrrha drooling over a childhood friend who had always been there but had never seen her as a romantic partner. What was I thinking? Oh yeah. It seemed like Jaune was ignoring Team JNPR all week, but today he promised to spend the whole day with us. Ladies and gentlemen, who looks like a lady, our fearless leader shouted while the rest of Team JNPR sat on the couch in front of him. Keep pursuing a career in comedy, it's not for everyone. Ha! I yelled, pointing a finger at the leader, who pretended to be hurt by Ren's comment. It was rare for Ren to engage in insults directed at him, but it was clear from the tone that the two were just joking. I spent the whole week training like crazy, and both Port and Glinda recommended a full day of rest. So we're going to spend the whole day binge-watching movies and eating junk food. Jaune finished speaking, pointing to a table full of snacks, drinks, pies, and cakes. Are we going to spend the whole day watching movies? Ren complained. Food! I exclaimed loudly. He called the teacher by her first name? Pyrrha grumbled, thinking no one would hear her. I jumped straight onto the table, ignoring Jaune's explanation of when and how he installed the TV and speakers that were now in our room. Where did you get these movies? Pyrrha asked. They look different from anything I've ever seen. I know a guy, Jaune replied. And because they're so different, let's watch this one first. If you don't like the movie, we can end our marathon. That sounds fair, Ren commented, not very interested. I grabbed as much food as I could with my arms, then handed it to Ren on the couch and went back to get more and sit next to him. Pyrrha sat down and conveniently left a tight space next to her for Jaune to sit. The leader turned off the lights after placing the strange blue CD in the device connected to the giant 80-inch TV. How did he manage to get this in here by himself? As soon as he sat next to Pyrrha, he hit play. What's the name of this movie? Ren asked, more interested than I expected. Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl. Oh. Pirates and a curse, I commented, eating a carrot cake. I hope it's good. Lie, Ren. Jaune turned on the lights as soon as the movie credits appeared on the screen. I admit, I was a little skeptical about a mandatory movie marathon on a Sunday, especially one imposed by our absentee leader. But I was relieved when he gave us the option not to participate in the activity if we didn't like the first movie. And I must say the movie was somewhat satisfying. This is the best movie in the world. Apparently, Nora liked the movie and was rearranging Jaune Arc's ribs in one of her famous bear hugs. Nora, let go of Jaune, I think he can't breathe. Give it a rest, Nikos, this is just a friendly hug. Later, you can ask the leader for a back hug. The movie was fun, filled with action and adventure, despite the dark theme of cursed gold and skeleton pirates. Let go of me, Nora, Jaune huffed, trapped in Nora's Ursa Major squeeze. If you let go of me, we can choose another movie together. Yay! Smart boy, maybe you're one of the few who will survive living with Nora. Who's the buff guy? Nora didn't need even a minute to choose a movie from the pile under the TV. This one's called Conan the Barbarian. This movie is a classic set in a fictional world full of magic, epic battles, and mythology. Although it's much older than Pirates of the Caribbean, the movie is quite epic, with a dark atmosphere and a distinctive visual style. I want to see this one, Pira commented, showing a movie with a couple on the cover at sunset. Another solid choice from the past, this one is The Princess Bride, an adventure, comedy, and romance film. John seemed pleased that we were showing interest in his movies. And Ren, would you like to choose one? I'd prefer you to choose one for me. Without thinking, John picked a movie with a black and white cover, featuring what looked like ancient Mistralian warriors. This one is set in a feudal medieval world. The movie tells the story of a group of 7 samurai hired by villagers to protect them from bandits threatening to plunder their crops. John, you can't keep doing this kind of thing, Pira complained. What kind of thing? The rest of the team asked at the same time. It's racist to suggest things that seem to be from Mistral to Ren. Ren, I'm sorry, man, I didn't mean to offend you. I raised my hand, refusing the team leader's apologies. Don't apologize, I noticed that you always choose something with a Mistral bias when dealing with me. But he doesn't do it with ill intentions or to exclude me, John does it thinking I might have a preference. So are we good? Yes. Ha! I told you he didn't care, now let's watch Conan. Nora boasted at Pira's expense. I thought it might be a bit boring to spend the whole day watching movies, but the first one was a pleasant surprise, and the 7 Samurai looks interesting. Ren. Nora! John called out, stepping on the disintegrating carcass. What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women. Nora replied, raising Magnhild over her head. That's good. It's almost like they rehearsed that. Pira commented with a smile. I'm afraid they might have actually rehearsed. I added in a dry tone. When John said we were going to do a team activity, I thought we were going to fight in one of Beacon's arenas. Nice, I got 100 points. John commented. 100 of what? Nora asked. I'll explain later. John said, trying to change the subject. I assume you want your chocolate now? Maybe go to the gym to work out together. Yes. But no, that would be too easy. Our fearless leader dragged us into a hunt. To be honest, John framed it as a group proposal, but Pira immediately voted in favor without thinking twice. I thought I could convince Nora to vote against this idea. But the chance to smash a Deathstalker and getting a giant chocolate bar that John promised if the enemy was destroyed was enough for Nora to persuade me to come along. How did you know where the Deathstalker was? The invincible girl asked. Port told me. It was a plausible excuse, since the professor had placed a Grim in the classroom on the first day. Now that the creature was almost entirely disintegrated, and we were catching our breath, I could review the fight in my head. Jaune fought the creature head-on with a shield in his left hand and his knife in his right. Despite his formidable knife, it seemed strange that he wasn't using that fire sword. I remember him complaining that it was too heavy, maybe he still isn't strong enough for it. Pyrrha stood by his side, covering any openings Jaune left and taking advantage when the creature retracted its tail after an attack to try to pierce it. While the front line drew the monster's attention, Nora bombarded its side from a distance with Magnehild in the form of a grenade lance. In the end, I had been given the simple mission to get close to the Grim and cut off its stinger. Jaune's plan was simple but effective. With his shield, he provided cover for Pyrrha, and Nora's bombardment from the side opened the creature's guard. This allowed me to get close and make the first cut on the tail. And as soon as the Grim noticed my presence, I was thrown far away. Pyrrha finished cutting the stinger with her shield, causing it to fall on the Deathstalker's head. Nora, thanks to Pyrrha and Jaune, catapulted herself into the air and hammered the Scorpion Grim's skull. The ending wasn't as straightforward, but the initial plan had been followed, and Jaune adapted in the end. "He's a good leader," I accidentally muttered aloud. I knew you'd end up liking the fearless leader. Luckily, only Nora was by my side to hear that comment, as Pyrrha was once again on top of Jaune, trying to convince him to buy new cloths. "You'll also like." "Not this again." Jaune complained loudly. "I told you I'm fine, Pyr. You're wearing jeans and a shirt." The invincible girl's tone was concerned and exasperated. "Your aura protects you, but look at your state." Jaune's clothes were riddled with holes from the fight with the Scorpion Grim. "Don't worry about it. I have more of these in my closet." "What kind of dirt you have on the headmaster for him to give you so many clothes for free?" The silence that followed Nora's question was far too unsettling for something that sounded like a joke. "Why don't you at least buy some new boots?" Pyrrha seemed to be pleading for Jaune to use common sense. "What's wrong with my sneakers?" It's a shame that pleading for something that doesn't exist won't help. They're good for running and training, not for a mission in the middle of the forest with mud and steep terrain. "What are you talking about, Pyr? You wear heels." It was rare to see Jaune using logic and common sense to shock someone. Usually, he'd make an inappropriate joke or flirt with if they were an attractive woman. "What's wrong with my heels?" the Mistral champion asked, soaked with fear and insecurity. "Nothing, you look stunning in them." Pyrrha's face became completely red, and she turned away to hide her embarrassment. Now this is the Jaune Arc I know, though unintentionally, I'm starting to notice a pattern in his behavior. The cruder, heavier, and more inappropriate the comment, the more likely Jaune made it on purpose. The more sincere, kind, and sensitive the comment, the more likely he made it unintentionally. My heels have soles with an aggressive traction pattern, deep grooves, and a rubber composition that provides grip on various types of terrain, including slippery and uneven surfaces. "Really?" Jaune asked skeptically. "Look." Pyrrha raised her foot for Jaune to verify the truth of her words. "They are reinforced to provide additional protection against cuts and impacts, and they're also waterproof." "Wow!" Jaune exclaimed, surprised. "You're right, my sneakers are garbage compared to these." "In fact, Jaune," I commented, drawing the young leader's attention. "This kind of footwear is what all huntsmen use, even those in training." I finished speaking by showing him the sole of my shoe. "Exactly." Laughing, Nora showed hers too. "Why don't you use your powers to create some magical super sneakers?" I couldn't help but laugh at Nora's silly idea. Jaune's Semblance can do many things, but I doubt he can create magical items. Ha ha ha. This laughter seemed more forced than usual. "I can't create magical items, what a silly idea." Immediately afterward, John's golden semblance mist manifested, materializing what appeared to be a triangular yellow box the size of a pillow. "Your chocolate," he said, tossing the box to Nora. Was that a chocolate bar? Impossible. There must be several chocolates in there. There's no way that triangular box, nearly 80 centimeters in length and 12 centimeters in width and height, contains a solid chocolate bar. As promised, a 4.5 kilograms single bar. For the first time in her life, Nora was speechless. The box in her hand looked more like a blunt weapon than chocolate. "Best leader ever!" Nora shouted, jumping onto John. I was briefly concerned, but John caught her in his arms and returned the hug. "You deserve it, you little hammering terror." John placed her on the ground and ruffled her head. It warmed my heart to see Nora making new friends. She's an outgoing, free-spirited soul, while I'm an introvert who doesn't mind spending hours in silence. We've had few interactions with John since the beginning of the school year, but he never seemed tired or irritated dealing with Nora. But seeing him so close to Nora gave me a strange discomfort briefly lodged in my mind but was quickly dispelled by my partner's voice. "I'd follow you to the land of darkness by your side," Nora vowed, brandishing the chocolate bar like a two-handed sword. I couldn't help but join John and Pyrrha in laughter at Nora's playfulness. In the end, this hunt had been a great team-building activity. Nora and John were closer. I found myself more inclined to like our leader, and Pyrrha dash. "So you have the means to make chocolate but not to get a decent pair of boots?" "PYR, I don't remember getting married to you." A sincere comment, I thought, labeling the response. Less crude than usual, but still inappropriate enough to make the Mistral champion blush. Embarrassed, Pyrrha relaxed her shoulders and looked down, ashamed. I am just concerned about you," Pyrrha explained while stuttering. Her tone was sad and apologetic. The girl only wanted to help John, and he acted as if she were a nagging wife bothering her husband. Nora seemed to agree with me, as she stared at our leader as if he had stepped on a puppy. John stared back at the petite Valkyrie but wasn't prepared for her secret weapon. "Humph," she pouted with crossed arms. "Okay," John replied, tired. John didn't seem to want to change his mind, but he understood it wasn't worth being right and hurting his partner's feelings. "PYR." The nickname caught the invincible girl's eye, and her eyes welled with tears. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you." Pyrrha approached her partner with a hopeful look. "If it means that much to you, I'll get full-fledged huntsman-level gear, reinforced boots, and all the accessories." "Oh, John." Pyrrha moaned in happiness, throwing herself into her partner's arms. "Get a room," Nora teased. "You just hugged him." I scolded my partner. "But I didn't sniff his neck," Nora whispered, pointing to the pair. And there was Pyrrha Nikos, the champion of Mistral, the invincible girl, Beacon's strongest student, and perhaps all remnant, sniffing the weakest student's neck as if he were made of vanilla and lavender. "She's really into him," Nora pointed out. "It's quite evident, John must be quite dense," I replied. Nora froze and abruptly turned towards me, her eyes widened. "Could you repeat that part, Rennie?" Nora asked. "I think John must be stubborn or too foolish not to notice when a girl is into him." "Is that so?" Nora's voice was higher pitched than usual. "Undoubtedly, especially when it's someone he spends so much time with." "Excuse me," said Nora suddenly. I almost got worried about Nora, but she simply headed for the nearest rock and started hammering it with Magnehild. There was nothing strange about it. Sometimes, Nora needed to burn off some extra energy. "Idiot! Idiot!" Idiot! 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 Nora shouted while hammering the rock. I'm not a fan of shouting offenses out loud, but I'm inclined to respect any mantra. Are you going to make your clothes? Or buy them? If you'd like, we could go shopping together in the city. Pyrrha suggested, trying to arrange a date with Jaune. Hope and neediness overflowed in her voice. How couldn't he see the obvious in front of him? It won't be necessary. Poor Pyrrha. If it's a money issue, I'll pay, Pyrrha pleaded. Jaune pulled out his scroll and started typing. It's not about money, even though my funds are a bit tight, Jaune commented, still typing on his scroll. Remember Velvet? That second-year student? The faunus with rabbit ears? Nora asked, mimicking rabbit ears with her hands. She's been offering to help me with my huntsman outfits since that time. It turns out her team leader is a fashionista. Really? Pyrrha asked, her eyes closed and a serene smile on her face. So you're going out with them? No. In response, Pyrrha sighed in relief. I'm going to their dorm to get measured. Ding! The sound of Jaune's scroll caught everyone's attention. It looks like I can go right now. See you later, guys. Goodbye, leader, Nora waved, swinging both her arms. The tension was palpable as Jaune dashed back to beacon. Pyrrha appeared fine from a distance, but up close, you could see that every muscle in her body was tense, as if she were holding herself back from pouncing on Jaune like a hungry lioness. So, Nora began, attempting to snap the invincible girl out of her paralysis. Shall we head back to the room? You two can go back. I think I'll hunt some more Grimms, Pyrrha declared, her serene smile seemingly concealing something. With shield and sword in hand, Pyrrha slowly walked towards the trees, disappearing from our view into the emerald forest. Ugh. I never thought I'd feel sorry for Grimms. I wholeheartedly agreed with that sentiment. Original point of view. On the way to Team CFVY, I started reflecting on my resources. In addition to the Deathstalker, we managed to kill 37 Beowulfs, 11 Borbatusks, 3 Alpha Beowulfs, and 1 King Taijitu. How can I be so precise in my counting? I noted the difference in MP for each kill. Beowulfs equals 0.1 MP. Borbatusks equals 1 MP. Alpha Beowulfs equals 10 MP. King Taijitu equals 100 MP. Deathstalker equals 100 MP. Killing Grimms is very profitable. In addition to the magic points, I also get some good training. The MVPs of Team JNPR were Pyrrha and Ren. I expected the Mistral champion to be a Grimm killing machine, but Ren, the femboy of the group, who could blend in with Grimms using his semblance, turned out to be a great monster slayer of the darkness. Nora and I served as distractions, although Valkyrie was capable of one-shotting anything weaker than an Alpha Beowulf, making me the weakest in the group. Once again, I started feeling down, but not for long because yesterday, Weiss gave me 80 KMP, and after today's hunt, I have a total of Multiverse-Crafting system. What would you like to do? Magic, 80,104 points. Aura, 100%. I'm almost certain I spent about 150 MP making those energy models for her and a few more points on food and entertainment for Team JNPR, no regrets. With this money, I can finally buff myself, but the question is, how? I'm a human with aura in the world of RWBY, and although I'm mediocre compared to the main cast, can I surpass them with something like Super Soldier Serum? The Super Soldier Serum enhances someone to peak human physical condition, which is a lie because Captain America in the movies held a helicopter with his bare hands, and in the comics I've seen even crazier feats. After the serum gives me an enhanced physical structure, will aura then further enhance my body? Does the bonus that aura gives to huntsmen multiply or simply add to their abilities? Things like the Iron Man suit wouldn't be a good idea since it wouldn't add to my physical abilities, but there's nothing stopping me from having an army of Iron Man suits in the future. How much does an Iron Man suit cost? Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 51,000 magic points. Magic, 80,104 points. Aura, 100%. Wow! Why so expensive? How much does an Iron Man suit cost without the arc reactor? Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 1,000 magic points. Magic, 80,104 points. Aura, 100%. Too cheap. How much does an Iron Man suit cost without the arc reactor and with an artificial intelligence capable of controlling it? Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 11,000 magic points. Magic, 80,104 points. Aura, 100%. And will the artificial intelligence always obey me without a chance of betrayal? Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 61,000 magic points. Magic, 80,104 points. Aura, 100%. Nice, I nearly created an Age of Ultron in Remnant. I need to focus on things that strengthen my physical body. Things like magical items that give permanent RPG bonuses, devil fruits, dragon lacrima, Popeye's spinach, Bane's venom drug, noble phantasms, Gant's suit, Stan's, Omnitrix, Bijou. I think I'd better calm down. Becoming a Jinchuriki could either save or doom this world. But how much does a QB cost? Multiverse-Crafting system. It is not possible to create living beings. Magic, 80,104 points. Aura, 100%. I guess I'll stick with the comic book super soldier serum. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 500 magic points. Magic, 80,104 points. Aura, 100%. Wow! That's cheap. Too cheap for my taste. Why is the price so low? I remember. The comic book super soldier serum also needs radiation to work properly. I think they called it Vita radiation. Now, how much does the comic book super soldier serum cost to work effectively without Vita radiation? Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 20,000 magic points. Magic, 80,104 points. Aura, 100%. Ha! When the donations are high, the saint becomes suspicious. I just didn't expect it to cost 40 times the amount just to get as jacked as Chris Evans. Thinking about it, I could draw unwanted attention if overnight I suddenly turn into a mountain of muscles, and being even more cautious. Dr. Erskine gave a warning about those who take the serum. The serum amplifies everything that's inside. So, good becomes great. Bad becomes worse. I'm going to have to be very detailed with the request. Comic book super soldier serum that works effectively without Vita radiation, does not alter my body mass due to the application, does not cause deterioration of physical or mental health, whether biological and or psychological in nature. Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 50,000 magic points. Magic, 80,104 points. Aura, 100%. Expensive as hell, and Amara know me? Multiverse-Crafting system. This will cost 500,000 magic points. Magic, 80,104 points. Aura, 100%. Crap! Let's go with the previous option. I expected the golden mist of my semblance to manifest to create the serum, but what I didn't expect was the golden glow it emitted. It was as strong as a stage spotlight. Strong enough to make me close my eyes and turn my head. When I felt the weight of the small vial in my hands, I opened my eyes and stared at the miraculous blue serum in my hands. This was the VIP pass to becoming the greatest huntsman in all Remnant, my first step in saving this world. Nothing could ruin this moment. Ahem. Except if someone who was behind me witnessed everything. Behind me stood a young woman with fair skin, dark brown hair, and dark brown eyes. She had wavy locks on one side of her face, dyed in a gradient from dark brown to caramel. Her outfit included a long cocoa brown shirt with a ruffled collar, black pants with gold accents, and high-heeled black boots with gold buckles. She also had a pair of sunglasses in her left hand. It was Coco Adele, leader of Team CFVY and Velvet's partner, and she was staring at me with furrowed brows, her intensity capable of piercing a concrete block. "Who are you, and what was that golden light?" "So, it's nothing, really." "Was that your semblance?" "A semblance to spy inside my room?" Quick as a striking cobra, she grabbed me by the collar and forcefully threw me against a random door in the hallway. Chack! The impact was strong enough to briefly make my aura glow. Freshman, I hate it when someone lies to me. A sadistic smile spread across her lips before she continued. "But don't worry. Because I love tearing the truth out of uppity kids." She punctuated the sentence by cracking her knuckles like a boxer. Crap! I hate it when I get stuck in an anime cliché. Velvet Scarlatina. Ping. A message? Is Coco in need of something? I'm not the type of person with many friends, so only the members of my team send me messages, especially Coco with her atrocious memes. I unlocked the device, expecting to see the face of the CFVY team leader with her sunglasses down, blinking at the camera. But a pleasant surprise awaited me. "John!" I exclaimed upon seeing the face of the blonde boy who helped me by eating a rib bone. We exchanged contacts on the day he helped me, but I was too cowardly to send him a message. He looked so happy eating in the photo, as if he were a dog who got a bone from his owner. I managed to get this photo from the official Beacon Students Forum. I will be forever grateful to you, Nightshade, for posting this photo. Prince Charming. Hey Velvet, how are you? Here's the deal, my partner is driving me crazy about my clothes, so I wanted to know if your offer still stands. Clothes? Thinking about it, I had offered to help him get better equipment. John wears simple clothes for someone who is a trainee hunter, sneakers, a white shirt outlining his chest, and those tight jeans on his butt. A droplet of saliva trickles down my chin and falls onto my hand, snapping me out of my reverie. Ha! Was I daydreaming about a man again? Darn! This isn't new for me, but it has never happened while I was thinking about a human. I replied to his message, inviting him to come to my room to take measurements. Ping! Prince Charming. Thanks, Vel. I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Hi, he called me Vel. My thought is cut short when I realize what I just did. I invited the lad I like to come to my room. It's just me in the room, but I wasn't prepared for visitors. I had just returned from the gym and was sweaty. I rushed to the shower and took a quick bath. When I stepped out of the bathroom, I looked at the room and realized it was not in a condition to receive guests. Everyone on the team is responsible and keeps their part of the room clean, except for Fox. The name slipped out of my mouth like venom from an obsidian fang attack. His bed looked like it had been hit by a bomb of dirty clothes. The rest of the team didn't question his lack of organization in the early days of school due to his blindness, but after so much time, no one on the team had the courage to confront him about it. What do I do? He's arriving in less than 5 minutes. I would rather not be rude and touch his things, not to mention I would rather not touch anyone's dirty clothes. Well, maybe John can ... Thwack! I was interrupted by a loud thud at the door. You'll also like. Has John already arrived? Without thinking, I grabbed 2 blankets from the closet and covered Fox's bed. Perfect, now I just need to go to the door and... Looking down, I realized I had forgotten a small detail. I'm still naked. Without paying attention, I grabbed the first piece of clothing and ran toward the door. Tearing the truth out of uppity kids. I heard a familiar female voice muffled behind the door. Coco? Phew, it wasn't John. I opened the door, expecting to see my leader and partner. Thank goodness you're here, I'll need help choosing an outfit. As soon as I finished speaking, I widened my eyes at the scene in front of me. No problems, Bonbon, just need to teach this dumb blonde a lesson. Hey, Velvet, John said with a sheepish smile. Cool carrot pajamas. AVIP equals sometimes, I post spoilers on my Twitter, X, at AVIPBR. Coco was lifting John by the collar of his shirt. What's going on here? I'm getting ready to punch an idiot. I'm getting ready to get punched by a Karen. Oh no, John. Hey, freshman, you've got a lot of courage, you know? A lot of stupidity too. I see myself more as a reckless person. Hee hee. Coco laughed sarcastically and began to squeeze John's throat. You think you're cute, huh? Bitch, I'm adorable. The words came out quickly and muffled, but it was clear what he said. Without responding verbally, Coco simply pulled her arm back, preparing to punch John in the face. Coco! I yelled at her, and they both looked at me. Put John down now. But this asshole. Coco's complaint died in her throat when she realized something and let John go, causing him to fall on his butt. This jerk is the Jaune Arc? Original point of view. Any sane person would run away after a disagreement with Coco, but I'm not known for my good sense, especially when there's a brunette with rabbit ears apologizing and asking me to stay. Their room was larger than my team's, but all the beds were in the same space. It was well organized too, with each bed having a different theme. One of them resembled something Japanese with a futon instead of a bed. Another had a king-size bed with silk sheets, the third had a queen bed filled with pillows and plush toys, and the last bed was covered in blankets. Listen here, Arc. Coco removed her glasses and stared intensely at me. I might apologize for putting my hands on you if you tell me what that golden light was. Golden light? Velvet asked. I bet my purse that this fucker was using his semblance to look inside our room, probably trying to see Bonbon naked. Velvet widened her eyes, looking shocked and concerned. I'd better act quickly to defend myself. MCS. On. Behind me, Velvet. Coco retorted, trying to defend her partner. I didn't need to speak the commands aloud. MCS, make a gourmet chocolate box. But this way, I got the attention of both of them. MCS, use magic. The last command was mental, for obvious reasons. As soon as I finished the last command, the golden mist of my semblance appeared and began materializing a small wooden box in my hands. The giant Toblerone I made for Nora had cost me 5 MP. The same as this box of chocolates, but since the box is much smaller, it will be of higher quality even though it costs the same as the giant chocolate. I have a creation semblance. I was just creating a gift for Velvet since she's going to help me with my clothes and stuff. Did they buy it? Coco! Apologize now, said Velvet, punching the brunette's shoulder. Damn it, the bespectacled girl complained. Phew. My dad was absolutely right. When dealing with an angry woman, give her chocolate. Sorry, John. Coco apologized, but wouldn't look me in the eyes. And you're going to help him get quality equipment and pay for everything. Huh? Why? Do you prefer to give your purse? After all, you bet it. Not my baby, Coco whimpered, hugging her purse. Although I found it excessive, I'm glad the worst is over. Coco Adele. Straighten that back and relax those muscles, kid. Yes, ma'am. Maybe I judged Jaune Arc too quickly, but I still don't trust him. The light of his semblance was much brighter before, so whatever he created earlier was not simple as a box of chocolates. I know you're the fashionista of the group, but do you really need to measure my thigh? The suspicious blonde complained. At the moment, I was taking measurements of Arc's major muscle groups using a yellow tape measure, while Velvet silently made notes on her bed. Her original plan was to ask me for a favor to help with Arc's wardrobe, but now she's making me do it as an apology. When making custom clothing like a suit, you need measurements for jacket length, sleeve length, chest circumference, waist circumference, and hip circumference. What does that have to do with my thigh? Given your shield, it's obvious you're not the most agile guy in the world, right? In response, the blonde turned his face in embarrassment. That's not a bad thing, but it's advisable for you to have something like armor. Armor? He asked with wide eyes. Don't like armor? I can see something like a reinforced suit. Actually, I'm really into it. Humph, I grumbled aloud. Want to play knight in shining armor, kid? I noticed Velvet glancing at the boy, not blinking, focused on his thigh being measured with the tape. Come on, Bonbon, are you really that desperate? But why are you measuring so many extra things? I'll explain, just don't keep interrupting me. I released the tape and moved to his calf. For something like armor that offers protection without hindering movement, I need more precise measurements of your major muscle groups. Major muscle groups? This guy loves to interrupt me, and it's starting to get on my nerves. Yes, muscles like the chest, back, shoulders, deltoid, arms, abdomen, legs, core, neck, forearms, and glutes. Got it. Which leads to my next question. Do you train alone or with someone? With Professor Port. Ha! I knew it. For how long? 2 weeks. What? Velvet asked, echoing my surprise. How did this kid survive 2 weeks of training with the crazy huntsman? He must have nerves of steel. So, you're tougher than you look. Enduring 2 weeks with Port is no small feat. I'll celebrate when I make it through a year. A year? This kid is insane. But it makes sense given Jaune Arc's current physical condition. A huntsman's physical training can be compared to building a structure, and apprentice huntsmen can be divided into 3 groups. The first group doesn't prioritize physical training so much, focusing on their semblance, aura, or dust usage. These people build a wooden hut, so they have the basics of physical training and focus on what matters most to them. The second group builds a 2-story brick house, which allows for more spare time for training in other areas, while also having a strong body. Finally, there's the group of people who build a mansion, a much heavier and physically focused training. Typically people from this group have a semblance with applications for close combat, like that fiery big-chested blonde from the first year. Jaune Arc is still at the very beginning of his training. It's as if he's never trained before in his life. His structure still at the beginning. But I can already tell from the foundation of his construction that Jaune doesn't fit into any of the three groups. This blonde with that goofy smile, my best friend's crush, is building something big. A stone castle. After half an hour of taking measurements and asking about symbols and colors he'd like on his clothes, Jaune, much to Velvet's disappointment, left the room. Let me see his measurements. I took the clipboard from Velvet, who seemed nervous and embarrassed for some reason. And as soon as I looked at the notes, I understood why. She had recorded all of Jaune's measurements, but she had also made extra notes, hearts with Jaune's name, a list of mixed surnames like Arctina, Skark, and so on. Really? Velvet? Sorry. At least the girl with rabbit ears had the decency to look embarrassed. What are these stains on the paper? Did she drool? If you're like this now, imagine when you're H-. I couldn't finish my sentence because a female hand covered my mouth with enough force to make my jaw ache. Do not dare to mention that near him. I was too shocked to respond. Understood? I managed to nod affirmatively when she spoke for the second time. I've never seen Bonbon like this. She's always had her crushes on famous celebrities or boys from villages we've visited, but never on someone close to her, especially a human. I better finish this order and send it to my mom. The kid will need all the protection in the world, his pelvis will thank me later. Original point of view. Walking through the halls of Beacon, I breathe a sigh of relief now that the clothing issue is resolved. Now I can focus on the super soldier serum. I look around to make sure I'm not being watched and then take out a small, glowing blue capsule from my pocket. Its appearance resembles the serum from the Falcon and Winter Soldier series, probably because I made an ultra-safe version with 0% risk. Just remembering that the price more than doubled because of it gives me a tinge of regret. But there's no point in risking a rejection with the serum or even going insane like some comic book users. But it still hurts to lose 50,000 magic points. I stop walking when I reach my destination and knock on a varnished wooden door with a golden plate engraved with the name, Professor Peter Port. Good afternoon, my young man. His voice was jovial and robust as ever, despite his age. How can I help you? I need some help, I say with a shaky voice. It's a delicate matter. The professor furrows his brow and looks at me curiously. Despite my serious tone, he gives me a smile and invites me into his office. The room is simpler than I expected, pretty bland actually. Grims disappear when killed, but I expected some stuffed replicas or even a fireplace with his axe gun mounted on it. The only notable thing was a massive wooden desk that he was sitting behind it. I sit myself across from the professor, I present my problem. I can't provide all the details, I have an agreement with the director. This breaks his smile, instantly replacing it with a serious expression. I've found a way to become physically stronger, instantaneously, with a 0% chance of side effects. Boy, his voice is heavy and hoarse, imposing his authority in a way he has never done in a classroom or during his morning training sessions. If you've come here seeking my approval for shortcuts, I kindly ask you to leave my office and never speak to me again. Ha! Don't worry about your studies, I'll treat you like any other student in the classroom. As soon as he finishes speaking, the professor gestures to the door. But, Professor. I won't repeat myself, Mr. Arc. Have a good day. Seriously? After a simple conversation and a mere hypothesis, he abandons me like this? Rage boils inside me, that's what I get for opening to you about my issues. You know what? Screw you, you fat old dickhead. I don't need you. The professor's mahogany desk starts to crack under the pressure of his muscular arms. My chest starts to feel heavy, like I'm under a great pressure. Is this just his aura? I insist that you treat me with the respect I deserve, now that I'm no longer your personal mentor, Mr. Arc. I swallow hard under the pressure of the retired huntsman. Doesn't matter, I say, turning toward the door. I'll focus even more on my training, and I'll be the best student in this school. As my hand reaches the door, the professor shouts, "Wait!" His voice is powerful enough to make the windows of the office tremble. "You'll continue your training?" "Why, yes," I stammer unintentionally under the pressure of the imposing huntsman. "This shortcut is just to accelerate my training." "I understand," the professor replies, grumbling as he strokes his mustache. "I think I acted too hastily. Please, sit down and explain everything to me." It took nearly half an hour to explain what the serum could enhance, things like strength, speed, reflexes, endurance, recovery, and more. At first, the professor was not at all happy about the idea of using a drug to enhance my performance. However, once I explained that it was a single dose and had no side effects, he became intrigued. "Here's what we'll do, John. I still need a few weeks to shape your muscles to the minimum required for a trainee huntsman. When I'm satisfied with your physical training, you can take your steroids." Steroids? This thing is worse than an anabolic steroid. It must have been the inspiration in the original story. "However, I'd like you to do something else before taking the serum." "Just one thing?" "Easy, what do you want?" "A win in Glinda's class. But I've lost all my fights so far. I hope you can get a victory before the end of this school year, or I will confiscate that serum. If you want to fuck me, at least kiss me first." RWBY, I don't usually give warnings before a chapter, but this chapter contains a lot of business jargon, and I don't know a fucking thing about this subject. I just wanted to give you a heads up, and now let's get into the chapter. Ruby Rose. Last week, John had a meeting with Weiss. I know they said it was just a business meeting, but a strange voice kept whispering in my mind that it was more than that. I also know it was just insecurity or anxiety, but why? Why couldn't I be happy with the idea of my best friends being together? I spent the next few days feeling down, not too serious, but enough for Young to notice and try to find out the reason. At least she left me alone after a lot of insistence on my part. It got me worried. After all, it's practically a miracle for Young to respect my privacy. I spent the whole week a little down, well, at least until Friday afternoon when I received a message on my scroll. My eyes lit up with excitement as my heart started beating faster the moment I saw the name of the person who sent the message along with a shirtless photo of him doing squats in a quarry. I don't know who Nightshade is, but I can never thank you enough for sharing this image. Jaune Arc. EAI RWBY, how are you? Are you free Saturday after lunch? I need to test some new ammunition, and I'd like your help. I felt butterflies in my stomach and a warm feeling spread throughout my body. Happiness overflowed, and I couldn't help but feel that something special might happen. I tried to hide my happiness, but the mood change was too significant, and Young became suspicious of something. On Saturday, I ate as quickly as I could and ran to the academy shooting range. Which proved to be a mistake because John was having lunch like a normal person and not like an excited child going to a playground. Alone, I start to feel at home. After all, there's nothing better than a relaxing afternoon at the shooting range with your best friend. The strong smell of gunpowder in the air and the loud shots of the other students, almost like miniature thunder. The bullet casings drop on the ground with a metallic and constant sound. It's a mix of scents and noises that deeply relaxes me. I took the time alone to reserve a bay at the range and prepare the mannequins that would serve as targets. Jaune explained to me in another message that he wanted to test a new weapon he made using his semblance. I was happy to see a new weapon, but on the other hand, I was sad that he didn't call me to see the process and only let me know by message. Is he going to test that stinky paint? It's disgusting, just thinking about the smell makes me gag. I complained, feeling a nauseating knot in my stomach. Hey, protested a male voice behind me. Today is Saturday, I took a bath. Huh? Jaune was there? Behind me, he stood with his arms crossed, looking at me disdainfully. I didn't say that you smell bad. Despite stammering a bit, I managed to reply. But before I could breathe a sigh of relief, Jaune gave me a sadistic smile and continued talking. You'll also like. So, I smell good? I didn't say US smell is good or bad, I even thought I like it and dash. Before I could embarrass myself, Jaune put his hand on my shoulder and leaned towards my face. He was so close to me, staring at me with those sapphire blue eyes. Don't worry, RWBY. He exuded confidence with his gentle voice. My body relaxed immediately, the knot of anxiety in the pit of my stomach unraveled. It felt like the solution to all my problems was in the depths of his eyes. Sniff, sniff. I like your smell too. Ha! I shouted in surprise. Jaune smelled me? Why did he do that? Is Jaune a pervert? Did he really like it? But now that we know what each other thinks about the other sense, let's test this little toy. Although Jaune fried my brain, it rebooted instantly when he showed the piece. I had certainly seen larger ones, but I wasn't sure if I could hold it with just one hand. Just thinking about the girth gives me shivers. It was a heavy one-handed pistol, compact in design for a hand cannon, and even a bit futuristic with a predominantly black and metallic gray finish. It has an ergonomic grip for easy handling and a high-tech look with a digital screen, buttons for what, I think, are various modes reflecting its advanced technology. This is the Lagavulin MK2. She's beautiful, Jaune. Despite not being a mecha shift, she seems powerful and advanced. But she also looks like a simple hand cannon. What's so special about her? Jaune gives his well-known, idiotically happy smile before explaining to me. The main feature that made me create her is the ability to switch ammunition by voice command. What do you mean? I exclaimed, confused. Still smiling, Jaune manifested with his semblance a magazine that would be too thick for this type of weapon using his semblance and inserted it into the gun. Special ammo. In response, the weapon came to life, turning on its display and some lights on its side. Acid flask. As soon as Jaune gave his command, a strange creaking sound could be heard from inside the gun's handle. The white shirt-clad knight pointed his gun at the target using both hands in a proper stance, even if it was slightly crooked due to his lack of training. Bang! The shot traced a green line across the distance in fractions of a second until it hit one of the targets directly. It seemed that the bullet had caused little damage, even less than a simple ammunition of the same caliber would. Did something have to happen? Look again, Jaune said, pointing to the mannequin. As I stared at the mannequin hit by the bullet, a feeling of surprise and horror enveloped me. My eyes fixed on the inanimate figure in front of me, a silent witness to the damage that began to manifest on the target. When I wasn't looking, a hole bigger than the bullet size appeared. A green circle ate into the plastic, making the hole in its torso bigger. In a matter of seconds, the cavity was larger than a basketball, and the weight loss made the mannequin unbalance and fall to the ground. In a few seconds, the acid stopped acting, but it had consumed almost the entire front part of the target. It would have been a perfect experiment if John had hit his target and not one from a fourth-year student 3 rows away. "You son of a bitch," shouted a purple-haired veteran. Embarrassed, John went to apologize and replace the target for the veteran. After he returned, I couldn't help but ask a few questions. How does this acid not affect your ammunition case and weapon? What kind of dust did you combine to create these bullets? And most importantly, do you have more, and can you please give me some? Calm down, RWBY, John said, trying to quiet me. I don't know 100% how this acid works. I used my semblance, not dust, to make this magazine. And I can't give it to you because it's the temporary version of my semblance. Darn it! I complained aloud. John had already told me that he needed to use dust for permanent creations, so using aura to make ammunition was viable for him? I think it makes sense. After all, he spends the ammunition in battle shortly after creating it. And with this weapon, he could create a magazine with various types of special bullets. Exactly, added John, extending his arm and placing his hand on my head. Ha! I hadn't noticed that I spoke out loud in the last part. But I didn't complain and accepted the head pat, even though it made my heart race and my hands start sweating. John started saying something while pointing with his other hand to the targets, but his mouth moved without making a sound for me. I couldn't concentrate because I was relaxed and focused on his big and affectionate hand on my head. And that's why I need you. Need me? The last sentence was too important for me to ignore, no matter what the rest said. Hee. I laughed with a forced smile and raised my hand to get his attention. What do you need exactly? John stared at me, raising an eyebrow with a skeptical look. For a moment, I thought he was going to get mad at me and kick me out of the range. But instead of anger, it was concern that appeared on his face. I know I ignored you in these first 2 weeks at Beacon, and when I came to talk to you, it was to ask for favors. I apologize for my selfishness. Why is he apologizing? I admit that I was expecting to do something with him, like playing video games or reading some comics. But from day one, John used every waking hour training or studying, and finally on Sunday, the day he had spare time, he watched movies with his team. It's okay, John, you're focused on reaching the academy level. Although I didn't have the courage to admit it out loud, I find his effort amazing. In fact, I should have been doing the same thing as you from the beginning, but I still depend on Weiss to help me with my studies. John smiled warmly and pointed his fist at me with his thumb up. True friendship shines when you're not ashamed to ask for help, because real friends will always be there to support you. I had a shy smile on my face and started laughing like an idiot at how John was acting like an Australian comic book protagonist. So you don't need to apologize to me, right? Taken by surprise, John widened his eyes, shocked by what I said, but he let out such a pleasant laugh that made me laugh even more at the situation. Let's do this. You help me train with this weapon, and I'll give you something in return. I stared at him with a serious face and started to complain. I'll help you because we're friends, not because I want a payment. I punched his shoulder, expressing my frustration. Okay, and how about if I give you as a gift? Gift? I repeated, confused but excited about the prospect of a gift. Yes, he replied, nodding his head positively. Could you show Crescent Rose again? He didn't need to say it twice. I love talking about weapons, but talking about my baby Crescent Rose is even better. I put it in rifle mode on top of the counter, but John frowned. How much does the blade weigh? 4 kilograms. Right. As soon as he finished speaking, John began to stare at nothing in front of him. Not that I don't like talking about weapons, but why did you want to know about my weapon's blade? John grumbled. Cheaper than I thought. As he finished speaking, the golden mist of his semblance began to manifest on the counter where his hand was. Was he going to make more ammunition? Maybe another weapon. But what was created was something simpler and boring. A rectangle, smaller and thinner than a shoebox, made of something that looked like green metal. "This here is for you, a noquel ingot," he said, all happily and excited. "Wow, so cool. What's noquel?" "Let me explain." John picked up the ingot and pointed it at me. Although it may look like a pale green crystal to the untrained eye, this metal can be worked like iron, despite its appearance. Noquel is lightweight, being half the weight of iron, but equally strong. That's so light, if you can make alloys with it in the same way as iron, it would be incredible. Once again, John gave his idiotically happy smile. My theory holds true, you can make alloys just like you can with iron, and the most important thing about this metal is that it can cause more damage to Grimms than usual. Ha! It's just a theory, but I think this material can bypass the resistance of the Grimms' bodies, maybe even those with bone armor. I widened my eyes, looking at the material in his hands, unable to believe the power John had given me as a simple gift. Without thinking, I jumped on the blonde's neck, hugging him. "Do you know what this means? That Yang will break my legs?" he asked, laughing, while putting me down. Too excited and embarrassed about what I had just done, I decided to ignore his comment. Maybe I can make the best weapon in the world. Maybe? I'm sure you can, RWBY. How can he say this with such unwavering confidence in his words? How can you trust me so much? Because you're Ruby Rose. Ha! You're the prodigy who skipped 2 years to enter Beacon and even became a team leader. But you're also a leader and did that without any formal training. I only got in because I have a strong semblance and the right connections. If Ojban suspects I'm not training seriously, he'll kick my ass out of school. I looked down to avoid John's eyes. How could he be so sure about me? We've known each other for such a short time, and he has so much confidence in what I can do. John, I'm not sure, maybe it's better if you take this ingot back. Why? This metal is too precious. What if I mess up and ruin everything? It would be a waste to leave it with me. A hand held my chin and lifted my head. Again, he's looking at me so closely. I had never realized that he was so handsome. His face was the perfect combination of masculinity and softness, creating a face that seemed to have been carefully sculpted. Oh, my gods! What's happening to me? Am I into John? What do I do now? Did he realize that I'm interested in him? Pay attention, Ruby Rose. The intense and heavy voice dissipated the nervousness in my body. Now, focused, I hung on to every word he said. Don't believe in yourself. Believe in me. Believe in the John who believes in you. What does that mean? I asked, confused. I'm not sure. Really, John? I responded with a serious face. Despite the confusing sentence and my slight initial irritation, it managed to fill me with confidence. Thank you, John, I replied, hugging his torso. Anytime, RWBY. He's so warm, and he smells so good. Now, enough talking, let's shoot some rounds. Okay. And maybe I can finally win my first fight in Goodwich's class. What? Weiss Schnee. I spent the last 3 days preparing for today, and yet. Phew. I sighed, trying to calm myself. Despite this, I was still a bit nervous because this was my chance to be taken seriously and solidify my position as the true heir to the SDC, not just Winter's replacement. Ping. It's good to see you again, my dash dot. Let's get straight to the point. I'm a busy man, and I'm sure you have more to do with your time playing as a huntress, said the older man on the other end of the call, dressed in a white suit. Despite his taunt, I decided to swallow my pride, took my scroll, and sent the files for this meeting. I was currently at the CCT for a video call with my father about the alternative energy projects that John had created. I sent the energy models with annotations explaining each of them through express delivery last Saturday. However, even though my father had received them 4 days ago, I hadn't received any feedback on the inventions. That's why I prepared for this. I have all the research ready for the theoretical scenario where John's inventions become widespread. Infrastructure costs, estimated time to break even, SDC stock value projection, and much more. 616 megabytes of text files? My father exclaimed in an irritated tone. His annoyed voice shattered my train of thought for a few seconds. My father displayed his classic sternness and ruthlessness, even though he asked me to provide the information. I'll be brief with you, Weiss. I won't read through all this nonsense you sent me, he commented, waving his hand as if I were a stray dog. I asked a team of researchers to analyze your supposed extraordinary inventions, and you know what they told me? Still unable to overcome the shock, I nodded for him to continue. That while these are promising ideas, it would take decades of research for such technologies to become viable, more than half a century for any of them to replace dust. No, that can't be true. John's technologies don't depend on a continuous supply of dust to function. Furthermore, the adoption of these energy matrices would not force us to resort to mining methods that jeopardize workers' safety. In the worst-case scenario, they could contribute to reducing dust consumption. I got it! I shouted in my mind. I hope that this waste of time you call a meeting wasn't just an attempt to support your teenage infatuation with someone you think is brilliant, he added, his mocking tone intensifying. Honestly, Weiss, I raised you to be better than this. While his insults were belittling me, I couldn't help but wear a serene smile that blossomed on my face as my father continued to speak. He dismissed the energy sources as quickly as possible and turned this call into a lecture where he kept repeating that I should leave Beacon behind and return to Atlas. In other words, John's inventions must have a significant long-term return, but in the short term, it will negatively affect SDC's dust consumption. He doesn't have arguments to prove the impracticability of the project, so he's focusing on undermining my and John's credibility. My father taught me everything he knows about business, but it wasn't from him that I learned to be chaotic and disruptive. I owe that lesson to a boy with blonde hair, a kind heart, and perhaps a bit of attention deficit. I understand, my dear father. My response interrupted his lecture, and he was surprised that I didn't even attempt to change his mind. Agreeing with the person you're debating is the best strategy to calm them down. And you're absolutely right. Allocating SDC resources to fund the research of these technologies is unwise, and to spend money on all three is simply foolish. Humph, he huffed, adjusting his white jacket but nodding his head in agreement with me. I'm glad you've understood my point. Now, can we discuss your return to Atlas and distance you from this young inventor? He didn't even bother to hide the disdain in his voice when he used the term young inventor. I need to make him believe that John is someone worth investing in. The best way to do that is to make him fear losing quick profit. Even if he doesn't invest in John's research, he needs to think that he's missing out on something. With your permission, I commented, interrupting him and capturing his attention. I don't think I would be a good heiress if I didn't inform you about the potential contract with the Atlas army that this young inventor could obtain. A contract with the kingdom's army? He asked, now curious and with widened eyes. Smiling serenely in a perfect pose I learned from my private etiquette teachers, I continued to execute my plan. This inventor has attracted the attention of the highest echelons of the Atlas army. My father stared at me with wide, unblinking eyes. He has created various special ammunition with various effects that can be applied in the fight against Grimms, humans, and even individuals with awakened aura. I see, he said, relaxing his shoulders and leaning back in his chair. I understand the value of a young person getting a contract with Atlas, but this is still not interesting for the SDC. What if I told you that none of his special ammunition effects require dust? Instantly, he tensed his shoulders in his chair and stared at me with raised eyebrows. How? Unfortunately, he didn't go into detail with me. I mentioned, pretending to be disappointed. The little dust he uses is only for propelling his special projectiles. As soon as I mentioned the use of dust, I noticed my father's calm returning to his face. But calm is the last thing I want from him in this conversation. But he mentioned a substitute for it. I think he called it gunpowder? I said to him, pretending to be ignorant. According to John, dust is more versatile and powerful than gunpowder, but for low-caliber weapons, this substance can be used, causing dust to lose a significant share of the ammunition market. I wonder what stage of research his special substances are at. My father said in a serious and dry tone. His posture had changed. With a furrowed brow, he stared at me with the intensity of the sun and the coldness of an Atlas winter. He was no longer just a father doing a favor by listening or belittling his daughter. Now, he was Jacques Schnee, CEO of the Schnee Dust Company, the most merciless and ruthless businessman in all the kingdoms. He values profit above all else, often placing the company's interests above anything. The man who sold my grandfather Nicholas Schnee's company's soul, exploiting workers, ignoring social and environmental issues. I had seen my father behave like this before, but never towards me. Swallowing hard and taking a deep breath, I managed to maintain an appearance of nonchalance, but I wasn't sure if he had noticed my excitement. Today, he went to test at a shooting range. I replied, smiling discreetly. Is he already testing prototypes? He asked as sweat began to form on his forehead. Yes, and in a few days, he'll be testing in a sanctioned fight at Beacon. My father frowned at the news I gave him, but I smiled even more because I had more to reveal. He put his hand on his mustache and began combing it with his fingers, a nervous tic he had when he was concerned about something, which was good for me. In addition to being an open test for the Academy's students, he already has Professor Ojban's permission to record and broadcast the match. Is that so? Although his tone was dry and disinterested, I knew he was a bundle of nerves inside. Testing a prototype in a controlled environment showed that his research was going well, but a field test and public scrutiny were typically reserved for the final stages of projects. I waited a few seconds to give my father a chance to respond, but he continued combing his mustache. It was time to set a bait. But I must say he'll be very disappointed with the SDC's lack of interest in dust alternatives as an energy matrix. I commented aloud, feigning disappointment. My father looked at me, raising an eyebrow. Despite being surprised, he undoubtedly knew where I was going with this conversation. Since the SDC isn't interested, I'll use my influence to take the research to other companies. Other companies? He asked as he rose from his chair. May I know why you're doing this? I gave my word that I would help find investors. I can't give up just because my daddy isn't interested, I replied to him with a sly smile. You yourself taught me the importance of image in the business world, dear father. He sat down and coughed, attempting to calm himself. Once back in his initial position, he stared at me and continued to speak. I'm just surprised that my own daughter, my heiress, is betraying me like this. He was biting. I thought in my mind, unable to contain the slightly cruel and mocking expression on my face. Betrayal? Why? Do these projects happen to have any value to you, my dear father? He widened his eyes instantly but turned his head to hide the embarrassment he was feeling. I appreciate your time, my dear father, but I have to go. I'm very busy playing Huntress. Weiss, don't . As soon as I hung up, I took a deep breath and stared at my hand, which was trembling involuntarily. I may have managed the end of the conversation, but it was still the most stressful conversation of my life. I left the CCT so that he wouldn't have a chance to call me again, at least not today. I need him to stew in anxiety. My father cares about profit, but he's still a stubborn and proud old man. Since he refused to see the potential of Arc's inventions, I'll make him fear them and return with double what I expected to gain. This fear tactic, my father used it a lot to destroy smaller companies and achieve the dust monopoly in Atlas, leaves a bad taste in my mouth for resorting to something so low. But do you, Weiss, want to change this? The way the SDC treats its low-ranking employees, the discrimination and exploitation of the faunus? Do you accept the mission of changing the company using your position as the heiress and future CEO? But now, I feel stronger than ever. I have a concrete goal and the tools and allies to achieve it. I will never admit it out loud, but I owe that to a kind-hearted idiotic blonde boy. Carden Winchester. No one knows how hard it is to be the main man. The strongest, most handsome, dominating, brilliant, charismatic, and powerful guy in all Beacon. You know what? I am even conscientious enough to not think that I'm the best in the world. After all, I still need to go to the other kingdoms to show how awesome I am before being declared the top dog of all Remnant. Most of the mob fear my greatness and shy away from me when I approach, and the idiots who think they're better than me get jealous and scowl when I'm around. Even great men would crumble in my solitary and unique position, but I'm not a great man. I am Carden Winchester, the greatest of all men. The only thing greater than my grandeur is my humility and charity in gracing everyone with my presence. Not that the idiot teachers or classmates could show at least an ounce of gratitude for the blessing that is being in my presence. A bunch of ungrateful assholes, all of them. I know I shouldn't feel anger towards the idiots. After all, my greatness is both a blessing and a curse. But there's one student who deserves all my hatred and disdain. Jaune Arc. How on earth did this idiot survive for weeks at Beacon being beaten in all his fights? I think even RWBY, that petabate, could defeat him even unarmed. Weak, ugly, submissive, idiotic, repulsive, and insignificant. I have no idea how a loser like him got into the top hunter school in the Four Kingdoms, but I would love to do everyone a favor by sending him home crying, preferably on a stretcher. Jaune Arc and Carden Winchester in their positions, announced Goodwitch in the center of the ring. And today, I might have that opportunity. In my position, I appear wearing my silver-gray armor with golden accents, wielding the executioner, my heavy mace, in my hand. On the other side, John was wearing his usual beggar's clothes, wielding his clown shield in his left hand. Although it's fun to beat up on Arc, the fights with him were quite drawn out. The coward hides behind that insufferable shield, and with his abnormally large aura, he lasts a long time. But today, he seemed different, confident, with a smirk on his idiotic face that screamed for me to crush him with my heavy mace. For today's fight, we have special conditions requested by Jaune Arc. The entire room began to whisper in surprise at the decision. Unlike the rest of those losers, I was already aware of the special conditions. In the morning, I received an official communication from Beacon on my scroll that Jaune Arc had challenged me to a duel in front of all the first-year students during Goodwitch's class. Dueling is not rare. Beacon encourages students to use these duels as an opportunity to grow as hunters, even if the students use duels to settle ego disputes. The fight will have no time limit, no ring-out disqualifications. Only when someone's aura reaches the red zone, knockout, or surrender will I stop the fight. Ha! I couldn't help but laugh cruelly. It seemed as if John were asking to be beaten like a son of a bitch on Father's Day. You'll also like. In addition to the dual conditions, student Jaune Arc has requested student Carden Winchester's permission for this fight to be recorded. The John boy, I thought, smiling at the blonde idiot, you're going to make me very happy today. He can record whatever he wants, as long as the video is made available for everyone to see on the official Beacon forum. John agreed to my condition for recording the fight. After all, why limit the humiliation of the dork knight? Let's let the entire school admire his incompetence. Prepare, the teacher announced, placing her hand between us. I smiled cruelly when an idea popped into my head. Why not make Johnny Boy's humiliation even more embarrassing? Fight. Immediately, John raised his shield, hiding behind it like a coward, and drew his new pistol. In response, I spread my arms wide. The entire room began to whisper quietly, confused by my actions. John, being the idiot that he was, did nothing. Mr. Winchester, shouted the old hag. The fight has already begun. Ha! Kindness of the teacher to call this execution a fight. I just want to help my friend, teacher. John looked at me with a raised eyebrow, not understanding. The first hit is on the house, Arc. Because I don't want you to cry about not having a chance when I'm wiping your face on the ground. The confusion disappeared from Arc's face instantly, replaced by a strangely friendly smile. Thanks, Carden. You won't be thanking me after I humiliate you, you blonde idiot. Ammunition 4, John said, and his pistol whirred, and lights lit up. What the hell? Before I could finish the sentence, John fired his weapon into my chest. The shot caused less than 1% of aura damage, but a strange gray mist covered my body upon impact. What the hell is this arg? Suddenly, I felt an intense, burning sensation on my face and in my eyes. It felt like millions of needles were piercing my skin. My vision instantly blurred, and tears began to flow involuntarily from my eyes. My throat burned, and it felt hard to breathe. It was as if something hot and spicy was taking over me. Instinctively, I tried to rub my eyes with my left hand to alleviate the sensation, but it only made things worse. The pain spread to my hands, and I felt even more disoriented. Was this smoke? What did John hit me with? All I wanted was to get out of that area and find a place where I could wash my face and relieve the unbearable burning. Ammunition 5, John spoke again, followed by the sounds of his weapon. Bast. I tried to shout, but all I could manage was to feel pain in my throat and breathe more smoke. A bullet hit my left foot, just as weak as the previous one. Did he shoot more gas? Was that the coward's plan? To blind me and cause pain just to make me surrender? Carden Winchester doesn't surrender, especially not to a piece of crap like Jaune Arc. My vision cleared enough to see a white figure with a yellow head. The gas cloud had also dissipated. I'm going to kill you. My throat was sore, it felt like it was on fire. I made sure to shout as I raised my mace with both hands. I took the first step toward Arc, but when I took the second, I fell flat on the ground. What happened? I realized my left foot was stuck in some goo on the ground. Arc! I yelled on the ground, pulling my foot, trying to free it. The goo wasn't strong enough to hold me, but it was sticky and clung to the floor, making it hard for me to move. As soon as I got to my feet on the ground, I felt another shot hit my body, this time in my right foot. When I moved my foot, I noticed John had shot goo on it as well. Coward! I shouted with a sore throat and almost blind. Have you no honor? Ammunition 1. It was his response. I was so irritated by John's lack of interest, I used my strength to get away from the ooze. Ugh. Groaning, I managed to free my feet and began to walk slowly toward my opponent. The sticky stuff didn't make me fall to the ground, but it made it hard for me to move around. You coward, face me like a man. He interrupted my sentence with a shot to my chest. Then he fired 2 more shots in the same area. Fury and hatred began to boil within me. He was cheating with these special dust rounds, but instead of using something like fire or explosions like a normal person, he stuck to this crap of restriction, treating me as if I were a weak little fag. John shot me again in the chest. I didn't even feel the shots properly. Consumed by rage, I wielded the executioner with both hands, channeling my aura into it, activating the red dust crystal within my weapon. As soon as the dust connected to my aura, I activated my Semblance outburst. Fuck! I roared as my body was enveloped in a layer of fiery energy, which then expanded into a fiery explosion, carrying a cloud of dust and debris. Despite the blurred vision, I could see the fire expanding rapidly in a glorious explosion. My Semblance outburst causes an omnidirectional aura explosion from the user, and if I use dust, I can add an elemental effect to the explosion. The problem was that I had spent too much aura to cover the entire combat arena. At least I got that. My throat didn't burn as before, but it still hurt. Got that. Son of a bitch. In the midst of the dissipating smoke was a circle pointed in my direction, red and white stripes, with a white star in a blue circle. That cunt crouched and hid behind his shield. What a neat trick, the coward said, getting up. But you don't strike me as someone who prepares more than 1 dust crystal of this quality, do you? Damn it! He was right, mainly because I don't need to use this combo more than once to win a fight. So what? The fire got rid of all your goo, and my vision is returning to normal. I cruelly smile in the direction of my victim, slowly walking towards him. And it seems you're out of tricks. The coward cut me off with another shot to the chest. So I returned the favor by cutting him off with a precise blow in his direction. Clang! I hate this shield. I continued to hammer the clown shield, trying to make John give in, but he took all my attacks without even trembling his arms. If this keeps up, I'll get tired before this idiot does. I aimed my blows higher, and John covered his face to protect himself. Idiot. With his guard so high, his legs were unprotected. I kicked his left knee with all my strength, and John fell to the ground on his side. Taking advantage of the moment, I stepped on the arm with the shield, leaving the coward defenseless on the ground. No tricks, no shield, and cornered on the floor. I laughed loudly at my prey. What are you going to do now? Nothing, John said with his usual carefree smile. Nothing? Why? The fight's already over. End of the fight. The teacher's voice echoed through the arena. Hem? I didn't even hit him, how could I have one? Winner, Jaune Arc. What? I yelled, stomping heavily towards the teacher. How did I lose if he didn't even hit me properly? Irritated, the teacher stared at me with disdain. Your aura reached red, Mr. Winchester. On the scoreboard, my aura indicator was almost at the end in red, while John's wasn't even yellow. How? I shouted, pointing my finger in that blonde cow's face. With a sadistic smile, she replied, pointing her finger at my armor. See for yourself. My eyes widened as I stared at the chest plate of my armor. What the hell is this? A large hole had opened in my chest, and at the edges of the hole, the metal was fragile and malleable. With my finger, I managed to tear off a piece of the edge. It was as if something had eaten away at my armor from the inside. "It's ammunition 1, Carden," Jaune answered without me having voiced my question aloud. "A pretty strong acid, but it takes time to work. My first shot was meant for you not to see or smell the acid in action, while the glue bullets were just meant to distract you and keep a safe distance." I squeezed the weapon's handle so hard that my aura manifested in my fist. If that damn good witch wasn't here, I would pulverize this cowardly son of a bitch. "He cheated!" I shouted. "This wasn't a fair fight." "It wasn't," he replied, crossing his arms. "But I still won, and you lost, Cardiac." "Ha, Cardiac!" someone in the audience taunted. "He was having trouble breathing for sure," commented another unfamiliar voice. "It was disgusting, it looked like he was going to throw up," said a distant voice. The murmurs started to increase, with conversations and laughter sprouting from various points where the student spectators were, and some began to point in my direction. Were they laughing and making fun of me? Daring to mock Carden Winchester, the main man? "Silence!" the teacher exclaimed. "Professor Goodwitch, she will surely annul this fight. After all, this cowardly thief cheated from start to finish." "Mr. Winchester, do you know why you lost this fight?" "Of course I do." "Because Arc fought like a cheater," my voice echoed through the room, making some students whisper. "He stayed far away and used these cowardly tactics." My answer made the teacher frown disapprovingly. "You accepted this fight because you wanted to. You also accepted all the changes Jaune requested without considering why he asked for them, and to make matters worse, when your aura was in the yellow, you burned more than 30% of your aura in a blind attack." "My fault?" "You're not a beginner, you have control over the intensity of your semblance. If you had used the minimum amount of aura, you would have freed yourself from the viscous substance and had a chance to notice the acid eating your aura and armor." I fell silent, overwhelmed by the teacher's reprimand. I began to break out in a cold sweat, and my hands trembled as desperation took hold of me. Did I lose? To that idiot? Am I weaker than Jaune Arc? No! 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 Jaune! Nikos shouted from the audience. Consumed by rage, I charged at Arc, raising my mace for a fierce blow. "Ammunition 7. Arc said, firing at me. Once again, I didn't even feel the impact on my body, the damn bullet didn't even slow down my charge. "You'll have to do better than that." Close to the blonde idiot, I swung my weapon with all my might towards his head, but my movement was paralyzed in the middle of the attack. "Rrrg!" I groaned, trying to move my arms and legs, but my body was also paralyzed. Had that good bitch used her semblance to hold me? Did the leader turn Carden into cotton candy? The retard girl from his team asked. With effort, I managed to look down, and to my surprise, I wasn't covered in Goodwitch's aura, but foam? Mr. Winchester, attacking a fellow student after the fight has been declared over is not only a deplorable attitude, but also a crime. The entire room began to murmur in surprise. If your fellow student wishes, he can file a formal complaint against you. Shit. In addition to that bastard winning a fight by cheating, he can send me to jail? What would you like to do, Mr. Arc? Despite the teacher's admonishment, Jaune seemed to be staring into space. "Jaune," the teacher exclaimed. Despite Professor Goodwitch raising her voice, Jaune seemed lost in his thoughts. What could that idiot be thinking at a time like this? Original point of view. Ammunition 01 equals acid flask. 0.5 MP per bullet. The acid causes little damage at first despite its long duration, but it's worth using because it's cheap and accumulates the effect with more shots. Ammunition 04 equals blind pepper. 1 MP per bullet. In the short term, it incapacitates multiple targets in the pepper gas cloud, limits the vision of the targets, and makes it difficult for them to breathe. The effect lasts for a short time, but it's worth using because its area effect and ignores aura defenses, making it one of the best ammunition. Ammunition 05 equals Tanglefoot bag. 0.5 MP per bullet. It didn't hold the target against the ground for long, but it at least limited their movements. If it weren't so cheap, it would be a useless special ammunition. Ammunition 07 equals foam arrow. 5 MP per bullet. Despite being costly, it immobilized the target within seconds, but the same targets seemed capable of breaking the hardened foam if they applied more force. It's not worth using it against targets with aura or more powerful grims. Mr. Arc. Glinda shouted in front of me. The shout startled me, and I dropped my weapon to the ground. But before it hit the floor, a purple aura surrounded the Logger Mk2, holding it in midair. Lost in thought, were you? The green-eyed teacher asked with a smile. In response, the whole room burst into laughter at my slip. Sorry, teacher, I was mentally taking notes about the performance of the ammunition used in the fight. Glinda murmured approvingly. Although this is a praiseworthy attitude, given that Miss Schnee filmed this fight, it is possible to make notes at a later time. Yes, ma'am, I replied loudly and clearly. Glinda opened a serene smile at my response. She had been on my case a lot about using her first name, so it was difficult for her to hide her approval when I addressed her correctly. What would you like to do with Mr. Winchester? The teacher said in a serious tone. I asked, not sure what was happening. Mr. Winchester committed a serious crime when he attacked you. It's up to you whether you want to press charges or not. A serious crime? I repeated, not quite understanding what was going on. Attempted murder. I whistled in surprise. That sounded like an exaggeration, but perhaps the laws were stricter when it came to people with awakened auras abusing their powers. Opposite me, Carden was freeing himself from the foam, exerting more force with his limbs. Despite his frustration, the redhead also looked scared. I could ruin his career as a hunter. Currently, I want to test the limits of the foam, but I'd deal with Carden first. I want 2 things from Carden. If he does them, I won't press charges. Glinda raised an eyebrow, curious, but gestured for me to proceed. I would like a meeting with Carden at a location, time, and date of my choosing. Frustrated, Carden only nodded. And second. I quickly took out my scroll and typed a text. I want Carden to say this out loud, and I'd like to record it. Once I showed the text to them both, Carden turned red with anger, and Glinda covered her mouth to hide a mocking smile. Fuck off. Mr. Winchester, the teacher's voice resounded throughout the arena, asserting her authority. Mr. Arc has made you a proposition. You are not obliged to accept it, but his demands seem less onerous than a formal accusation. I turned to the students, looking for a silvery-haired heiress. Are you filming, Weiss? The heiress had recorded the fight. In addition to the Schnee Dust Company, Weiss was planning to approach the Atlas Army with the help of Winter. The ammunition I used today, along with some more, would be sent to scientists working for the White Army. I paused, recording at the end of the fight. To be honest, I do not feel comfortable participating in the humiliation of a beacon colleague, even if that colleague is Winchester. Carden puffed up his chest and made finger guns, winking at Weiss. It was incredible how this guy had such an inflated ego even though he was covered in foam, glue, and his armor was eaten away by acid. "Let me do it," Yang exclaimed, pointing her scroll at Carden. Carden stared furiously at the camera, but he swallowed his pride and started reading the text I had written. "I just want everyone to know." He paused and stared at me, frothing with anger. But I simply waved my hand for him to continue. "That I'm an idiot." The whole room started to laugh quietly. They didn't intend to interrupt the speech. After all, Carden hadn't stopped speaking. "I'm a racist, arrogant jerk, a spoiled brat who gets off on making other people's lives hell." And I added to ensure he wouldn't stop. "I promise not to harass any other Beacon students, be they faunus or human. If I break my promise, Jaune Arc has every right to use that disgusting paint on me. If someone needs to clean up the mess afterward, it will be Team CRDL's responsibility." The rest of Team CRDL, who had been laughing in the stands, abruptly stopped in the face of the consequences that had spilled onto them. Some students clapped, but most laughed at the Academy's #1 bully. Carden wasn't known for keeping his promises, but making this video public would make him more inclined to keep his word. "I don't approve of students delegating cleaning responsibilities for future actions, but I will allow it since Mr. Arc has shown compassion and maturity by not filing a complaint against a fellow huntsman." Some students whispered, questioning whether punishing someone with a paint bath was mature. "With this matter settled, I would like to return to my class," Glinda commented as she approached the seated students. Leaving us further away, Glinda pointed to Carden and exclaimed loudly, "Mr. Winchester has made every possible mistake. In addition to what I mentioned about accepting a fight on the opponent's terms, he also fought recklessly against unconventional tactics head-on and underestimated Mr. Arc from start to finish, even when he proved to be a threat." Carden deflated instantly. It was the first time I'd seen the ginger with his head so low. A loss in front of the class, a failed attack, and a video admitting his errors must have finally shattered his ego. Despite the lecturing tone, some students were still chuckling quietly during the teacher's speech. "Now, Mr. Arc." I raised my head to face Professor Goodwitch. "Today, you demonstrated that creativity, versatility, and intelligence are indispensable tools in a huntsman life. She was an excellent educator." Even when praising me, the teacher didn't miss the opportunity to impart a crucial lesson to the young learners. No matter how strong and skilled you are in combat, no matter how powerful your semblances are, I guarantee you that Grimm are a threat that must be taken seriously. Her dry and serious tone drew the attention of the few students who were distracted. The students' mood took a sudden dip. They all squirmed in their seats, waiting for the teacher to continue. "Some of you might be thinking, I'm a great fighter who wouldn't lose to any Grimm in battle." The mocking tone caught several students off guard, but they remained silent, focused on the lesson. "Congratulations, but what if you have to face a horde of 100 Grimms?" Some students whispered confidently, as if they were interested in such a challenge. "Is it possible to handle 100 Grimms with the help of your team?" Glinda asked rhetorically. "And how about a horde of 1,000 Grimms while you have to protect a village?" The students' murmurs started to subside. "And what about 5,000 Grimms while you have to protect a village and 2 unconscious teammates, bleeding to death without aura?" The room fell into a funereal silence. Most of the students were young, none of them even reached 20 years old. The only ones who truly understood the weight of Professor Goodwich's questions were Ren and Nora because they had survived something similar with a powerful Grimm. 1 bullet to blind, 4 acids, and 2 glues, she said, pointing in my direction. The student who had lost all of his official matches until today defeated one of the strongest combatants in this class with just 7 shots. Despite improvement in training, Mr. Arc still has one of the weakest physical conditions in this room, and yet achieved victory with over 90% of his aura. The concluding statement astonished me. I knew my aura was in the green, but not over 90%. Some students whispered while looking at me as an idea, a possibility, took root in my mind. I was getting stronger. Glinda was right. My conditioning was weak, but I was strong enough not to lose outright. I'm going to start winning some fights, and that would give me a significant boost of confidence. Today, I finally felt proud of myself. I knew I had much more to learn, but I was on the right path. I was ready to face any challenge that came my way. I dare say that Jaune Arc has the best mental and emotional conditioning among you all. That feeling of pride and accomplishment was something I would never forget. What an incredible sensation it was to know that you could surpass your limits. And that's why he will never use special ammunition in combat in my classes again. What? PP Professor. I stammered in shock at the teacher's decision. May I know the reason? With a smile, the teacher replied. It became evident today that you don't need training when it comes to unconventional combat methods. Her tone was lighter and somewhat mocking. I took a deep breath as the students began to giggle at my predicament. But when it comes to direct combat, physical aptitude, and the use of aura, you still have a long way to go. As she finished speaking, the students started to laugh loudly. How do I win and still lose? Although it wasn't meant maliciously, I still didn't feel comfortable being the target of the entire class's laughter and ridicule. My team was laughing at me, waving in my direction, and even Ren was smiling. This must be the first time I'd seen the guy's teeth. Just when I was feeling so good, I got hit with a cold shower. What more could happen today? Professor Ojban wants to speak with you, the teacher whispered for my ears only. It better be free money. You are listening to Story. We lost our Patreon temporarily and because of Stripe, MasterCard and Visa. Refusing to support NSFW content, forcing a lot of creator platforms to either cancel sales altogether or severely restricted what they allow on their platforms. So if you want to support Story and/or join our community, we have a subreddit. For now, we aren't allowing anyone except us to post, due to no mods, to help us regulate the subreddit properly. We will look for other places to upload audios in the meantime. But this is the only place to support us for right now.